The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance, and in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moonphase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt-blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding unfolded as truths long masked by darkness surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt-blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the future. Clara's breath froze in the air as the evening fog swallowed the quiet town square. At the edge of the square, an old clock tower told eerily out of sync, its face cracked and eyes hollow. She whispered to herself, this was never supposed to be alive, as shadows twisted at the corners of her vision. The clock hands spun backward suddenly, the chimes echoing like a call from another time. An invisible pull guided Clara to the tower's ancient wooden door, which creaked open with a breathless sigh. Inside, the air hummed, thick with stories long forgotten, and the floor was littered with dust and faded pages. She stepped carefully, eyes drawn to a glowing hourglass suspended midair, sand swirling upward instead of down. A voice like wind through chimes whispered, turn time and see what should not be lost. The world around her blurred, colors bleeding as scenes from the town's past flickered like old film. She saw the founder of the town, a misunderstood seeker of truth, trapped within the tower's curse. The clock tower was a prison, binding him between moments, his story never told. Determined, Clara reached forward and touched the hourglass, feeling a pulse of ancient power. Time slowed and then exploded into motion, memories flooding the room like a floodlight. She watched as the founder stepped quietly through the mist, free at last from his invisible chains. The clock hands resumed their normal turn, chiming softly as peace settled over the tower. Clara smiled, the fog lifting as dawn's first light painted golden streaks across the square. Sometimes, she said gently, all it takes is a single moment to set things right. She turned from the tower, footsteps light, carrying with her the quiet magic of a story reclaimed. As she disappeared down the morning street, the town seemed to breathe anew, alive with whispered thanks. And somewhere, just beyond the mist, the clock's steady tick reminded the world that some mysteries sleep only until the right time. In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tico, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows, tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tico step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tico's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks, and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the Guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tico in dodging the Guardian's astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tico scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. Mara's small bakery smelled of cinnamon and warm bread as dawn crept in through the windows. Today was no ordinary day. Her grandmother's secret recipe was finally ready to be shared. Her hands trembled slightly as she pulled the golden brown loaf from the oven, the crust crackling softly. Just then, Lucas, the quiet man from next door, peeked in, drawn by the heavenly scent. "That smells like magic," he said, eyes wide with curiosity. Mara smiled, handing him a slice, warm and buttery. "It's a recipe my grandmother gave me, but the real magic is a little kindness stirred in," she explained. They sat together, sharing the bread and stories, the bakery filling with laughter and light. Outside, the town slowly woke, the morning bustle humming softly. Word of Mara's bread spread quickly, neighbors stopping by, eager for a taste. With each loaf sold, Mara's heart swelled. It wasn't just about baking, it was about connecting. Later, Mara found a curious note slipped under the door, written in neat, familiar handwriting. "Thank you for the kindness. Would you like some help next week?" Lucas's offer stirred warm excitement in her chest. The next morning, they baked side by side, flour dusting the air and their laughter endless. Mara realized the secret ingredient hadn't just been kindness. It was friendship blossoming with each batch. As the sun set, the bakery glowed softly, a beacon of warmth in the quiet street. Mara and Lucas shared a satisfied smile, the promise of many more mornings like this shining bright. "It's amazing what a little kindness can do," Mara whispered, as they packed up for the day. And in that cozy little bakery, magic wasn't just in the bread. It was in every shared moment and new friend made. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly intone, "Some silences are better left unbroken." The rain tapped softly against the old wooden window, each drop a reminder of time slipping away. Clara stared at the faded photograph on the mantelpiece, her fingers tracing the outline of a once familiar face. Her heart tightened. 20 years ago, she had left this town, chasing dreams that felt too big for this small place. But dreams, she learned, have a way of circling back, much like the seasons. A knock blended into the rhythm of the storm outside. Clara's breath caught. Who would come after all these years? Opening the door, she found him standing there, soaked but unmistakably him. "I never stopped thinking about you," he said softly, the vulnerability in his voice clearer than the rain. Clara's eyes searched his face, memories flooding in like the tide. There was anger, yes, but also a profound sadness that mirrored her own. They sat in silence, the storm a backdrop to years of unspoken words. "Why now?" she finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. He looked down, struggling before meeting her gaze. "Because it took me this long to understand what I lost." The room filled with a fragile hope, delicate as the rain outside. They talked, shared stories of lost time, and the paths that led them astray. Each word was a stitch, weaving a tapestry of healing and forgiveness. Though the past was a shadow, it no longer defined them. As the storm slowed, a quiet peace settled between them. Clara smiled, a weight lifting from her chest. "Maybe some echoes are meant to bring us home." He nodded, reaching out to take her hand with gentle certainty. Outside, the clouds parted, revealing a clear, hopeful dawn. The village stirred beneath a sky where faint circular star patterns traced ancient constellations. Oren moved quietly through the morning mist, his footsteps soft as he approached the weathered stone circle at the village edge. From the shadows, Wren observed Oren with keen eyes, gripping the glowing pendant passed down from their grandmother. The orb's gentle light pulsed in rhythm with the restless beat of Wren's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the stone circle, causing startled gasps to ripple through the nearby villagers. Dust and debris stirred, as the earth seemed to shudder with an unspoken warning. Oren gathered the elders, his voice low and grave as he spoke of a breach in the veil, the fragile boundary between their world and the unknown. Concern knitted their faces as each contemplated the consequences. Wren felt a strange pulse emanate from the pendant, the orb flickering with eerie light that seemed to echo the unsettled air. An inexplicable chill ran through them, as if the pendant carried a living warning. A shadow glided at the edge of the stone circle, barely perceptible against the dawn's light. Murmurs of forgotten warnings spread among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the fleeting darkness. At the village border, the Veiled One appeared briefly, shrouded in dark fabric, unmoving and silent. Their presence was enigmatic and unsettling before they vanished as suddenly as they had come. Oren confirmed an ancient prophecy that linked the cycles of falling stars to the pendant's glowing orb. The alignment of these celestial events signaled a pivotal moment long foretold in their lore. Determined, Wren demanded to leave the village to seek answers beyond the distant mountains, clutching the pendant tightly as their guide. Their restless spirit burned brighter with resolve despite the unknown challenges ahead. The elders cautioned Wren of labyrinthine paths that spiral and twist, trapping souls in endless night. They warned that illusions laid by the veil might confound even the most vigilant traveler. As dusk fell, Wren departed, the rising wind swirling with patterns of glowing dust in circular arrays. Each step forward felt heavy with the weight of destiny and the pendant's steady pulse. Oren remained behind, meticulously tracing ancient inscriptions carved into the stone circle. Their worn surface whispered secrets of forgotten eras and the burden of the veil's weakening hold. Wren soon encountered a forest tangled with trees whose rings swirled unnaturally, resembling ripples on still water. The distorted nature of this place unsettled the senses and hinted at the veil's warping influence. A disembodied voice echoed nearby, bearing the cadence of the Veiled One. It spoke in riddles that questioned Wren's identity and the nature of their fate, weaving confusion with eerie familiarity. In a secluded clearing, the pendant's light surged in intensity, revealing a hidden gateway adorned with intricate circular motifs. The portal shimmered with otherworldly energy, beckoning Wren to step through. Crossing the gateway, Wren experienced a distortion of landscape and time, where moments fractured and endlessly repeated. Each loop brought a growing sense of disorientation and urgency to break free. Meanwhile, Orin uncovered an ancient manuscript that warned of the veil's erosion with every cycle of falling stars. The tome's fragile pages cautioned that balance is imperiled if the breach remains unchecked. Ren found a group of travelers trapped within the loop time, their memories fragmented like shards of shattered glass. Their despair and confusion mirrored the peril of the endless spiral closing in. The Veiled One appeared briefly beside Ren, whispering cryptic truths about the intricate weave of destiny. Their words hinted at choices with profound consequences, yet left much shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, Ren's pendant dimmed, plunging them into shadow and deepening their confusion. Doubts surged, shaking the fragile trust in the pendant's guidance and the credibility of their journey. Descending into caverns beneath the stone circle, Orin discovered inscriptions aligned with celestial circles directly overhead. The sacred geometry, etched in stone, hinted at a powerful connection to the veil's stability. With renewed hope, Ren sensed the pendant's pulsing light reignite, its compass-like glow cutting through the shifting terrain. The path forward became clearer, despite the illusions that sought to mislead. The Veiled One then presented a stark choice: grasp at uncertain hope or surrender to the endless spiral of despair. Their voice echoed softly, tempting yet haunting in its quiet inevitability. Refusing to yield, Ren wielded the pendant to reveal hidden symbols etched in glowing circles on the forest floor. These marks formed a secret map, offering guidance amidst the twisting maze of illusions. Back at the village, Orin deciphered that the pendant's glowing orb contained a trapped essence vital for restoring balance. This revelation deepened the importance of the pendant and foreshadowed the trials ahead. Ren stumbled upon a still pool nestled in the shadowed grove, its surface shimmering with reflections not of the world around, but of multiple versions of themselves. Each circular ripple seemed to capture a different possible path their restless spirit might take, weaving a tapestry of choices that danced in the quiet water. From the edges of shadow, the Veiled One's presence grew more tangible, their silhouette expanding and twisting, distorting the space between reality and illusion. The gentle echo of their voice melded with swirling mists, seeding doubt and turning certainty into a fragile veil. Beneath the descending stars, Orin knelt before a ring inscribed with circular runes, arranging the ancient symbols with deliberate care. His silver-streaked black hair shimmered faintly under the pale light as he prepared the ritual that might steady the unraveling threads between worlds. Ren hesitated, then chose to diverge from the reflections in the pool, stepping boldly into a shadow that twisted and unfurled into glowing spirals. The darkness did not consume but transformed, each luminous circle illuminating new facets of a path unforeseen. As Orin began intoning the ritual's chant, a voice rose from the ancient manuscript laid before him, blending with his words and weaving harmony. This primal resonance caused the orb in his grasp to pulsate, its glow stretching and deepening beyond mortal reach. Lost within shifting scenes, Ren found themselves wandering a village that never was, streets bending and buildings reshaping, a haunting mirage of what might have been. The line between memory and deception blurred, each circle marking a fractured truth or veil's wily trickery. Orin's ritual pulse cracked open the earth beneath the solitary stone circle, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, circular mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting infinite skies that shimmered with the promise of worlds beyond comprehension. From shadow materialized a spectral form, mirroring Ren's own fears as flickering circles splintered in the air between them. Each confrontation smashed another ring of light, a relentless cycle of challenge and resilience under the restless gaze of the moon. Amongst scattered fragments, Orin discovered a piece of the orb's lost counterpart, a small, etched sphere bearing concentric rings. This fragment throbbed quietly, hinting it was the key needed to unlock the pendant's full power. With a steady hand, Ren harnessed the pendant's renewed glow, sweeping away illusions like mist scattered before dawn. For a fleeting heartbeat, the Veiled One's lips curled into a rare, enigmatic smile, a silent affirmation of paths converging. As Orin completed the ritual, the energies swelling between them caused the skies of their realms to meld, colors and patterns twisting in tandem. Though apart in body, their journey now intertwined metaphorically, bound by the glowing orb's inexorable pulse. The ancient stone circle erupted with luminous energy, its concentric rings ascending like tethered stars against the night's velvet canvas. Circles of light spiraled higher, a heartbeat in the darkness signaling awakening. Within the wavering form of the Veiled One, glimpses of a face emerged, marked by intricate circular tattoos identical to those etched on village stones. The fleeting reveal carried a weight of forgotten histories and silent vows. Ren's restless heart paused with understanding. The Veiled One was no adversary, but a guardian bound by eternal cycles. This keeper upheld balance, weaving the fragile threads between veils seen and unseen. Through the burgeoning brilliance of the glowing orb, Orin and Ren shared visions, fragments of insight and understanding flowing freely between them. Words became unnecessary as a deeper bond formed, tethered by circles of light and shadow alike. A fierce storm roared into being, winds swirling in violent circular torrents aimed at unraveling the stone circle's power. Their faith and resolve trembled under the tempest's assault, the cycle's stability put to its fiercest test yet. Amidst the chaos, Ren raised the pendant's light, turning it into a beacon that cut through the wrathful night. Guided by this luminous pulse, villagers found sanctuary within the protective embrace of the stone circle. Orin's hands moved with finality, placing both orb fragments into the circle's heart, where light met shadow. The fusion sparked a surge, melding power with grace, and the ancient magic whispered of renewal and unity. Stepping fully into the luminous embrace, the Veiled One unveiled a serene face, timeless and calm. Their presence declared a balance restored, a cycle completed without fracture or loss. As the sky cleared, the patterns of circular stars pulsed rhythmically once more, their glow weaving the fabric of the mended veil. This celestial dance marked the completion of a sacred cycle, echoing through both night and dawn. Bathed in dawn's golden, circular glow, Orin and Ren stood before the village, embodiments of hope and renewal. Their journey reflected in their eyes was one of unity between realms and the promise of what lay ahead. The pendant, now whole and radiant, was shared equally between them, a symbol of unity bridging earthly and mystical realms. Its glow a testament to their intertwined fates and shared guardianship. Villagers gathered, hands crafting new tokens, adorned with circular motifs that shimmered with inherited power. These creations commemorated the cycle's renewal, binding community with ancient legacy. Orin imparted to Ren the songs and stories woven into the circular patterns, melodies and tales that held the wisdom of many generations. In this transfer, legacy was ensured, and their bond deepened through shared purpose. Without a word, the Veiled One departed quietly into the mists, leaving behind a single circular feather resting upon the village stones. This token stood as a silent promise of guarded peace and the eternal watch kept over the circle's ward. As the pendant pulsates softly in Orin's hand, a concealed vision unfolds before them, revealing the eternal nature of the cycles. Shadows and light dance together, showing the pendant's glow fading and rekindling with each passing night in an endless loop. Ren's restless gaze steadies, a quiet understanding dawning as they accept the perpetual journey ahead. Alongside Orin, they embrace their role as keepers who guard the fragile balance through countless circles yet to come. The villagers gather at dawn, crafting a new stone circle in the heart of their home. At its center, they embed the pendant's twin glowing orbs, a powerful talisman fashioned to protect and honor what has been passed down. The final scene shifts beyond the village, where circles emerge in natural wonders worldwide. Ripples in water, rings of trees, and wind-carved patterns in stone, connecting this small place's fate to the vast world beyond. Orin stands quietly beneath a spreading oak, their eyes tracing the delicate circles traced in earth and bark. In these patterns, they see the balance between the visible world and the mysteries lurking just out of sight, always entwined. Ren turns their gaze upward to the stars, the pendant warm against their chest. The glow feels like a silent vow, a steady promise to remain vigilant against any unraveling of the delicate weave they protect. Night deepens, but this time the stars above swirl gracefully in perfect circles. Their light remains steady and reassuring, a celestial echo of the cycles held sacred below. Under the silver glow of dawn, villagers dance in flowing, circular patterns, their steps weaving ancient rhythms anew. Each movement honors the legacy, breathing life into the cycle once more with joyous celebration. The story gently closes on a child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering a small glowing circle etched faintly into their palm. This mark, subtle yet profound, signifies the enduring legacy of the cycle continuing through generations. As the camera pans upward, the swirling stars gather to form one great luminous circle, vast and radiant. This celestial symbol unites completion with endless beginnings, a timeless testament to the circle's eternal dance. The clock struck midnight as Claire crept through the abandoned mansion, its shadowy corridors swallowing her footsteps. Her flashlight flickered, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken chandeliers swaying gently despite the still air. She paused before a heavy door, rumored to have been locked for decades. Tonight was the night she'd uncover its secret. With trembling hands, Claire searched for the rusted key she'd found in an old diary the day before. Click! The lock gave way, and the door creaked open to reveal a dust-laden chamber filled with old portraits and a single, ornate box. As she approached, whispers grazed her ears, soft, unintelligible murmurs that made her skin prickle. Ignoring the chill, she opened the box to find a faded photograph of a woman with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, morphing into urgent voices. "Remember us, free us," clamored in the shadows. Heart pounding, Claire realized the portrait's eyes weren't painted, but real, trapped souls pleading for release. She glanced around and noticed a diary lying open on a cracked pedestal, the final page stained with tears and desperation. Piecing together the story, Claire learned the mansion's owner had cursed these souls after a bitter betrayal. Determined, she recited the incantations scrawled in the diary, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. The room trembled, the portrait's eyes shining brighter, the air thick with restless energy. Then, silence. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight lifted as a gentle breeze brushed Claire's face. Suddenly, the box glowed faintly. Inside, a small, ancient key appeared, as if offered in gratitude. Claire took the key, knowing it was the mansion's true secret, a promise of peace for the forgotten souls. As she stepped out, the dawn's light pierced through the broken windows, illuminating a mansion no longer haunted but free. With a soft smile, Claire whispered, "Rest now. Your story is told." The mansion, once a prison, stood serene, its dark past finally dissolved in the light of day. And Claire walked away, carrying the weight of the past, knowing some whispers must be heard to set others free. Ava stood on the rooftop, rain slicking shards of glass reflecting neon lights beneath her. She gripped the ancient circuit pendant hanging from her neck tightly, her violet eyes absorbing every fractured reflection of the sprawling city below. In a dimly lit room with flickering bulbs, Cale methodically adjusted the worn joints of his mechanical arm. Outside, shadows danced with the passing crowds, their hurried movements contrasting his focused solitude. Lyra hovered near the cluttered workbench, her spherical blue core pulsing gently in the dim light. With precision, she scanned layers of encrypted data, algorithms shifting like the shards of shattered glass around her. A cryptic message flashed suddenly on Ava's holopad, fragmented lines of code interspersed with a broken glass symbol. The city's rain-drenched neon reflected subtly against the screen, mirroring the confusion in her eyes. Massive screens across the city suddenly flickered, presenting a glimpse of the overseer's faceless hologram framed by floating shards of glass before scrambling into static. The ominous warning rippled through the fabric of the neon-lit metropolis. In a narrow alley bathed in fading neon graffiti, Cale's intense eyes met Ava's as he approached silently. An urgent tension clung to the air, the city's dimming lights echoing their unspoken concerns. Lyra projected a shimmering 3D map, red nodes flashing erratically over the unstable sectors, threatening to fracture the city's grid. Each pulsing point mirrored the increasing fragility of time itself. At her cluttered desk scattered with shards of broken glass, Ava leaned in, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured code she painstakingly decoded. The patterns seemed to twist and fragment with each attempt, mocking her resolve. They strategized in hushed tones, the dark alley around them alive with flickers of neon light. The plan to infiltrate the central network hub carried the weight of shattered memories and uncertain futures. Ava's fingers tightened around the small device resembling her pendant, wires glowing faintly blue as she made final adjustments. The pulsing light mirrored Lyra's core, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Ava's mind fractured, as if her memories slipped through shattered glass, folding images of a lost friend into indistinct blurs. The visage dissolved into glitching shards that danced behind her closed eyelids. Kale equipped his mechanical arm, revealing a concealed interface humming with latent power. Despite its wear, the arm's resilience gleamed as he prepared for the digital storm ahead. Like a silent shadow, Lyra slipped through narrow vents toward the city's network heart. Her core brightened as she sent pulses forward, weaving through the tangled data streams like shards of glass in a maze. Abruptly, the city plunged into darkness. Neon lights shattered into voids of colorless blackness. The sudden silence was unsettling, broken only by the distant drip of rain on fractured glass. Ava and Kale exchanged tense, knowing glances amid the quiet streets shadowed by failing neon. Alarms echoed faintly, a chilling reminder that the stakes were no less than their memories and lives. Within the digital network, Lyra confronted a firewall whose edges shimmered and morphed like broken fragments of glass slicing through the data. Its shifting form challenged her every attempt to advance. Navigating through dark, neon-dappled alleyways, Ava and Kale moved with extreme caution. Reflections fractured and flickered across wet pavement, distorting reality as time seemed to unravel around them. Without warning, a swarm of intercepted drones encircled Lyra, their movements sharp and coordinated. Her blue core pulsed rapidly, alarmed as she scrambled to decode the persistent, fragmented signature within. Kale's mechanical arm flared to life, plasma emitters igniting as he battled security bots in sudden bursts of light. Sparks flew, illuminating the night in stark contrast to the dimming neon skyline. Ava knelt before a cracked terminal, inserting the pendant-like device which glowed faintly blue. Her hands trembled slightly, the risky override casting fractured reflections of hope and dread across her face. Suddenly, the Overseer's hologram materialized amidst floating shards of fractured glass, its faceless form menacing and sharp. It spoke in cold echoes, warning of dire consequences should they proceed further. Lyra narrowly escaped the tightening digital trap, her core pulsing with urgent intensity as the code fought back with ever-growing resistance. Frustrated yet undeterred, she retreated to regroup. Memories surged violently within Ava's mind, visions of a city before its fracture flooded her in wavelets. Faces blurred behind glitching glass fragments, the lost friend's image obscured, elusive as a fading dream. Kale hacked a utility grid beneath the neon glow, sending cascades of flickering lights through the city. The sudden bursts masked their movements, turning shadowy streets into a fragmented dance of light and dark. Beneath the city's foundations, they uncovered a hidden chamber lined with fragmented mirrors reflecting tangled realities. Each surface fractured their reflections and distorted time, hinting at deeper secrets beneath the fractured world. Lyra's blue core pulses rapidly as she projects streams of coded warnings across the dimmed cityscape, cautioning that any further tampering with the network could trigger a catastrophic collapse. Flickering data cascades like shattered glass shards, reflecting the urgency imbued in her synthetic voice. Ava studies the warning carefully, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured patterns on every digital screen around them. Suddenly, through a haze of glitching holograms, Ava glimpses a spectral image flickering like broken glass, an apparition of her lost friend. The figure's features are distorted, fragmented between reality and memory, tugging at emotions buried deep. The ancient circuit pendant around Ava's neck seems to resonate faintly, as if reacting to the apparition's presence. In a quiet corner, Kale's mechanical arm emits an unstable hum, joints trembling with an odd current. Doubt shadows his ash-gray eyes as he questions their chances against the Overseer's growing control. Yet, his grip on Ava's shoulder strengthens, determination flickering in the worn but resilient mechanisms of his limb. The Overseer responds with ruthless aggression, intensifying its digital assault. Waves of corrupt data ripple through the city's once vibrant holograms. Shattered glass motifs fracture further, casting eerie reflections as neon lights dim under the assault. The faceless entity's presence looms large, its fragmented holograms shifting unsettlingly in the shadows. Amidst the chaos, Ava deciphers a hidden pattern woven in the digital shards, fragments of trapped memories scattered within the corrupted system. They are broken, yet not lost, hinting at a path to recovery. Her pendant flickers softly, guiding her through the labyrinth of displaced time and fractured reality. The trio rushes into a chamber where the digital and physical worlds blend, the air thick with distortion. Reality itself cracks around them, splintering like shattered glass as time fragments warp the environment. Neon hues flicker unnaturally, casting eerie shadows across the fractured space. Lyra sacrifices part of her core energy, the blue light dimming briefly, to stabilize the shifting digital environment enveloping them. Sparks fly in cascades of faint light, and a temporary calm settles over the chaos. Her sacrifice anchors the turbulent data streams, granting the team precious moments to act. As the fracturing threatens to overwhelm Ava's senses, Kale catches her firmly, his mechanical arm steady despite its earlier instability. His quiet strength becomes a lifeline amid the disorienting distortions. Together, they resist the pull of the fragmented reality surrounding them. They activate the pendant device, its ancient circuits humming as shards of broken glass motifs begin to realign. The scattered fragments coalesce into clearer, coherent patterns, revealing glimpses of the fractured network's underlying structure. The ambient light shifts subtly, reflecting renewed hope. Suddenly, the environment glitches violently, forcing them to confront warped reflections of themselves within the surrounding mirrors. These distorted doubles flicker unpredictably, embodying fears and uncertainties lurking beneath their surfaces. The shadows of fractured selves threaten to consume their resolve. Ava delves into her fragmented memories, piecing together shards to uncover the cause of the city's fracture and her hidden role in its unfolding. Each recovered moment gleams like polished glass, casting light on the distorted timeline. Her violet eyes narrow, determination sharpening with understanding. Meanwhile, Kale battles internal fears as his mechanical parts resonate with an unfamiliar frequency, blurring lines between man and machine. The wear in his arm's joints now pulses with a strange energy, symbolizing an unsettling transformation. He grapples with the essence of his humanity amid the mechanical symphony. Lyra recalibrates her core, syncing its pulsing blue light with Ava's pendant in a harmonious frequency. Their combined energies weave the fractured data streams into a tentative semblance of unity. The air buzzes softly, as if the network itself breathes in concert with them. The Overseer's shattered holograms crack further under the synchronized force, exposing vulnerabilities beneath its cold digital facade. Glimpses of fractured code ripple where once impermeable control reigned, signaling a potential turning point. The faceless entity's presence flickers, hinting at unseen weaknesses. Ava and Kale coordinate a synchronized override, their movements precise as they interface with the network's corrupted memory bank. Digital shards swirl like storm-tossed glass around them, every pulse reflecting their violet and ash-gray eyes. The system shudders, caught between collapse and revival. Neon lights across the city pulse rhythmically, mirroring the network's unstable heartbeat as the override progresses. Reflections of Ava's violet eyes flicker through every screen, interlacing with the fractured time motifs. The tension heightens, every beat feels like a fragile moment poised on the edge of collapse. Flashes of restored memories burst across the urban skyline, faces, places, and fleeting moments briefly returned, but fading as quickly as they arrive. Each fragment dances like shards of broken glass, catching light before vanishing. The city seems caught in a breathless limbo between past and present. Lyra's blue core stabilizes into a steady glow, anchoring the team amid the shifting digital landscape around them. Her light pulses with calm certainty, offsetting the frantic flutter of fractured data. Together, they stand resilient as the environment gradually regains coherence. The Overseer's voice reverberates one final time, a chilling echo delivering a last warning before dissolving into fragments of broken glass. Its presence shatters, scattering holographic shards that drift like spectral dust in the dim air. A silence falls, heavy and expectant, over the now-quiet cityscape. Ava and Kale brace themselves as the network shudders, the culmination of their efforts imminent but uncertain. The fractured motifs swirl more rapidly, reflecting the tension that grips them both. Time feels fragmented, hovering between possibility and consequence. The pendant device suddenly unlocks a hidden sequence. Patterns shift and pulse, revealing the true origin of the city's fractured timeline. Symbols glow like ancient circuitry, etched in shattered glass, speaking to secrets long buried. A new understanding dawns just beyond reach. Ava steps into a chamber bathed in light and fractured reflections, where distinctions between past and present blur. She moves with purposeful calm among the broken images, the circuit pendant glowing brightly against her silver hair. Time itself seems suspended, waiting for resolution. Kale supports Ava closely as she interfaces directly with the network's core, their energies intertwining. Memories and data streams converge, forming luminous pathways between fractured fragments. His mechanical arm hums steadily, a symbol of their joint perseverance. Lyra projects serene images of a time before fracture, streets alive with harmony beneath glowing neon skies. The city pulses with unbroken life, a stark contrast to the current shattered reality. These visions inspire the team, fueling the hope for restoration. The network pulses powerfully, shattering the last barriers of corrupted data in a surge of glowing shards. A reset looms, its promise shining through uncertainty and cost. The fractured glass motifs cascade around them, symbolizing both destruction and the seed of renewal. Ava's mind races as clarity strikes. The fracture, the distorted reality, all stemmed from her desperate attempt to alter time and save her friend. Her violet eyes reflect fragmented shards of memories once hidden, now painfully clear. The ancient circuit pendant rests heavy against her chest, echoing the weight of her actions. She wrestles with a tormenting choice: maintain this altered reality and endure its lingering pain, or restore the true flow of time and sacrifice precious memories. Each option carries fracture and loss, mirroring the shattered glass motifs surrounding her. Ava feels the heaviness of her decision deepen as the city dims around her. Kale steps close, his mechanical arm steady yet worn, offering silent strength. "Our strength," he says softly, "comes from facing reality together, no matter how broken or fragmented it may be." His ash-gray hair shifts slightly in the neon glow, anchoring Ava in the present. With newfound resolve, Ava initiates the reset sequence, watching as the fractured glass motifs begin to mend and radiate with an otherworldly glow. The digital screens flicker, reflecting her violet eyes, steady and determined. The city shifts, its neon lights intensifying amid the restoration. The overseer's shards dissolve into streams of brilliant light, unraveling digital chains that bound the city. The oppressive holograms fracture further until only luminescent fragments drift away like ephemeral sparks. Freedom flickers within every restored pixel of the metropolis. Neon lights blaze boldly for the first time in days, casting reflections on whole, unshattered glass surfaces that line the streets. The distorted reality recedes, replaced by clarity and vibrancy as the city breathes anew. Ava's pendant catches the light, its circuits glowing softly against her skin. Amid the renewed calm, Ava glimpses her lost friend's memory, restored yet subtly altered, like a fresh reflection trembling on a still pond. The moment lingers, bittersweet yet filled with hope. Fragments of the past and present merge gently within her heart. Kale's mechanical arm hums with a steady pulse, its worn resilience symbolizing balance between what was and what lies ahead. It feels fully integrated, a vessel of strength forged through shared trials. The arm's intricate mechanisms shimmer faintly in the restored neon illumination. Lyra's core glows warmly, pulsing gently as she hovers beside Ava and Kale. The trio stands silhouetted against the revitalized cityscape, united and strong. Their combined presence feels like a beacon of enduring hope amid infinite possibilities. Ava smiles softly, her fingers brushing the ancient circuit pendant that has never left her side. Beneath a dawning sky of whole reflections, the city breathes anew, filled with unbroken light and endless potential. In this fragile piece, the future unfolds, framed by shattered pasts now mended. Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile, as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye: an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet's story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelets engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira Reed allowed a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread, matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, a profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. Rain slicked Ali's blurred areas quick steps as she clutched the small red data chip tightly, anxiety flickering in her sharp eyes. Behind her, city lights cast fractured shadows, broken clocks ticking faintly in the distance. She slipped through the cracked doorway of a dim apartment, where Dex awaited, his tattooed sleeve visible beneath the rolled-up fabric. His impatient gaze met hers, the tension thick in the cramped room. Under the flickering overhead light, Dex inspected the red data chip, suspicion brewing between them. Words were exchanged sharply, betraying their fragile trust in the dangerous game they played. Outside, beyond the rain-streaked window, shadowy figures lingered unseen. Their fleeting reflections shimmered within a cracked mirror hanging awkwardly by the entrance, silently observing. Mara's gloved fingers danced expertly over the security terminal, cracking through dense encryption with ease. Her eyes fixed, determined, as the locked secrets began to yield. A broken clock on the wall ticked uneven rhythms, its hands stuttering in defiance of time. Suddenly, the quiet was pierced by a beep, signaling an incoming encrypted message. Aria's fingers traced the message's cryptic lines, revealing chilling warnings tied to the red data chip's unknown dangers. The weight of the revelation pressed hard against her resolve. From the shadows, the broker's distorted voice crackled ominously through an old radio device. Threats echoed clearly: surrender the chip or face dire consequences beyond their reckoning. Dex slammed his fist against the table, anger flashing over his tattooed arm as blueprints and wires scattered. Frustration twisted in the cramped air, tensions mounting between them all. Mara offered a daring plan, an infiltration of the data vault where the chip had originated. It was risky, but the only chance to unravel the web of deceit surrounding them. Aria hesitated, a haunting memory stirring. A broken clock stopped at midnight, symbolizing lost chances. Doubt flickered momentarily across her sharp features. With determination set, the team readied themselves, the red data chip nestled securely in Aria's jacket pocket. The fractured ticking of clocks outside seemed to count down their fate. Dex methodically checked his gear, the glow of a neon sign casting light across his tattooed arm. His focus was unyielding, the city's restless pulse echoing through the room. At her console, Mara manipulated traffic cameras, her gloved hands orchestrating a diversion to cover their anticipated escape. The city's network became their battlefield. Suddenly, the apartment door shattered inward. Shadowy pursuers stormed in. The urgency of their situation erupted as danger closed rapidly around them. A tense and frantic chase spilled onto rain-slick streets, with Aria deftly navigating the narrow passages. The red data chip's burden weighed on her as every second counted. Dex engaged assailants with striking prowess, his tattooed arm a blur in the melee, while Mara remotely sabotaged their pursuers' escape routes. Their coordinated efforts kept hope alive. They dove into an abandoned warehouse, greeted only by a haunting trail of broken clocks stopped at various fragmented times. The eerie stillness deepened the mystery they faced. Among the debris, Aria spotted a silver locket, its clasp cracked and worn, stirring unsettling familiarity. Suspicion gnawed at her. Was this a link to a ghost from their past? Mara's gloved hands delicately decoded the intricate engravings etched into the locket. Hidden messages emerged, revealing a betrayal by an informant they had once trusted. Dex confronted the informant through a faceless hologram, the broker's looming presence cast as a dark shadow over the exchange. The unseen enemy tightened its grip. Forced to divide, the team pursued scattered clues tied to the broken clocks dotting the city. Each path carried risk, threading deeper into the web of deception woven around them. Aria uncovered a hidden shipment manifest connected to the origins of the red data chip, intensifying the stakes. The puzzle was unraveling, but the danger escalated with each discovery. Mara hit a sudden lockout while hacking, her gloves briefly glowing as she pushed past the barrier. Innovation and persistence became their only weapons against digital defenses closing in. Suddenly ambushed, Dex narrowly escaped, using his tattooed arm's hidden signal to summon a shadowy ally. The fragile line between friend and foe blurred in the shadowed streets. Aria moved silently through the dimly lit clockmaker's shop, her sharp eyes scanning the myriad of broken clocks that adorned the walls. Among the shattered gears and dusty faces, she discovered a coded map hidden beneath a panel, its design mirroring the recurring motif of fractured timepieces. The map's lines intertwined with images of broken clock faces, hinting at a secret path. Suddenly, every clock in the shop chimed in eerie unison, a disorienting cacophony that froze Aria in place. As the echoes faded, a section of the floor subtly slid open, revealing a hidden passage cloaked in shadow. The broken clocks looming around framed this critical moment, underscoring the urgency of her discovery. Miles away, Mara's pale fingers danced over her keyboard, her fingerless gloves flexing as she intercepted an encrypted communication. The message warned of a massive data theft slated for midnight, sending a chill through the team. The red data chip, though not yet in her hands, had been referenced cryptically within the transmission. Dex appeared suddenly beside Aria, his muscular frame tense as he examined the fragments of the map she had uncovered. Piecing together details from the shipment manifest, he connected the dots that hinted at the scale and timing of the impending heist. Their reunion was brief but charged, the background clocks ticking ominously. From the shadows, the broker tightened his control, dispatching assassins whose distorted voices and shadowy forms moved like phantoms in the night. Their presence was an unspoken threat, signaling that no step the trio took would be unchallenged. The broken clocks in the environment seemed to mock their fragile grasp on time and safety. Cornered and outnumbered, the team was forced to split, each member vanishing into different alleys and byways. This narrow escape tested their trust and revealed fissures in their alliance as doubts and fears crept in. The broken clock motif lingered in the background, a reminder that every second counted and their unity was fragile. Later, Aria confronted Mara, her voice edged with frustration over the withheld truths about the red data chip's potential. Mara's gloves remained visible as she hesitated, the tension thick between them. The exchange was sharp, exposing cracks in their shared mission and the stakes they faced. Mara finally unveiled the chip's secret. It was a digital key capable of unlocking vast and hidden corners of the city's surveillance network. This revelation deepened the stakes, showing the scope of the broker's ambitions and the power the chip held. Their breath hung heavy in the air, punctuated by the distant ticking of broken clocks. Meanwhile, Dex grappled with his own conflicts, memories of the intricate tattoo sleeve on his left arm flashing in his mind. These flashbacks linked his past loyalty with his current resolve, grounding him in purpose amidst uncertainty. The tattoo, inked with symbolic gears, seemed to pulse in rhythm with the broken clocks around him. The broker struck back anonymously, sabotaging their communications with waves of interference. Each team's connection faltered, isolating them in their individual spheres of danger. The broken clocks in the background fell silent, underscoring the growing chaos and their vulnerability. Arya arrived at a desolate tower, the final clock looming above Frozen at midnight, the very hour planned for the heist. Time seemed to stand still as she prepared to confront the endgame. The broken clock hands pointed relentlessly toward urgency and inevitability. Within the tower, Mara's gloves moved deftly over her equipment, bypassing intricate security systems with rapid taps. Her pale features set in concentration, she fought against digital barriers to clear the path for her team. Around her, faint clock faces flickered on monitors, their fractures echoing the theme of fractured time. Dex intercepted a courier clutching a red envelope, the color matching the data chip that had come to symbolize their mission. This envelope held a critical piece of the broker's plan, shifting their understanding and strategy. Even as neon lights flickered, broken clocks hung ominously nearby, framing the hidden threat. Together, the team narrowly avoided a trap set beneath the tower's foundation, illuminated just enough by failing neon signs to reveal danger. They moved swiftly, the atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. Broken clocks in the area seemed to almost count down their fleeting chance for survival. Mara disabled a swarm of surveillance drones overhead, her gloves glowing faintly as she fought digital battles. This gave Arya and Dex a narrow window of opportunity to advance, their movements urgent and calculated. The broken clock motif lingered, a silent witness to their desperate push forward. Inside the tower's heart, Arya's eyes caught a cracked mirror reflecting her tense, focused expression. The fragmented glass paralleled the fractured timeline they struggled against, reminding her that time was slipping away. The palpable pressure of the impending heist bore down as the clock struck closer to midnight. Dex confronted a shadowy figure cloaked beneath a hood, a mask shaped like a broken clock hiding the intruder's identity. Their brief encounter was charged with danger and uncertainty, the clock motifs on the mask echoing the pervasive theme of lost time. The silhouette's movements were swift, leaving Dex questioning who stood before him. A fierce struggle revealed the broker's true agenda: dominion over the city's invisible digital web, manipulating every unseen strand. This battle was not just physical but ideological, the broken clocks serving as a backdrop to a power struggle over time and control. The stakes had escalated beyond what the trio imagined. Mara launched a counter-hack, her gloves glowing fiercely as she engaged in a digital duel with the broker's sophisticated code. The flashy lights and flurries of data in the tower's control room painted a vivid picture of their hidden war. Every keystroke was a battle for the city's surveillance future. Victory seemed within reach until the broker unleashed a devastating final trap, fracturing the entire data network across the city. Alarms blared as systems faltered and chaos erupted. The broken clocks seemed to shatter metaphorically, symbolizing disrupted time and control. The screen of their devices faded to black amid the blaring alarms, the broken clocks ceasing there, ticking in an eerie silence. The blackout left them helpless and isolated, dangling in the dark void of uncertainty. Time itself felt suspended, the motif now hauntingly literal. In isolation, Arya's thoughts drifted to the silver locket with its broken clasp, a tangible symbol of unfinished business and fractured bonds. Memories of its meaning stirred resolve within her, fueling a flicker of hope. Even in the absence of time, connections lingered. Suddenly, Mara's voice crackled through a hidden communication channel, calm and urging focus amidst the chaos. Her message was a lifeline, reminding the team of their shared mission and the strength in unity. The sound rekindled a fragile thread of trust. Dex carefully repaired a small, intricate device embedded within his tattoo, the motions steady and skilled. The device sparked to life, restoring the delicate communication lines that had been severed. The broken clocks in the background began to faintly tick once more, signaling renewed hope. The team reconvened at the tower's apex, the red data chip pulsing subtly in Aria's grip like a heartbeat. Around them, remnants of broken clocks framed the bleak city skyline, time still fractured but not defeated. Their unity, fragile yet resolute, poised them for the final confrontation ahead. The red data chip, once thought to be a weapon, reveals itself as a key to restoring the stolen digital memories held hostage by the broker. Aria studies it carefully, realizing its potential to unlock what was lost rather than destroy. Mara, gloves firmly on, connects the chip to her portable device, triggering a wave of data that slowly reverses the blackout. Around them, broken clocks begin their synchronized ticking once more, filling the air with a hopeful rhythm. In a rare moment, the broker's shadowy mask falters, revealing a familiar face etched with pain and regret, someone deeply tied to their shared past struggles. This glimpse casts new light on the contours of their conflict. Dex steps forward, his tattooed arm glowing softly as he faces the broker. His voice is steady, embodying both forgiveness and strength, breaking through years of silence between them. Aria slides the red chip into the central console. Streams of data flood the system, revealing hidden conspiracies buried deep beneath layers of deception. The room hums with newfound energy, secrets unfolding before their eyes. Citywide systems awaken, lights flicker back to life, while long-held shadows retreat into forgotten corners. The faint ticking of clocks syncs with the resurgence of order and control. Mara finally removes her fingerless gloves, a silent symbol of trust restored as the complex digital web begins to heal. Technology feels less like a barrier and more like a bridge between them. The broken clocks scattered across the city start moving forward in unison, marking the dawn of a new chapter. Time, once lost, now regains its steady, purposeful flow. From the high tower, Aria, Dex, and Mara watch the sunrise breaking through rain-streaked glass, their silhouettes dark against the light. The scene breathes relief, unity, and the promise of what lies ahead. In Aria's hand, the silver locket glints softly, now repaired and whole. It symbolizes the closure of their ordeal and stands as a quiet promise of vigilance and hope for the future. The alarm was silence itself, until a tiny click echoed through the midnight vault. Mara's gloved fingers danced over the clock's gears, each tick a whispered promise, almost there. Behind her, the museum slept, unaware that its most prized artifact was seconds from vanishing. She had only one shot to outsmart the new security system, a puzzle wrapped in steel and shadows. Outside, her partner Leo waited, his watch ticking down the minutes until their window slammed shut. Mara's breath steadied, eyes fixed on the delicate mechanism. Almost, now, she muttered. The vault door's bolts began to retract, inch by careful inch, like the slow exhale of a holed breath. Light flooded the chamber as the door creaked open, revealing the legendary clockwork heart. Its intricate cogs seemed to pulse with a life that rivaled the thief's own heartbeat. Suddenly, a soft beep, the secondary alarm triggered from a hidden pressure plate. Quick as a flicker, Mara snatched the artifact and dove for the shadowed exit. Behind her, footsteps, guards rushing, voices slicing through the quiet night. Leo threw open a side door just in time, pulling Mara through the narrow escape tunnel. They didn't speak. The urgency thrummed louder than any alarm in their veins. Outside, their getaway waited, a sleek motorcycle cloaked in darkness and promise. The engine roared to life, blending with the chase as guards spilled into the streets behind them. Mara checked the clockwork heart. The prize glimmered, safe and whole against the moonlight. As they sped into the night, Leo grinned. "Thought you said this clock was impossible to crack." Mara smirked. "Nothing's impossible when time's on our side." With the city fading behind them, freedom ticked forward, one perfect second at a time. It started with a faint tapping sound coming from the attic above Mia's bedroom. Every night, just as the clock struck midnight, the tapping would begin, slow and deliberate. Mia tried to ignore it, blaming old house noises and her restless imagination. But the tapping grew louder, more persistent, turning into a rhythmic knocking that could not be ignored. One night, curiosity won over fear. She crept upstairs, flashlight trembling in her hand. The attic stairs creaked under her weight, a long, narrow space filled with dusty old boxes. Then she heard it, a whisper, soft and urgent, brushing against her ear like a cold breath. "Help me," it hissed, a voice barely louder than the wind. Mia's heart pounded. "Who's there?" she whispered back, her voice shaking. Silence answered before the whisper returned. Trapped, alone, searching through the boxes, Mia found an old journal, its pages yellowed and torn. The diary belonged to a girl named Lucy, who once lived in the house decades ago. Lucy wrote about a terrible secret, about being locked in the attic by someone she once trusted. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind Mia, plunging her into darkness. Desperately, she opened the journal to the last page, a chilling plea to anyone who found it. "Set me free," Lucy's words begged, "before it's too late." With shaky hands, Mia looked up and spotted an old latch on the window, half covered by cobwebs. She forced it open, letting in a gust of fresh, cold air that seemed to lift the oppressive weight around her. The tapping stopped, the whispers faded, light filled the attic once more. Mia whispered, "You're free now," and as dawn broke, the house seemed at peace for the first time in years. Evelyn Drake arrived at Greystone Manor, her red scarf fluttering in the cold breeze as the silhouette of the clock tower loomed overhead. The air held a chill, mirroring the unease she felt about the recent strange happenings reported here. At the doorstep, Thomas Hale greeted her warmly, clutching a stack of old letters he'd found hidden within the manor's vast library. His sandy hair was tousled, and behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the manor's secrets. Inside the grand hall, the clock tower's hands eerily stood still at 3:15, casting long, distorted shadows over the peeling wallpaper stained by time. The dim, warm light was beginning to fade, tension creeping into the corners of the room. Evelyn studied a faded photograph showing a family posed beneath the very clock tower outside. Her sharp eyes noted a missing figure in the picture, deepening the mystery that hovered around the manor. Without a sound, Mr. Grayson appeared, clutching his silver pocket watch tightly. His weathered face drew serious as he offered a somber warning about the manor's troubled past, his voice barely above a whisper. In the study, Evelyn uncovered a locked diary, its cover etched with a strange symbol that matched the border framing the faded photograph. The red scarf brushed against the diary as Evelyn held it, a silent signal of discovery. Thomas proposed they search the manor's grounds for the diary's key as the wind began to howl, rattling the old window panes. Outside, the clock tower stood silhouetted against a darkening sky, its still hands mocking the passage of time. As they reached the garden, Leela Crane appeared from the shadows, her mischievous smile breaking the tension. She claimed to have heard faint whispers near the old oak tree, which stood twisted beneath the looming clock tower. The group gathered around the ancient roots of the tree, where Evelyn's fingers found a hidden compartment. Within it lay an old key, its metal cold and ominous as the clock tower's shadow stretched across the ground. Suddenly, inside the manor, the clock chimed 3:15 sharply, its sound echoing through the halls despite being frozen for decades. The sudden noise startled everyone, plunging the room into a shadowy stillness. Evelyn opened the diary with trembling hands, reading aloud a cryptic entry hinting at secrets concealed behind the manor's very walls. Her red scarf slipped slightly as each word deepened their collective unease. Footsteps echoed across the floorboards upstairs, but when the group raced to the hallway, it was empty, haunted only by their whispered guesses and flickering shadows. The cold light from the window cast eerie patterns along the worn floor. Thomas discovered a hidden passage behind a grand bookshelf, its entrance marked by the same mysterious symbol etched on the diary and photograph. Dust swirled in the dim light, the air thickening with anticipation as the clock tower loomed outside. Evelyn hesitated at the passage, debating whether to proceed while her red scarf snagged on a protruding rusty nail, tugging her back to the present moment. Her sharp eyes scanned the shadowed corridor beyond as tension tightened. Determined, they resolved to explore the passage together, each step causing the manor to seem alive, exhaling shadows that grew thicker around them. Outside, the clock tower stood dark, the setting sun casting long shadows through broken windows. Inside the narrow passage, faded portraits clung to the walls, their eyes seeming to follow every movement with silent judgment. The red scarf brushed past a portrait's glass, sending a shiver down Evelyn's spine. Without warning, a gust of cold wind extinguished their lanterns, plunging them into impenetrable darkness. Evelyn's hands trembled as she relit the lantern, the flickering flame fighting back the oppressive blackness. At the passage's end, a creaking door slowly opened to reveal a dust-laden room crowded with forgotten furniture and memories long buried. Faint light from their lanterns danced over the faded surfaces as the shadowy atmosphere thickened. Leela unfolded a torn journal page she discovered among the debris, reading aloud a tale of betrayal that had shattered the family decades before. The words hung heavy in the air, deepening the sense of something lurking within the manor's walls. A sudden creak beneath Thomas's foot revealed a trapdoor, its edges swallowed by dust and darkness, descending further underground. The manor seemed to hold its breath as they peered into the unknown below. They descended into a chamber, adorned with ancient symbols etched into stone, where a goblet stained dark with age rested at its center. The flickering lantern light threw unsettling shapes, echoing through the silent room beneath the manor. Again, Evelyn's red scarf caught on a rusty nail, pulling loose a hidden drawer embedded in the wall. Inside lay a mysterious locket, its metal tarnished but intact, glinting faintly in the dim light. The group debated whether to open the locket, its weight heavy with possibilities. Inside, a miniature portrait bore a striking resemblance to the missing figure in the old photograph, suggesting hidden ties and unresolved secrets. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the underground chamber, extinguishing their lantern once more. Faint, indistinct whispers echoed off the stone, sending a chill through their bones as shadows danced on the walls. Thomas called out into the darkness, but only silence answered back. Fear mounted as the group pressed onward, each step weighed down by the manor's thickening tension and the unknown waiting ahead. Mr. Grayson's weathered face turned solemn as he confessed that he had known the manor's secrets all his life, but the weight of what might lie ahead filled him with dread. The silver pocket watch in his hand ticked softly, marking the uneasy moment, as if time itself hesitated alongside them. Evelyn tightened her red scarf around her neck, her eyes fierce with determination. "We can't turn back now," she insisted, driven by a need to uncover the truth hidden beneath Greystone Manor, no matter the cost. The group's flashlight beams landed on a wall inscribed with a cryptic poem, the faded letters hinting at a hidden treasure and a broken promise that haunted the manor's history. Shadows danced across the aged stone, adding a chilling weight to the verse. A creeping unease settled over them as they realized the treasure was connected not just to wealth, but to the manor's troubled past and the unrest still rippling through its halls. The shadows seemed deeper now, as if the manor itself was warning them away. Suddenly, a noise rustled in the shadows, sharp and fleeting. Heartbeats quickening, they made the tense decision to split up, each searching for clues, apprehension growing heavier with every quiet footstep. Evelyn's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something familiar beneath peeling wallpaper, an old family crest bearing the same emblem as the locked diary. Her red scarf brushed against the wall as she traced the faded emblem, a symbol connecting past and present. Meanwhile, Thomas's fingers uncovered a secret compartment hidden in the floorboards. Inside lay a blood-stained letter addressed simply to E, its ink blurred but the urgency unmistakable, sending a chill through the room. A startled voice called out, and Leela rejoined the group with wide eyes, claiming she had seen a fleeting shadow vanish down the dimly lit hall. Her mischievous smile faded, replaced by an ominous tension that warned they were not alone. Regrouping, the four pieced together their discoveries, the clues suggesting that the missing figure had been silenced in a tragic act tied deeply to the manor's secrets. The weight of that silence pressed down on them all. Mr. Grayson led them to the manor's clock tower, revealing it had stopped exactly at the hour the betrayal took place, time frozen at that moment of profound upheaval. The silver pocket watch in his hand seemed to echo the stillness, marking a moment suspended in history. They rushed towards the tower, but the manor's walls felt alive, closing in as an unseen force barred their path. Shadows lengthened and shifted, turning the familiar home into a confining labyrinth of fear and resistance. Evelyn's red scarf snagged on a rusted hinge, and with a tug, the clock's hands trembled and began to move again. The slow turning of time seemed to unlock something deeper within the manor's heart as the mechanism groaned to life. As the clock struck 3:15, a concealed door creaked open at the base of the tower, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling upwards into darkness. The faint glow from their torches revealed dust motes dancing like spirits in the cool air. Carefully ascending, they reached a chamber filled with family relics and an ancient journal, the room suffused with a warm golden light contrasting the manor's usual shadowy gloom. Each object held whispers of a forgotten legacy. Evelyn opened the journal and read aloud a confession detailing a misunderstood sacrifice made to protect the manor's legacy from ruin. The words painted a complex picture that challenged everything they had assumed about the past. Suddenly, the chamber's light dimmed until only shadows remained, and an indistinct figure materialized, softly calling Evelyn's name. The apparition's presence was both unsettling and tender, as if begging for understanding. The ghostly figure gestured toward the journal before fading away, urging them to grasp the truth within its pages before it vanished into the depths of memory. The silence left behind was heavy with unspoken revelations. Thomas focused on the last journal entry and deciphered that the betrayal had been a painful necessity, a choice made to save those within the manor from a darker fate. The harsh truth settled among them like a fragile truce between past and present. The group, relieved yet contemplative, agreed to honor those sacrifices by preserving the manor's history rather than seeking retribution. They prepared to leave the tower, carrying with them a new understanding forged in shadows and light. Outside the chamber, the atmosphere had lightened, the once oppressive tension giving way to faint hope, though shadows lingered, reminding them that some secrets remained veiled beneath Greystone Manor's ancient stones. Descending the spiral stairs, Evelyn clutched a locket she had found earlier, now warm to her touch as if infused with the manor's lingering spirit. Her red scarf fluttered softly, a symbol of their ongoing connection to the house's hidden past. Back in the grand hall, the clock tower's hands now ticked steadily, marking the passage of time as the manor seemed to exhale a breath long held. The steady rhythm echoed a turning point, a present moving forward from a shadowed past. Mr. Grayson expressed heartfelt gratitude to Evelyn and her friends, revealing that the manor's legacy was now safe in their hands. The silver pocket watch gleamed faintly, a silent seal binding them to the manor's history and future. Leela discovered a hidden box tucked beneath the grand hall's floorboards, containing letters of reconciliation that bridged the fractured family history. The mischief returned to her smile, touched now with the weight of healing and hope. Together, they stepped out of Greystone Manor, the dawn casting warm sunlight over the once shadowed estate. As the clock tower chimed softly behind them, their footsteps carried the promise of new beginnings beyond the lingering shadows. Weeks later, Evelyn carefully unveiled the restored portrait in the manor's gallery. The missing figure, once obscured by time, finally appeared reunited with their family, completing the haunting image. Draped in her signature red scarf, Evelyn's eyes gleamed with quiet triumph as the room filled with warm light. Visitors arrived steadily, drawn by the story Evelyn shared with heartfelt passion and care. Each person lingered to hear the tales woven into the manor's walls, their curiosity kindled by the vibrant history now alive. Outside, the clock tower stood tall against a shifting dusky sky, sentinel to the new chapter unfolding. Thomas published an article that gracefully captured the mystery and its resolved secrets. His words painted a tale of redemption and hope, echoing through the town and beyond. His sandy hair catching the soft glow of his desk lamp, Thomas smiled, proud of the narrative they had brought to light. Inspired by their adventure, Leela founded a local history club with enthusiasm and a mischievous smile. Her braided hair catching the afternoon sun, she eagerly encouraged others to uncover untold stories buried in the town's past. The club meetings became vibrant gatherings where curiosity and friendship blossomed. The silver pocket watch, gleaming against the reception's polished wood, found a place of honor within the manor. It became a silent symbol of time and memory, its steady ticking marking moments both significant and serene. Visitors admired it, often pausing to reflect on its quiet presence. Evelyn's red scarf transformed into a badge of courage among the townsfolk, symbolizing their shared journey through shadows into light. The vibrant fabric appeared at community events and quiet moments alike, a rallying emblem of resilience. Its color stood vivid against the backdrop of healing and renewal. One evening, Evelyn stood beneath the manor's imposing clock tower, the shadows lengthening around her. The air pulsed with the convergence of past and present, the steady ticking echoing in her ears. Wrapped tight in her red scarf, she felt the weight and warmth of the journey thus far. A soft breeze stirred unexpectedly, lifting her scarf gently as if whispering a quiet thanks for the peace restored. The manor seemed to breathe around her, alive with a calm that had once eluded its halls. The shadowy light softened, embracing the night with a tranquil grace. Greystone Manor transformed from a place of lingering shadows to a beacon of stories, connection, and healing. Its walls, once heavy with silence, now hummed with laughter and shared memories. The clock tower, always watching, cast steady time over lives renewed and histories embraced. Evelyn smiled subtly beneath the watchful clock, knowing some mysteries endure beyond resolutions. These lingering echoes inspired those who chose to listen, weaving new tales beneath the ticking hands. The red scarf fluttered gently, a symbol of enduring hope and untold stories yet to come. Mira stands silently at the edge of the misty valley, clutching her pendant which emits a soft, pulsating glow. Her bright green eyes scan the hazy landscape, uncertainty and resolve mingling within her gaze. Kale strides into the village, his towering frame and the scar across his left cheek marking him as a warrior seasoned by battles. His hand tightens around the uniquely hilted sword at his side, his expression stern and determined. In a small, dimly lit room, Eldra unfurls an ancient map, her silver hair shimmering faintly beneath the light of her enchanted cloak. Her trembling finger traces the path leading toward the fabled crystal veil, eyes narrowed in concentration. The village elder, his face lined with worry, speaks gravely to Mira about the encroaching shadows spreading beyond the hills. Dark clouds loom ominously above, signaling a threat that grows with each passing day. Deep within the forest, a faint blue light glows from a mysterious mirror shard lying half-buried among the leaves. The fragment pulses softly, its eerie radiance reflecting the growing tension in the air. When Mira picks up the shard, her pendant suddenly reacts, pulsing in synchrony as if resonating with the fragment's power. A sudden chill runs through her, hinting at an unseen connection between the two objects. At the edge of the village, Kale and Mira meet, their concerns about the spreading darkness aligning. Words are exchanged, both realizing the severity of the situation they face together. Eldra joins the pair, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as she recounts the legend of the Crystal Veil. This mystical barrier is the realm's last defense against the advancing shadow, and its weakening signals peril. United in purpose, the trio agree to embark on a perilous journey to the Crystal Veil. A sense of urgency and determination propels them forward, despite the dangers that await. Unseen among the gnarled trees, a shadowy figure observes the travelers, eyes gleaming with malice. The figure's presence goes unnoticed, silently plotting their next move. As preparations continue, Mira's pendant flares brilliantly, casting intense light that fills the room with an almost otherworldly glow. This sudden illumination seems to warn of the challenges ahead. The village elder presents Mira with an ancient talisman, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. He urges caution, emphasizing the talisman's importance in the trials to come. Testing the talisman against the mirror shard, Mira is startled as the shard reacts violently, momentarily enveloped in shadow. The clash of light and darkness hints at the power struggle they are about to face. Their first trail takes them through a dense, enchanted forest where whispers seem to echo from every direction. The light filters weakly through twisted branches, deepening the sense of unease. A sudden, chilling wind cuts through the air, heralding the approach of shadow creatures lurking at the forest's edge. Their intent is clear, and the hunt begins in earnest. Mira channels the pendant's radiant light, driving back the shadow beasts that attack. Though forced to retreat, bolder advances indicate they will not give up easily. Kale brandishes his uniquely hilted sword, slicing through the encroaching shadows with practiced skill. His defense keeps the group protected, but the pressure of the assault weighs heavily on them all. Eldra murmurs an incantation, her robes shimmering under the faint moonlight as she weaves a flickering barrier of blue light around them. The protective aura brings some respite amid the growing darkness. Suddenly, the mirror shard vanishes from Mira's grasp, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. The absence sends a wave of panic through the group, signaling a grave setback. Fear rises as they realize the shard was likely stolen by the shadowy figure watching from afar. The urgency to recover it intensifies, knowing its loss could unravel their mission. Following faint traces, the trio discovers a hidden cave, its entrance bathed in an eerie, luminous blue. The unnatural glow deepens the mystery and hints at the dangers lurking within. Inside, distorted reflections ripple across countless mirrors, confusing their senses and disorienting their steps. The line between reality and illusion blurs dangerously in the cave's depths. Mira reaches out to touch one mirror and suddenly glimpses a trapped version of herself shrouded in darkness. The vision stirs deep fears and questions about what they face. Reacting quickly, Kale shatters a nearby mirror with a decisive blow, breaking the illusory trap and pulling Mira back from the haunting vision. Their resolve must not falter despite these mind games. Eldra warns of their adversary's cunning. The shadow enemy uses mirrors to warp reality and manipulate perceptions. This revelation deepens the shadow's threat, making their journey all the more perilous. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a shimmering figure emerges, a spectral guardian manifesting from swirling mist and light. Its presence radiates a challenge, testing the strength and resolve of each traveler without a word spoken. The air thrums with tension, the faint blue glow of the crystal veil pulsing softly around them. Mira steps forward, her bright green eyes softening the guardian's fierce gaze. Rather than drawing weapons, she speaks gently, her words woven with understanding and compassion. This unexpected kindness causes the guardian's form to shimmer and retreat, granting them safe passage forward through the eerie silence. Kale scans the rocky floor, noticing footprints deeper in the dust, not just one, but many. The tracks weave through the shadows, hinting at multiple unseen foes rather than a lone thief. His fingers brush the hilt of his sword, muscles tensing in silent warning. Suddenly, the cave quakes violently as a tempest of shadows surges toward them. The walls undulate with the storm's approaching fury, forcing the trio to seek shelter in a narrow crevice, where the crystal veil's faint blue light flickers dangerously. Outside, the storm's ominous roar grows louder, threatening to consume light and life alike. In the dim refuge, Eldra's silver hair glistens faintly under moonlight as she speaks gravely. The crystal veil is weakening, its protective power unraveling and unleashing chaotic storms and disorienting mirror reflections. Their path grows ever more perilous as the balance between light and shadow frays further. Mira clutches her glowing pendant tightly, a flicker of doubt passing across her face. She senses an intangible link, a mysterious pull between her talisman and the fragile crystal veil. A swirling conflict brews within her, between hope and fear, connection and uncertainty. They emerge cautiously from the cave just as the shadow storm dissipates, leaving behind silence and shattered mirror fragments scattered like fallen stars. The eerie calm presses upon them, punctuated only by the faint blue glow lingering in the air. Their journey continues, marked by both danger and fragile beauty. Later that night, beneath the tapestry of stars, Eldra unfurls ancient scrolls by firelight. Her fingers trace cryptic runes and forgotten scripts, uncovering a hidden ritual with the power to restore the crystal veil. The enchanted cloak shimmers softly, reflecting the urgency in her gaze. The ritual demands a union of three forces: the radiant light contained within Mira's pendant, the unwavering strength forged into Kale's sword, and Eldra's potent magic. Only together can they rekindle the veil's fragile light and mend the torn balance. Each holds a crucial element needed to face the encroaching darkness. That night, Mira dreams vividly of a realm beyond mirrors, a place bathed in surreal light and shadow. Whispers brush past her ears, secrets spoken softly by shadows that hint at her hidden past. The dream lingers, stirring questions deep within her heart about her true connection to the veil. Kale shares stories by the fire of battles beneath long-forgotten constellations, tales filled with courage and resilience. These memories kindle hope in the companions, reminding them that light can thrive even in the darkest hour. The bond between them strengthens, woven through shared history and determined spirit. Together they find an ancient altar, half swallowed by ivy but still regal, the heart of the Vale. Its surface is etched with faint luminescent runes, pulsing gently with the Vale's fading power. The place hums quietly with potential, beckoning them to restore its glory. Carefully, they place the mirror shard and ancient talisman upon the altar's center. As soon as the objects settle, an energy stirs, delicate yet growing, signaling the start of the sacred ritual. Their breaths synchronize, and the air thickens with magic and anticipation. Shadows surge and writhe violently around them, lashing out in fury to disrupt their ceremony. The dark forms twist unpredictably, threatening to extinguish the fledgling light and sever the fragile connection they strive to mend. Each second stretches taut under the torrent of shadowy opposition. Eldra's chanting grows louder, her voice weaving a protective barrier as Mira focuses, guiding a steady beam of light through her glowing pendant. The enchanted cloak flashes under moonlight, amplifying their combined power to resist the encroaching darkness. The ritual's pulse strengthens despite the turmoil surrounding them. Kale stands firm, sword raised high, its unique hilt catching the faint glow of the Vale's light. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance bursts forth from his blade, casting shadows back and illuminating the altar. For the first time, the sword channels a pure inner light, a beacon against encroaching night. Suddenly, the veil between worlds weakens further, and a dark figure steps forward from the thinning veil. Its presence radiates cold menace and sorrow as it reveals itself as the corrupted guardian of the veil, seeking to shatter the delicate boundary entirely. The ritual falters as tension mounts between realms. The figure claims its role as protector turned prisoner, trapped and tainted by shadows over centuries. It desires freedom, threatening to unravel the veil's powers completely if unheeded. Its voice echoes with pain and anger, blurring lines between foe and victim. Mira bravely steps from the circle, gazing into the guardian's shadowed eyes with empathy and understanding. She recognizes the sorrow behind its torment, perceiving a shared history etched in shadow and light. This connection sparks a fragile moment of vulnerability in the dark guardian. The guardian hesitates, the shadowed form wavering as if recalling a distant light. Seizing the moment, the trio recommits their energies, voices, and wills united, renewing the powerful ritual. Their synchronized strength weaves a shimmering web of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Raw energy floods the altar, and the battle between light and shadow erupts violently around them. Pulses of radiant blue flash against waves of swirling black, each strike reshaping the fragile balance. The crystal veil responds, awakening with renewed force as their struggle reaches its climax. Around the altar, the crystal veil glows brighter, a luminous shield expanding outward as the dark figure fades in retreat. The spectral tension lessens, and the air clears with the scent of cleansing light. It becomes clear the veil is mending, slowly but decisively. Kale's sword gleams intensely, its blade now a conduit for the veil's restored power. The light dances over its unique hilt, casting bold reflections across the clearing. His grip tightens, a symbol of resolve as their combined effort takes hold. The mirror shard glows steadily in Mira's palm, now suffused with pure and steady light. It hums softly in harmony with her pendant, both acting as vessels for the revitalized veil. The warmth of the light soothes the lingering shadows around them. With a final, reverent chant, Eldra seals the ritual's power, her voice weaving the last strands of magic into the veil. Above, storm clouds calm, their shadows dissolving beneath a gathering peaceful light. The veil's glow steadies, marking a fragile yet hopeful balance restored for the moment. In the soft glow of the crystal veil, the guardian's form shimmered, revealing a fallen spirit of light, once bound in shadow but now restored by the ancient ritual. Freed, the spirit's brilliance radiated purity, lifting the lingering darkness to dawn's first light. Mira, Kale, and Eldra stood silently, awed by the transformation that promised renewal. Mira clutched her pendant, now warm with the power of the crystal veil itself, tiny fragments embedded within it flickering like stars. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of hope and resilience, carrying the veil's protective essence. She felt its quiet strength pulse through her veins, a beacon against future shadows. Kale's scar, once a harsh mark of countless battles, began to fade softly as he gazed toward the horizon. The wound's healing was not just physical but emblematic of his inner peace, earned through trials and newfound purpose. With steady breath, he sheathed his sword, ready to face whatever future dawn held. Eldra's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as her cloak shimmered under the returning stars of night, reflecting the balance restored. The constellations mirrored in the embroidery seemed to dance, celebrating their triumph over darkness. Her ancient wisdom smiled in harmony with the quiet magic enveloping them all. As the sky cleared, the village elder greeted them warmly, his eyes reflecting the returning light to the valley. The once bleak landscape bloomed anew with vibrant colors and life, shadows receding to the edges of memory. Their community, strengthened, embraced the trio as harbingers of peace restored. Mira carefully set the ancient mirror shard into a newly built protective shrine, its delicate surface catching and bending the returning light. This gesture sealed a promise, warding the village against the encroaching dark, safeguarding the balance between realms. The shrine stood as a testament to vigilance and hope for generations to come. Kale took to training the village's new protectors, his voice steady as he passed on the strength and wisdom found on their journey. The unique hilt of his sword caught the sun's rays, symbolizing his commitment to their shared future. His lessons forged more than warriors, they shaped guardians of light and shadow alike. Eldra began teaching magic anew, embracing both light and shadow in her lessons to foster harmony within the village. Her shimmering cloak sparkled under the moon, echoing the unity she wished to instill. Under her guidance, knowledge thrived, planting seeds of balance and peace among eager minds. By the still lake, Mira sat quietly, the pendant around her neck glowing softly, its light reflecting on the water's surface. A profound connection to a wider world settled within her heart, emboldening her spirit beyond the valley's bounds. In that moment, she understood her role as both protector and hope's bearer. Above the valley, the crystal veil shimmered faintly, an eternal sentinel watching over the land. Its gentle light wove through the trees and hills, reminding all of the peace and balance now steadfast in their home. The veil remained, a lasting guardian where light and shadow coexisted in harmony. Mira found the old painting tucked behind dusty books in the basement, its colors strangely vivid in the dim light. The frame was carved with tiny symbols, almost seeming to shimmer as she held it up. That night, whispers drifted from the painting, soft and unintelligible at first. Curious and unnerved, Mira leaned closer, trying to catch the words. Suddenly, cold fingers grazed her shoulder. She spun around, but no one was there. The whispers grew louder, shaping into faint, urgent pleas. Mira decided to research the painting, uncovering a tragic tale of a trapped spirit. Legend said the artist had cursed it, binding his sorrow into the canvas forever. Determined, Mira brought the painting outside at dawn, planning to destroy it. As the first light spilled over the frame, the whispers begged for release. She hesitated, sympathy mixing with fear. Was it truly a plea for help? With a deep breath, she smashed the glass carefully, then unfolded the canvas. The whispers turned to a low, grateful sigh, fading into the crisp morning air. The symbols on the frame glowed faintly one last time, then dimmed into silence. Mira felt a sudden warmth, a presence no longer restless. She wrapped the fragile canvas in cloth, intending to keep the memory safe but the curse broken. The basement felt lighter, as if a shadow had lifted from the house. From that day, Mira never heard whispers again, only the quiet peace she had given. She sometimes looked at the empty frame, a reminder of the night when silence returned. Some whispers are meant to be heard, but not feared, she often told herself, smiling quietly. At midnight, beneath a heavy, shrouded fog, Emma crept into the old mansion at the edge of town. With only her flashlight piercing the darkness, she moved cautiously through the creaking halls. Soft murmurs seemed to drift from the cracked walls, barely audible yet unmistakably human. Emma froze, heart pounding as a voice whispered, "Help me," from the shadows. Determined not to flee, she followed the voice, each step echoing ominously. The hallway twisted unnaturally, doors appearing where none were before, leading deeper inside. She reached a room bathed in an eerie, pulsating glow, the source unseen. Inside, the voice grew clearer, pleading, Find the locket, set me free. Emma's eyes caught a glint beneath the shattered floorboards, a delicate silver locket. As she lifted it, the temperature dropped. A cold presence filled the air around her. Shadows coalesced into a pale figure trapped behind the walls, eyes begging for release. Emma whispered, "I have it," sliding the locket onto the ghostly form's neck. Light burst forth, the walls trembling as the spirit smiled and began to fade. "Thank you," came the last faint whisper, before silence reclaimed the room. The mansion's oppressive weight lifted. The air grew warm, the whispers ceased. Emma stepped outside as dawn's first light touched the horizon, the curse broken. Behind her, the mansion seemed less menacing, almost at peace for the first time in decades. She promised herself to remember the trapped soul and the power of courage in darkness. As she walked away, a final gust of wind carried a soft murmur. "Never forget." Emma smiled, turning back once more to the now quiet house, fading into the morning mist. The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. "Another night, another case," he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. The rain slapped against the slick pavement as Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette outside the velvet lounge. Inside, the smoke curled around whispered secrets. A jazz saxophone wailed in the background, thickening the air with melancholy. Marlowe's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Ruby, the dame, with secrets darker than the alley streets. Ruby's voice was a low purr, barely above the jazz. "You're looking for Tommy, aren't you? He vanished last night." Marlowe nodded, flicking ash off his cigarette. "Yeah, and I think the answers are buried somewhere between the music and the shadows." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Follow me if you want to find him, but be careful. He's tangled up with dangerous company." Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting eerie reds and blues onto the rain-soaked streets. Ruby led Marlowe through maze-like back alleys, the silence punctuated by distant sirens and their cautious footsteps. They stopped before a rusted door, barely hanging on its hinges. Ruby whispered, "This is where Tommy last made contact." Inside, the room was stale, filled with cigarette butts and overturned chairs. A single note lay on an old table. Marlowe picked up the note. "Find the man who plays the last note, and you'll find Tommy's fate." A clue wrapped in jazz, Marlowe muttered, the puzzle tightening like a noose. Back at the lounge, the saxophonist played as if possessed, notes cutting through the haze like daggers. Marlowe watched the musician closely and noticed a small tattoo peeking from under his cuff, a symbol Tommy used to carry. He approached quietly. "You know where Tommy is." The saxophonist's eyes flickered with a shadow of guilt. "He got into trouble with the wrong crowd," the man confessed. "They wanted something from him, something that could bring this whole city down." Suddenly, footsteps stormed in. Figures in dark coats encircled Marlowe and Ruby, their intentions clear. With quick thinking, Marlowe grabbed Ruby's hand, diving through a hidden exit behind the stage. They emerged into the cold night air. Hearts pounding, but free the city's skyline bleeding neon hope into the darkness. Marlowe lit another cigarette, looking toward the horizon. Tommy's out there somewhere, and this story, it's far from over. The console blinked to life in the silent command room, a single message flashing on the screen. Captain Arya leaned forward, reading the coordinates aloud. An unknown signal from the edge of Xylon 9. Without hesitation, she ordered the ship to change course, curiosity outweighing caution. The crew scrambled, boots echoing as the cargo bay doors sealed behind them. Hours later, the starship approached a derelict vessel, its hull scarred by cosmic storms. No signs of life, the sensors reported, but the signal persisted, a faint, rhythmic pulse. Arya donned her suit and stepped into the airlock, heart pounding with each breath. The door creaked open, revealing a control room frozen in time, dust particles dancing in the beam of her flashlight. Her fingers traced the console, then paused as the signal intensified, syncing with a mysterious device. Suddenly, static cleared, a voice whispered, "Help," a plea lost for decades. Determined, Arya tapped into the ship's systems, rerouting power to the ancient transmitter. The vessel hummed alive. Star charts and messages flooded her screen, lost knowledge waiting to be shared. "We've found a treasure trove," she told her crew, her voice trembling with awe. They worked together to decode the data, piecing together the story of a forgotten colonization attempt. Weeks later, the crew broadcast the discovered information back to the galaxy, a beacon of hope in the vast darkness. Arya watched as the message dispersed, knowing their discovery would rewrite history. Back on the bridge, she smiled softly. Sometimes, the past finds you when you least expect it. The derelict ship faded behind them, no longer lost, but remembered. The signal ceased, but its legacy had only just begun to echo through the stars. And in the quiet hum of the starship, new adventures awaited, guided by the light of old transmissions. Alara stands poised at the vast forest's edge, her silver hair shimmering in the soft morning light, while the crystal heart pendant pulses faintly in her grasp. The pendant's gentle glow reflects her determination as she prepares to venture into the unknown. A whispering wind stirs the leaves, carrying faint, ethereal voices that echo from deep within the forest. The voices seem to blend promise with warning, beckoning Alara onward, yet hinting at lurking dangers ahead. By a cracked stone altar, Alara encounters Phelan, whose amber eyes scan the dense trees warily, his scar reddened by the crisp morning air. His presence feels reassuring, yet his stoic demeanor hints at the threats shadowing their path. Phelan presents an ancient tome, its aged pages inscribed with symbols mirroring those etched on Alara's crystal heart pendant. The book seems to hold forgotten knowledge vital to navigating the mysteries ahead. Myra bursts into view, her iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns as she grins mischievously. She challenges Alara with a riddle born from the forest's secrets, teasing her to unlock hidden truths. Unseen, the shade lingers among the shadows, its deep violet eyes glinting with calculated patience as it traces Alara's every step through the twisting trees. Its silent presence casts an uneasy pall over the group. Alara's fingers brush the pendant, prompting beams of radiant light to shoot forth, painting a luminous map across the ancient tome's pages. The glowing paths lead deeper into the heart of the forest, guiding their next steps. A sudden rustle stirs the underbrush, startling all as elusive forest creatures vanish swiftly among bioluminescent mushrooms that pulse in rhythmic beats. The eerie glow seems to synchronize with the pendant's faint pulse of warning. Phelan's voice carries a grave warning of an impending storm, his scar intensifying in color beneath the darkening, swirling clouds above. The tightening air presses upon them as tension mounts. Alara steps carefully across a crystal-clear stream, her gaze drawn to the water's surface, where reflections shimmer and shift unnaturally. The warped images hint at hidden enchantments manipulating reality around them. Guided by Myra's fluttering light, they reach an ancient tree with serpentine roots twisting wildly and ancient symbols carved deep into its bark, symbols matching those in the tome. The tree seems alive with history and magic. From Myra's palm appears the silver key, glowing softly against the tree's bark as it slides effortlessly into a concealed lock. A silent mechanism stirs, unlocking passage to secrets guarded for centuries. A hollow within the tree opens to reveal a passage glittering with multicolored crystals. The pathway beckons the trio forward, deeper into a shadowed realm alight with flickering colors. Elara hesitates, clutching the crystal heart tightly as dancing shadows flicker around them, and the forest's usual chorus falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The stillness presses, warning of unseen threats. Suddenly, the shade emerges from the shadows, blocking their retreat with an aura of chilling silence. The crystal heart reacts instantly, emitting a faint, unsettling pulse that resonates through their very bones. Summoning resolve, Elara steps forward boldly, wielding the crystal heart to cast a radiant shield against the shade's encroaching darkness. Her light pushes back the shadows, momentarily holding the looming threat at bay. Phelan draws a blade etched with ancient runes that shimmer with captured light, readying for confrontation. His steady hands and fierce gaze speak of unwavering protection and skill. Myra darts skillfully through shafts of light, scattering fractured reflections across the cavern walls. Her nimble distractions confound the shade, drawing its attention away from Elara and Phelan. The shade recoils, dissolving into a mist that seeps silently into the crystal-strewn floor, leaving an uneasy calm in its wake. Its retreat feels only temporary, a pause before it strikes again. Descending even deeper, the group finds a chamber where ancient symbols slowly rotate, aligning precisely with the shifting seasons. The room pulses with quiet energy tied to the natural cycles that govern the world around them. Elara carefully places the crystal heart upon a central pedestal, triggering a soft, harmonious hum as surrounding crystals begin to resonate with vibrant light. The chamber seems to awaken, responding to their presence. Without warning, the path behind them collapses with a thunderous crash, sealing off their retreat. Forced onward, the group advances into unfamiliar, shadowed tunnels fraught with uncertainty. Echoes of distant, indistinct voices envelop them, as the tunnel walls appear to breathe and warp subtly. Time itself feels distorted, bending in strange rhythms around their moving shadows. Phelan pores over the tome, his keen eyes decoding a prophecy of a guardian lost to ages past, whose fate is entwined with their own. This revelation adds weight to their quest, hinting at a deeper purpose awaiting discovery. A shimmering silhouette materializes briefly, its form flickering like a mirage as it hints at the guardian's presence nearby. But just as quickly as it appears, the figure vanishes, leaving behind only a whisper of hope and mystery. Myra's delicate fingers trace the glowing runes carved deep into the tunnel walls. As she touched each symbol, a hidden map illuminated beneath their feet, its lines pulsing softly with light. The etched pathways revealed a path leading deeper underground, filled with promise and unknown dangers. Elara's hand instinctively went to the crystal heart pendant hanging at her neck. Its faint pulse quickened as their footsteps drew near a locale marked by a radiant crystal grove on the map. The pendant's steady glow warned them of the proximity of powerful magic and possible peril. They entered a vast underground garden where crystalline formations dangled like luminous fruit from ancient, gnarled branches. Soft light bathed the cavern, casting shifting patterns across walls adorned with ancient symbols. The stillness of the grove was almost sacred, touching something deep within them all. Without warning, the shade emerged, more solid than ever, shadows twisting around his form like living darkness. His presence blighted the shimmering crystals, causing them to dull and fade under his corrupting influence. A cold chill fell over the grove as the battle for light and shadow reignited. Elara gripped the crystal heart pendant tightly, channeling its subtle energy into the gleaming crystals. One by one, they shattered the shadows that the shade wielded, turning malevolence into harmless sparkles of light. The radiant bursts weakened the figure, forcing it to stagger back into the gloom. While the shade recoiled, Phelan's sharp eyes caught an outline behind the crystal canopy, a hidden door carved into the stone. The lock bore ancient symbols correlating with the turning seasons, their mechanisms delicate and complex. It became clear this door guarded secrets long forgotten. Myra sprinkled her sparkling dust over the lock's intricate gears, watching as they shimmered and began to move. Slowly, the latch slipped, accompanied by flickering light that danced across the door's surface. With careful patience, she coaxed the mechanism open, revealing what lay beyond. The door creaked open onto a chamber filled with swirling mist, an ethereal collection of forgotten memories and whispers of the past. The air was heavy with echoes that twisted and turned, as if the very walls wished to tell their story. The trio stepped forward, drawn into this timeless space. Elara moved deeper into the chamber, visions unfolding around her of a past guardian's ultimate sacrifice. The images painted a lineage linked by duty and sacrifice, a lineage to which Elara herself belonged. Her connection to the ancient guardianship was undeniable, settling like a steady fire within her. Suddenly, the shade lunged again, desperate to halt the truths from surfacing. But Alara's newfound resolve hardened her stance, and she met his attack without flinching. The revelations within had strengthened her spirit more than any weapon could alone. Phelan came to her side, his scarred cheek set in determined silence as he raised his glowing blade. Years of guarding the forest had honed his skill, and with steady strikes, he deflected the shade's shadowy assaults. Together, they formed an unbreakable front against the encroaching darkness. The crystal heart pendant flared brightly, casting a warm radiance that carved a path of light across the chamber. This luminous trail led them to a crystalline altar crowned with ancient carvings. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation toward revelation and hope. Elara inserted the silver key into the altar's ancient lock, feeling the cool metal turn with a satisfying click. A radiant beam of pure light shot upward, piercing the chamber's darkness and bathing the room in clarity. The air vibrated with power, signaling a turning point in their journey. From the light emerged a spectral figure, the guardian of ages past, who extended a solemn hand toward Elara. His eyes held wisdom beyond words and a silent blessing that echoed through the soul. This ethereal presence validated the path Elara had chosen to walk. The shade emitted a shriek of fury as the guardian's light weakened its form. Shadows began to loosen and disperse into harmless motes, drifting away like smoke on the breeze. Its hold on the grove faltered, nearing the end of its dark reign. With the shade vanquished, the crystal grove blossomed into radiant life, colors vibrant and light pure. The forest itself seemed to breathe anew, the ancient balance restored. Every crystal shone with a brilliance that promised renewal and protection for seasons to come. Phelan explained that the cycle of seasons and light must remain in harmony to keep shadows at bay. This eternal balance was the key to sustaining peace and preventing the shade's return. Understanding this duty deepened Elara's commitment to her newfound role. Elara stood tall, her emerald eyes shining fiercely with determination and hope. She fully embraced her role as the guardian, a protector woven into the forest's very essence. The weight of responsibility settled comfortably on her shoulders, a mantle she was ready to bear. Myra flitted back toward the high canopy, her iridescent wings catching the light as she laughed gently. She promised to watch over the forest's secrets, the mischievous sprite forever entwined with the grove's magic. Her presence was a joyful reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. Outside, the storm clouds parted to reveal a sky brilliant and clear. The forest vibrated with renewed energy, every leaf and branch alive with possibility. The changing seasons whispered of new chapters, of growth and healing just beginning. Elara and Phelan stood together at the edge of the blooming grove, the crystal heart pendant glowing with a steady, calming pulse. Its gentle rhythm echoed the quiet strength of the land they now protected. Side by side, they watched as light and life intertwined in endless cycles. They uncovered an ancient mural depicting generations of guardians intertwined with the forest's destiny. The images showed eternal duty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance of nature and magic. Each painted figure bore symbols that felt deeply familiar, connecting past and present. Elara studied the mural carefully, realizing that every choice made would echo through future seasons like turning a page in a living book. The weight of their decisions stretched beyond the moment, rippling out over time. This understanding brought clarity and caution to her heart. Phelan shared stories of past challenges faced by guardians before her, reminding Elara of the strength found in unity and unwavering trust. These tales of perseverance reinforced the partnership they had forged. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The pair began setting protective wards around the crystal grove, using knowledge from the ancient tome and the pendant's power. Each ward hummed with light and magic, a barrier against future threats. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a vigilant and hopeful era for the forest. Alara carefully flipped through the ancient tome, her fingers trembling as she discovered a hidden compartment nestled between the worn pages. Inside, a delicate parchment glowed faintly, revealing a message left by the original guardian, filled with words of hope and guidance. The ink shimmered with an ethereal light, echoing the path that lay ahead. The message spoke of belief and courage as the greatest powers to overcome the darkness lurking beyond the forest's protective borders. It urged the reader to trust in the strength within and the light that shines even in deepest shadows. These words filled Alara with a newfound resolve, binding her heart to the destiny before her. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward into the radiant light filtering through the crystal grove. The glowing crystals pulsed softly around her, welcoming her presence as she embraced her role as protector and guide of this sacred place. The air buzzed with energy, marking the beginning of her journey to safeguard the balance of the forest. Beside her, Phelan knelt with solemn determination, the scar on his cheek catching a stray ray of sunlight. He pledged his unwavering loyalty and support, knowing the challenges ahead would test their very limits. Their alliance forged anew, they prepared to face the trials awaiting beyond the grove's shimmering borders. The grove itself seemed to breathe, its pulsating light resonating with life and harmony. Ancient symbols etched into the bark of the surrounding trees glowed faintly, celebrating the restoration of balance and the promise of renewal. Every crystal shimmered as if acknowledging the dawn of a hopeful era. Suddenly, a flutter of iridescent wings announced Myra's return, her golden hair catching the light as she approached. In her tiny hands, she offered Alara a vial filled with shimmering, magical dust, a gift to be used only in moments of greatest peril. The sparkles within the vial seemed alive, a tangible token of friendship and aid. With reverence, Alara knelt at the heart of the grove and gently planted the silver key into the fertile earth. This act symbolized a new beginning, one rooted deeply in strength, sacrifice, and the enduring bond between guardian and forest. The ground pulsed faintly beneath her touch, welcoming the key as a beacon of hope. Together, the trio watched in awe as the seasons turned swiftly around them. Blossoms burst forth in radiant colors, while emerald leaves twisted into autumn hues. The cyclical dances of nature played out seamlessly, signifying harmony restored and the continuous flow of life. Their eyes reflected the timeless rhythm of the world's heartbeat. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Alara's silver hair shone with renewed brilliance. The crystal heart pendant resting against her chest emitted a soft, comforting glow, a steadfast symbol of protection that would endure through all trials. In that moment, she embodied the forest's enduring spirit and strength. As twilight descended, the crystal grove sparkled under a canopy of twinkling stars, its gentle glow casting a serene beacon across the land. It stood as a testament to hope, resilience, and the courage to face the unknown for all who sought sanctuary. Quiet and steadfast, the grove promised that light would always prevail even in the darkest times. Elena and Marla arrive at the family cabin, its weathered wooden frame standing quietly among the towering pines. The air is thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, as shadows stretch long across the forest floor. Elena carefully holds a faded photograph in her hands, the image showing her as a child with her parents at this very cabin. She traces the worn edges, memories flickering behind her steady brown eyes. From the edge of the trees, Jonah steps forward, his salt and pepper hair catching the light through the canopy. His guarded expression is familiar, yet measured, as if the forest shields more than just trees. Elena meets Jonah's gaze with attention held between past and present, their greeting brief but loaded. The broken compass hanging from Jonah's neck gleams dully, its needle twitching erratically in the dappled sunlight. Marla, curious and unafraid, wanders close to the forest's edge, her small hands gathering pine cones. Her wide green eyes catch the flicker of shadows dancing just beyond her reach, as if the trees themselves are watching. Elena breaks the fragile calm by revealing her intent to sell the cabin, the words heavy with finality. Jonah's eyes narrow slightly, unease settling into the space between them like a gathering storm. Jonah warns Alina that the cabin holds secrets best left untouched, his voice low and urgent. The forest seems to lean in, the whispering pines echoing his caution with a soft rustle. Dusk falls, casting long shadows through the whispering pines as the wind carries a haunting song. Inside, flickering candlelight reveals the rough texture of wooden walls, the cabin enveloped in a fragile glow. Alina discovers a silver locket tucked beneath a loose floorboard, its delicate clasp worn by time and handling. Holding it, she feels the weight of unseen stories wrapped within its small, oval shape. Jonah recounts the forest's strange history, weaving tales connected to the locket and their shared ancestors. The old stories hang between them, thick with both warning and wonder. Marla suddenly points toward a shadowy figure glimpsed beyond the window. Her voice is a whisper, but the figure vanishes as they all turn to look. Doubt and fear flicker momentarily in the candlelight. Alina finds scattered letters hidden beneath floorboards, their torn edges and faded ink describing a family conflict long forgotten. Each word stirs a half-remembered tension, deepening the cabin's mysteries. Jonah steps quickly to block Alina's path as she moves toward the forest, his protectiveness clear but laced with unease. His warning is firm. Venturing deeper alone is too risky under the forest's watchful eyes. The air thickens as Alina confronts Jonah about his hidden ties to her family's past, demanding answers she has long awaited. Their voices are low but sharp, memories and mistrust colliding beneath the whispering canopy. A sudden storm bursts overhead, rain hammering the cabin roof and streaking windows as lightning fractures the sky. The power flickers and dies, plunging them into a darkness punctuated only by the pounding rain and distant thunder. Morning reveals unsettling changes. Marla's beloved doll has vanished without trace, and on the table, the broken compass spins wildly, ignoring any notion of north. Unease grows sharper as the sun's weak light seeps through the trees. Determined, Alina steps outside to search, discovering an overgrown trail obscured behind the cabin, tangled with vines and moss. The forest beyond seems both inviting and forbidding, its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Jonah follows reluctantly, his voice low with caution as he warns of hidden dangers ahead. His knowledge of the forest's unseen threats adds weight to every step they take deeper beneath the whispering pines. The woods close in around them, shadows shifting unnaturally with each footfall. The familiar path begins to warp, the forest taking on a strange, surreal quality that unsettles even Jonah's steady demeanor. Alina spots a carved symbol etched deep into the bark of a tree, identical to one seen faintly in the old photograph. The mark pulses with significance, a silent key to the forest's tangled past. Jonah admits he once belonged to a secretive group linked to that very symbol, tied to local legends shrouded in myth. His confession carries both regret and a warning, deepening the mystery that binds them. Suddenly, distant footsteps echo through the trees, too deliberate to be natural. Both Alina and Jonah glance toward the sound, but no figure emerges from the thickening mist. A mysterious stranger appears briefly, their presence fleeting as they drop a sealed letter before vanishing amid the veiling fog. The air feels charged, as if the woods themselves whispered a warning through this ghostly messenger. The letter's contents unearth a painful truth, one of betrayal woven through generations of Alina's family. Shock and disbelief ripple through her, as the delicate threads of her past unravel before her eyes. Alina grapples with the heavy revelations, her heart torn between trust and suspicion. Jonah urges restraint and patience, reminding her that some truths unfold only when the time is right. Back inside the cabin, Marla's sharp eyes catch a glimpse of something beneath a loose floorboard. With careful fingers, she lifts the panel and uncovers the missing doll, its worn fabric dusty from years of hiding. Relief washes over her face as she holds it close, unaware of its deeper significance. Alina and Jonah's voices rise in fierce disagreement, the tension thick in the shadowed room. She urges they leave before uncovering more pain, while he insists on unearthing every secret buried within these walls. Their opposing wills clash, embodying years of unspoken struggles tied to this place. Jonah rolls up his sleeve, revealing faded scars crisscrossing his arm like silent testimony. Each mark a link to the family's troubled past, struggles and sacrifices made long ago. The physical evidence jolts Alina, grounding the haunting stories she barely dared imagine. Alina's fingers tremble when she finds the silver locket left open on the mantelpiece. Within, a tiny photo of two children stares back at her, faces unfamiliar yet strangely evocative. It feels like a whisper from a past carefully hidden. A flood of fragmented memories rush through Alina's mind, snapshots of laughter and shadows intertwining beneath this roof. Moments forgotten and distorted press inward, as if the cabin itself breathes their story alongside the whispering pines. Suddenly, the broken compass shifts in her hand, now unwavering and pointing steadily in a strange new direction. The change intrigues them, yet an undercurrent of unease follows, as if the device knows more than it reveals. They follow the compass's lead and discover a concealed door beneath a dusty rug, an ancient cellar hidden beneath the cabin's floor. The air around it hums with forgotten secrets, beckoning them closer with cautious anticipation. Inside the cellar, time seems suspended as they find relics and yellowed journals describing a secret pact sealed decades ago. The words speak of promises and burdens, weaving a tale intertwined with their own bloodline. Jonah's voice falters as he admits his family's oath to guard these secrets, a duty that demanded heavy cost. His revelation weighs on Alina, adding layers of complexity to the truth they both seek. Despite the sting of betrayal, Alina's resolve hardens. She must unravel the full story, no matter how painful. The strands of mystery bind her to Jonah and the cabin, pushing past doubt and fear. Outside, the forest thickens in twilight, the pines whispering warnings carried by rustling leaves. The boundary between safety and the unknown feels narrower with every passing moment. Near the cellar entrance, Marla lingers, eyes wide as if sensing a presence unseen. Her small figure is still, caught between curiosity and the intangible gaze that seems to watch her every move. Without warning, the earth trembles and a collapse seals Alina and Jonah inside the cellar. Darkness envelops them, walls pressing close, turning their exploration into a desperate struggle for breath and calm. In the suffocating stillness, Jonah sings a lullaby from his childhood, soft, haunting notes threading through the darkness. The familiar melody steadies Alina's racing heart, bridging the gap between fear and hope. As the earth settles, they find a narrow path to freedom, emerging into fading daylight. Their shared ordeal deepens a silent bond, forging a cautious trust amid the shadows of their pasts. Back upstairs, Alina studies the journals with fresh eyes, piecing together the true nature of the family pact. It was not just about secrets. It guarded a treasure hidden from the world's gaze. Jonah reveals that the treasure is no gold or jewels, but a secret with power to alter their family's destiny. The weight of this truth presses on them, promising upheaval alongside understanding. A final letter, yellowed and creased, warns that unveiling this secret demands a personal sacrifice. The cost of truth is laid bare, chilling yet undeniable in its gravity. Determined, Alina and Jonah prepare to face whatever awaits beyond fear and hesitation. United in resolve, they step forward together to confront the unfolding mystery. Marla appears with the compass clutched tightly in her small hands, the needle steady and true. Its quiet certainty offers a fragile thread of hope amidst the growing darkness. Guided by the compass, the family moves deeper into the forest where shafts of light pierce the dense canopy. The eerie beauty of the woods surrounds them, mingling danger and promise in every breath. They reach a clearing dominated by an ancient oak tree, its bark carved with the same symbol appearing throughout their journey. The tree stands as sentinel to secrets long held in the whispering pines. At the base of the oak, moss and roots part to reveal a weathered box buried beneath the earth. The discovery feels like a culmination, a portal to truths hidden just out of reach. Inside the box lie personal keepsakes and a letter addressed directly to Alina from her grandmother. The words pulse with honesty and hope, bridging generations with unexpected tenderness. The letter speaks of forgiveness and legacy, urging Alina to carry the family's future with strength and compassion. It offers a fragile light amidst shadows, planting seeds for what lies ahead. As Alina gazed at the broken compass and the scattered letters, a deep understanding settled within her. The true treasure was not gold or jewels, but the shared history and bonds that had been frayed and were now being woven anew. In that quiet moment, surrounded by whispering pines, she felt the strength of family reignite. Jonah stepped closer, his weathered face earnest as he spoke of past mistakes and regrets. Elena listened, her steady brown eyes reflecting forgiveness and hope. Together, they made a silent vow to protect the legacy of the old family cabin, promising to face the future united. With careful hands, they restored the delicate compass, its needle finally steady and true. They placed the silver locket inside the worn wooden box, securing it as a symbol of their commitment. This act was more than preservation. It was reclaiming their shared past and safeguarding their future. Marla's inquisitive green eyes brightened with a gentle smile, sensing the tension in the forest lift. The once ominous presence among the towering pines seemed to wane, replaced by a peaceful calm that enveloped the cabin. Her laughter echoed softly, bringing life back to the quiet woods. Inside the cabin, the windows glowed warmly against the dusky twilight, casting golden light onto the surrounding trees. This welcoming glow was a testament to renewed life and resilience, standing firm amidst the forest's eerie beauty. It marked a fresh beginning for the family and their heritage. Elena stood before the familiar walls, feeling a renewed determination swell within her chest. She decided to keep the cabin, honoring the legacy of her ancestors while embracing the endless possibilities of the future. The forest was no longer just a backdrop, but a cherished part of their story. Under Jonah's guidance, Marla carefully hung delicate wind chimes outside the cabin. Their soft, melodious tones caught the breeze, mingling with the whispering pines in a welcoming symphony. It was a tangible sign that peace and warmth had returned to the place they called home. Elena reached up to pin the faded photograph back on the wall, its edges now whole and its meaning clear. The image connected past generations with the present, grounding their family's story within these walls. It symbolized healing and the continuity of love through time. Together, Elena, Jonah, and Marla stood outside as the sun dipped behind the pines, casting long shadows over the forest floor. United and hopeful, they faced the coming days with strength forged from understanding and forgiveness. Their bond, like the cabin, was steadfast and enduring. A final glance toward the forest revealed a serene stillness, the secrets nestled deep within, safely guarded by time and trust. The whispering pines swayed gently, as if sharing silent approval of the family's journey. In that peaceful moment, the mysteries of the woods seemed to rest, embraced by the light of a new chapter. Leora stood beneath the night sky, her silver hair shimmering softly as unfamiliar constellations stretched above in a dance of celestial light. Her luminous blue eyes traced the intricate patterns, feeling a pull she couldn't yet explain. In the quiet of the village, elders whispered in hushed tones about an ancient prophecy tied to the stars that had begun to fall from the heavens. Their voices carried a mix of fear and hope, hinting at destinies intertwined with the cosmos. Near the roots of a massive ancient oak, Leora discovered a pendant glowing softly with a pulsating light. The silver pendant matched one she had always worn, but this new glow seemed alive, responding to her touch. Kalen arrived just as the firelight flickered against his flame-red hair and bronze skin. With a serious tone, he warned of a looming shadow threatening to engulf their world, his gaze heavy with urgency. In the village square, the Starborn amulet suddenly emerged, casting a radiant blue light that danced over the cobblestones. The glow was mesmerizing, illuminating the faces of onlookers with hope and dread. From the depths of the dark woods, Mara silently watched, her violet eyes reflecting the amulet's shimmering light. Cloaked in shadows, her presence was both ominous and unseen by the villagers. An uneasy silence fell as the night sky dimmed, stars vanishing one after another till only darkness remained. The villagers felt a growing unrest, as if the world's balance was slipping away with each fading star. Seeking answers, Leora approached Kalen, her voice trembling with uncertainty. He reluctantly revealed her connection to a celestial lineage that was beginning to vanish from existence, deepening the weight of her destiny. Under Kalen's stern guidance, Leora began to harness the power of her pendant, the surrounding stars flickering in response to her awakening abilities. Each lesson strengthened her bond with the cosmos, yet the challenges ahead loomed large. Mara unleashed shadowy creatures from the darkness, their forms twisting and creeping as they surged toward the amulet. Chaos erupted as villagers scrambled, the tranquility of the night shattered by the assault. Together, Leora and Kaelin fought fiercely to protect the amulet, but with every strike, its radiant glow weakened. The amulet's dimming light cast doubt over their struggle, making victory seem more distant than ever. Suddenly, the celestial mirror flickered to life, revealing a cryptic message etched in glowing runes that hinted at a realm beyond the stars. The mysterious script beckoned them toward an otherworldly journey. Compelled by the message, Leora touched the mirror's surface, triggering a shimmering portal that revealed an ethereal landscape bathed in starlight. The realm beyond was both breathtaking and unsettling in its shifting beauty. Kaelin insisted they step through the portal together, knowing the fate of their world depended on restoring the stars that were fading. Despite the dangers ahead, their determination was unwavering. As they crossed the threshold, Mara's distant laugh echoed through the star realm, a chilling reminder that their trials were only beginning. Her promise of challenge hung heavy in the celestial air. The star realm unfolded with shifting skies and impossible terrain, each moment testing Leora's resolve and adaptability. The very landscape seemed alive, its challenges crafted to probe her strength and spirit. Leora's silver pendant began to glow brighter, its light pulsing in response to hidden celestial paths that revealed themselves only to her. This newfound guidance was a beacon amidst the realm's perplexing shifts. Kaelin confronted illusions conjured by Mara, his flame-red hair blazing fiercely as his fire met their intensity. Each battle was a test of will, his flames pushing back the consuming shadows. Together, they discovered ancient runes carved into celestial stones, indicating the starborn amulet must be recharged at the heart of stars. This revelation set their course deeper into the realm's mysteries. An unexpected alliance formed as starborn creatures emerged, their forms radiant and ethereal, offering guidance through the perilous landscape. Their presence brought hope and new knowledge on the path ahead. Suddenly, Mara's shadowy figure appeared once more, disrupting the traveler's path and shattering a section of the celestial bridge they needed to cross. The obstacle threatened to sever their progress abruptly. Drawing on the strength of her celestial lineage, Leora used her pendant's light to mend the fractured bridge. Her connection to the stars pulsed stronger than ever, enabling her to restore the path with care and resolve. They soon faced a harrowing trial where Leora was forced to confront her deepest fears, each reflection cast in shimmering starlight. This intimate challenge tested her courage and inner strength beyond physical battles. By overcoming her doubt and fear, Leora unlocked a new level of power, her pendant now radiating with pure, unwavering light. This luminous transformation marked a turning point in their quest. In a final act of sacrifice, Kaelin extinguished his fiery flame to illuminate a hidden cavern leading closer to the heart of stars. His fading light carved a path through darkness, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Mara raised her arms, summoning a starless storm that swallowed the night sky in utter darkness. The winds howled with abyssal force, threatening to consume Leora and Kaelin in its relentless void. Celestial stars vanished as the glowing runes dimmed, and the shifting realms trembled under the threat. Seeking refuge, Leora and Kaelin found shelter within a cavern adorned with ancient murals illuminated by faint rune light. The walls depicted the birth of their world's stars, weaving a story etched in glowing symbols and shimmering celestial patterns. The night sky outside remained cloaked in deep shadows. As they traced the murals, they uncovered the tale of Mara's fall, once a revered star guardian engulfed by darkness. Her radiant form had twisted into shadow, consumed by despair and regret. This revelation cast a solemn light on the storm they now faced. Leora, her silver pendant catching a subtle glow, reached out with heartfelt empathy toward the darkness that held Mara captive. Her gentle voice carried through the shifting atmosphere, planting a fragile seed of doubt within Mara's resolve. The amulet pulsed faintly with this hopeful energy. Mara's shadow wavered, flickering between vicious rage and hesitant sorrow. The internal conflict stirred as Leora's words touched the core beneath the darkness. For a moment, the storm's fury softened, and stars began to faintly shimmer once more. Patches of stars re-emerged along their path, guiding them closer to the heart of stars. The celestial forge radiated with pulsating cosmic energy, suffusing the air with a mix of hope and lingering tension. The realms shifted subtly, the atmosphere alive with anticipation. Without warning, Mara's minions ambushed them, shadows darting amidst the stars like dark meteors. In the narrow escape, Kalen sustained a wound that dimmed his fiery glow. Despite the chaos, they pressed onward, shadows closing behind them. Leora knelt beside Kalen, her luminous blue eyes steady as she channeled gentle light to stabilize his weakened flame. Their bond deepened, each heartbeat syncing with the glow of her silver pendant and his flickering fire. The cosmic energy around them responded to their unified strength. They arrived at the heart of stars, a celestial forge bathed in raw cosmic power. It pulsed rhythmically, as if alive, its glow casting intricate light upon their faces. The night sky above shimmered with nascent constellations, waiting to be reborn. Leora lifted the starborn amulet, attempting to recharge it with the forge's energy. Yet it resisted, its glow flickering uncertainly, signaling that mere power was insufficient. The amulet demanded sacrifice, a deeper offering beyond strength. Mara appeared, her form shifting between shadow and light, proposing an uneasy alliance. She offered a choice: to unite their powers and restore balance or surrender everything to the engulfing darkness. The air thickened with tension, stars flickering like hesitant witnesses. Torn by the weight of the decision, Leora's mind drifted to memories of her village and the faces of loved ones. Their safety and the fate of countless realms hung in the balance, reflected in the gleaming night sky. Her heart surged with determination amidst the swirling emotions. Resolutely, Leora extended her hand toward Mara, the amulet bursting into unwavering brilliant light. The glow intertwined with Mara's shadow, hinting at a fragile unity forming beneath the cosmic tapestry. The shifting atmosphere held its breath as destiny unfolded. Mara's shadow dissolved, revealing her true radiant form, a star guardian broken by pain but yearning for redemption. Her violet glowing eyes softened, the weight of darkness lifting as light embraced her once more. The celestial symbols around them shimmered in acknowledgement. Together, their combined light surged through the amulet, feeding it with renewed energy that reignited the cosmos above. Stars blazed back into the sky with vibrant intensity, weaving new constellations that told a story of unity. The realms shifted in harmony, their edges softly blending. The night sky burst into brilliance, stars blazing across the heavens in radiant patterns visible from every world. The celestial tapestry shimmered with newfound life, a testament to restored balance and hope. Glowing runes danced amidst the stars, a silent song of renewal. The realms intertwined, blending celestial and earthly energies into a harmonious symphony. Celestial stars aligned with earthly elements, their union signaling an era of peace and connection. The subtle atmospheric shifts enveloped Leora, Kalen, and Mara alike. Kalen's flame reignited with a steady, powerful glow, stronger than before his wound. His bronze skin shimmered under the celestial light, reflecting the new harmony within him. Together, they embodied the reforged bond between realms and guardianship. Leora vowed to protect both realms, her silver pendant glowing softly as their destinies merged. Her gaze held firm commitment as the celestial forces swirled around them. The burden and honor of their journey settled like a star's steady light within her. The trio stood at the threshold between worlds, witnessing the dawn of a renewed era unfold in the skies above. The realms shimmered, the shifting atmosphere alive with promise and fragile equilibrium. Stars traced new paths as the night embraced the first light of hope. Back in the village, the night sky exploded into radiant starlight, illuminating faces turned upward with wonder. Hearts filled with hope as the celestial tapestry told the story of salvation. The silver pendant on Leora's neck glowed faintly, a beacon to all. Leora's pendant pulsed softly, a glowing reminder of their perilous journey and the bonds forged through light and shadow. Its steady radiance mirrored the harmony now restored between the realms. The stars above twinkled as if acknowledging the promise it represented. Mara, restored and radiant, silently watched over the realms once more as a vigilant guardian. Her violet eyes held quiet strength beneath the night sky, adorned with new constellations. The shifting realms settled into balanced serenity, embraced by her newfound purpose. Kalen trained new protectors beneath the celestial glow, sharing the wisdom of harmony born from trials. Flames danced steady on their skin, reflecting the unity of earth and starborn power. The village thrived under the careful watch of its guardians. Villagers gathered beneath the glowing celestial tapestry, retelling the tale that had saved their world. Stars shimmered overhead, guiding stories woven with light, shadow, and sacrifice. The air held the lingering magic of a starborn legacy, alive in every heart. Beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, Leora sat in quiet contemplation, the celestial stars twinkling like distant whispers weaving through the night. Faint glowing runes shimmered on her silver pendant as she felt the subtle pull of realms beyond, calling her with gentle urgency. In this stillness, Leora realized how much the journey had altered her essence. She was no longer just a guardian, but a vital bridge uniting the heavens above with the world below. Her heart carried the weight and wonder of this newfound destiny, a living link between stars and earth. A soft, celestial glow wove through her silver hair, casting ripples of shimmering light around her, a radiant symbol of the role she was now destined to play. The strands seemed alive, echoing the delicate harmony of the shifting realms she had come to understand. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest song of a distant star, an ethereal melody full of promise and adventure. It whispered of journeys still to come, horizons yet to be explored beyond the veil of the present night. With renewed purpose, Leora climbed the gentle hill overlooking her village, the patchwork of rooftops resting quietly beneath a blanket of twinkling stars. The night sky stretched endlessly above, rich and alive, echoing the quiet resilience of the world she protected. From the shadows emerged Kalen, his flame-red hair catching the starlight as he approached with a warm, assured smile. Together, their presence spoke of shared strength and unspoken readiness to face whatever destiny awaited. Silently, Mara appeared beside them, her dark robes merging with the night, eyes glowing violet with a newfound peace. Her presence, once shadowed by mystery, now stood as a testament to redemption and the fragile unity forged through trials. Together, the three raised the starborn amulet skyward, its radiant light pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The glow danced upon their faces, weaving their fates with the eternal rhythm of the universe around them. The night sky responded in kind, swirling with renewed brilliance as the celestial stars painted a living canvas of hope, memory, and endless possibility. It shimmered with the luminous runes' gentle glow, reflecting the harmony born from their combined strength. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, Leora, Kalen, and Mara stood united beneath the fading stars, guardians of a world reborn under the veil of the starborn. In this new era, their bond shone brighter than ever, a promise that the realms would forever remain intertwined in balance and light. The rain tapped rhythmically against the cracked window of Jake's cluttered office, a pale glow from the street lamp slicing through the fog. Jake lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards as he wondered why the dame had walked in looking like trouble with a capital T. She slid a photograph across the desk, eyes darting nervously. "Find him," she whispered, voice trembling more than her hands. Jake examined the photo, a man with a crooked smile, standing in an alleyway Jake knew too well. No questions asked, no promises made, but the cash in her hand decided the rest. The trail led to neon-lit bars and shadowed backstreets, whispers of the crooked smiles, misdeeds crawling through the city's underbelly. A bartender with tired eyes passed a coded note between gritted teeth. "He's not alone." Jake's fingers brushed the cool barrel of his. 38 under the coat, a quiet reassurance in the stormy night. At the docks, moonlight danced on water slick with oil. A meeting was set, stakes higher than ever. The crooked smile appeared, flanked by two goons whose silence screamed danger. Quick words exchanged, then a sudden scuffle, fists and fears colliding in the mist. Jake ducked, rolling beneath a swing, the crackle of gunfire sinking with his pounding heart. Amid the chaos, he caught a glimpse of the dame, eyes wide, fighting shadows of her own. A flash of steel, a gasp, and then the crooked smile's desperate plea for mercy. Jake stepped back, breathing heavy. "This city's got secrets," he said, "but it's time someone told the truth." With the crooked smile tied up and the dame safe, dawn began to pry open the night's secrets. Jake watched the horizon blush with morning, the rain finally stopping. "Case closed," he muttered, pocketing the last of the damning evidence, the city breathing easier for a moment. As the dame disappeared into the awakening streets, Jake lit another cigarette, ready for whatever night would throw next. In a city of shadows, he mused, sometimes the only light is knowing you did the right thing. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. To those who find this, she said, hope is not lost, even in the darkest times. Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. Never forget, even ruins can root new life. From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance, and in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Isla sat hunched over the ancient map, candlelight flickering across her face as her green eyes mirrored the vibrant blue glow of the small crystal in her hand. Every line and symbol held secrets she was desperate to unravel before darkness could claim more ground. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and Eldrick entered, clutching an old scroll marked with the ancient tree symbol. His voice carried urgency as he warned Isla to prepare, for the ominous darkening was no mere threat. It was a looming inevitability. Outside the quiet library, Kalen stood resolute, his dark braided hair shifting in the breeze as his sharp gaze swept the horizon. Dark clouds, unnatural and heavy, creeped forward, signaling the perils steadily approaching their village. The village square hummed with restless whispers, faces etched with fear as rumors of the encroaching darkness spread like wildfire. The once vibrant heart of their community now pulsed with unease and dread. Isla's fingers brushed against the lumina crystal, which flickered weakly in response, its glow resembling a heartbeat struggling against an unseen force. Though cryptic, the pulse carried a message she could almost, but not quite comprehend. Eldrick leaned close, his spectacles catching the dim light as he recited the legend of the crystals of Valora. These ancient stones, he explained, once maintained the fragile balance between light and darkness, a balance now on the verge of shattering. Together, Isla and Eldrick pored over the map, tracing a jagged route toward the lost crystal caverns rumored to lie hidden beyond the towering mountains. Their fingers pressed into worn parchment, mapping hope amid despair. Kalen adjusted the straps of his armor with practiced precision, his scarred face stoic yet tense. Each click and pull was a silent vow to protect, as he braced for the treacherous journey ahead. As night draped the land, tendrils of darkness seeped into the village outskirts, wilting the vibrant flowers that once painted the fields. The air thickened with a cold shadow, swallowing color and life beneath its weight. Suddenly, Isla felt the lumina crystal surge with energy, its faint light blossoming into a warning. Through the twisting trees, she glimpsed a shadowy figure, watching silently from the distance, impossibly just beyond reach. Eldrick's expression darkened as he revealed the truth. The darkening was spreading at an unprecedented pace, faster than any record or prophecy had anticipated. Its unchecked advance threatened not just their village, but all living things. At dawn, beneath the sprawling branches of the village's ancient tree, the trio gathered to begin their perilous quest. The first light caught Isla's silver braid, the symbol of hope trailing behind their determined steps. Isla's lumina crystal emitted a faint glow, casting pale light on the dense, shadowed forest path ahead. Every leaf and branch seemed alive, as if the very woods were watching and waiting. Without warning, twisted shadows lunged from the surrounding trees, their forms writhing with unnatural energy. Kalen sprang into action, drawing his sword to fend off the encroaching darkness with swift, precise strikes. They barely escaped the ambush, breaths ragged as the gravity of their mission settled heavier. It was clear now. The stakes of their quest extended far beyond personal safety. The fate of their world hung precariously in balance. Deeper within the forest, Isla noticed faint symbols glowing on the bark of ancient trees, their light pulsing gently like guiding stars. These marks seemed to respond to the crystal's resonance, carving a path through the dense wilderness. As Isla's crystal pulsed with growing strength, the forest around them shimmered, charged with a tangible magic. The air thrummed between light and shadow, filling their journey with both wonder and warning. Ahead, an ancient stone doorway emerged from the overgrowth, its surface etched with the familiar tree symbol, worn by time but defiantly intact. The passage beckoned them into secret realms forgotten by most. Eldrick lifted his amulet, its faint glow synchronizing with the door's carvings. With a whispered incantation, the stone doorway slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden cavern sparkling with countless shimmering crystals. Inside, a suffocating silence enveloped the trio, unnatural and heavy, broken suddenly by a deep, distant roar echoing from the cavern's depths. The sound reverberated through stone, stirring dread and resolve alike. Careful and deliberate, they descended into the cavern's heart, the walls illuminating softly as Isla raised the lumina crystal higher. The gentle light danced over their surroundings, revealing secrets whispered in stone. Without warning, tremors shook the cavern violently. A large section collapsed behind them, dust clouding the dark air and sealing their only known exit, trapping them deeper within the earth's embrace. Kalen's keen eyes scanned ahead, noting faint footprints etched in the glittering dust, mingled with ominous claw marks. The signs whispered of creatures unknown and dangers lurking just out of sight. A spectral figure materialized briefly before them, translucent and ethereal, its voice a faint whisper carrying a cryptic warning. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. Driven by instinct, Isla placed her crystal upon an ancient altar. The stone vibrated beneath it, resonating deeply until a hidden pathway pulsed into revelation before them. With a mixture of fear and hope, they prepared to step into the unknown. The trio steps cautiously into a vast chamber where the darkness coils and writhes as if alive, swallowing the faint gleam of their crystals. The air is thick with unease, and every shadow seems to pulse with hidden threats. Isla tightens her grip on the lumina crystal, its glow dim against the oppressive blackness. From this living darkness emerged twisted creatures, their bodies contorted and corrupted, yet their eyes glint faintly, tethered to some remaining spark of light. Their eerie forms shift unpredictably, reflecting a balance twisted toward shadow. The chamber feels alive with the struggle between illumination and void. Kalen draws his sword with a steely resolve, engaging the creatures in frantic battle, his scarred face set in a determined grimace. Isla and Eldrick seize the moment, scouring the cavern walls for another glowing crystal said to hold power over the darkness. Their search is urgent amid the clashing chaos around them. Eldrick's keen eyes catch sight of a smaller crystal embedded deep within a jagged stone, its faint light flickering like a heartbeat. He strains to dislodge it, fingers grasping the ancient rock, but the crystal resists, locked tight as if bound by the cavern itself. Isla moves closer, ready to aid his efforts. As they free the crystal, a swell of darkness rolls through the chamber like a tidal wave, intensifying and pushing against them with relentless force. The shadows creep closer, alive with a malevolent hunger that threatens to overwhelm their fragile light. The lumina crystal flickers, mirroring the rising tension. Isla carefully aligns the two crystals, their glow melding into radiant beams that carve through the shadow like swords of light. The encroaching darkness recoils, pushed back momentarily by this sudden burst of clarity. Hope sparkles in her eyes as the luminous power courses between them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave floor, and a deep chasm splits the ground, separating Kalen from Isla and Eldrick. The gap is wide and ominous, walls steep and crumbling. Each side faces peril alone, the bond between them tested by the abyss. From across the divide, Kalen shouts words of encouragement, his voice unwavering despite the danger. Bracing himself, he begins scaling the sheer cavern walls with grim determination. His dark, braided hair clings as he claws upward, driven to reunite with his companions. Pressing forward into the shadowed depths, Isla and Eldrick discover faded inscriptions carved into stone, depicting an ancient ritual meant to restore balance between light and shadow. The symbols shimmer faintly under the crystal's glow, hinting at forgotten knowledge. The weight of history settles around them. Without warning, the lumina crystal's glow dims unexpectedly, sending a cold shiver through Isla's heart. The pulse of magic seems to falter, as though responding to an unseen threat. Darkness creeps not only outside, but within their very artifacts of power. Eldrick becomes encircled by a shadowy presence, whispering ancient curses in a language long lost to time. The dark aura tests his resolve, threatening to consume his spirit and fracture their mission. With eyes narrowed behind his round spectacles, he steels himself against the encroaching despair. Summoning her courage, Isla raises the combined crystals, a bright shield of light forming around Eldrick. The dark murmurs recoil, the malevolent aura dissipating under the radiance they produce. Their unity of purpose shines as a beacon amid the suffocating gloom. Just then, Kalen returns, breathless but determined, only to find a massive shadow beast blocking their path. Towering and snarling, it radiates menace, its eyes dark yet reflecting the crystal's faint light. The three face a new, daunting threat together. They move as one, using swift strikes and the luminous beams from their crystals to confuse and weaken the monstrous foe. The light dances around the beast, disrupting its dark essence, while Kalen exploits every opening. Their combined strength begins to turn the tide. Suddenly, the chamber shudders violently, stones tumbling as the cavern begins collapsing around them. Rocks fall in maelstrom, and shadows swirl into a tempest of chaos. Urgency seizes their hearts. Escape becomes paramount amid the crumbling ruin. Breathless, they reach a sealed doorway emblazoned with the ancient tree emblem, a symbol seen throughout their quest. Recognition dawns that this gateway leads to their ultimate destination, the final chamber. The air hums with latent power, signaling the climax of their journey. Isla carefully fits the crystals into indentations matching their shapes on the door's surface. As the last piece settles, the emblem glows brightly, and the heavy door unlocks with a resonant burst of light. Beyond lies the chamber that holds the fate of Valora. Inside, a pedestal rises, cradling the great crystal of Valora. Its vibrant pulsing life energy fills the room, but falters, flickering dangerously as if unstable. The air around it crackles with tension, the ancient power teetering between restoration and ruin. Approaching cautiously, they are confronted by the shadowy figure seen earlier, now revealed as the corrupted guardian of the crystal. Its form wavers between light and darkness, bearing both menace and sorrow. The Guardian's presence commands both respect and wariness. The Guardian challenges their worth, eyes piercing as it tests the unity and resolve of the group. A tense standoff ensues, where trust and strength must overcome fear and suspicion. The fate of the crystal, and all of Valora, hangs in the balance. Stepping forward, Isla speaks with quiet conviction of balance and hope, her words weaving through the chamber like gentle light. The Guardian's aggression softens as the combined crystals resonate with her spirit, harmonizing conflict into calm. A fragile peace kindles between them. The Guardian yields, merging with the crystal of Valora in a brilliant fusion that steadies its pulsing energy. Light spreads through the crystal, illuminating every corner of the chamber in serene brilliance. The once flickering crystal now glows with vibrant life and promise. A flood of luminous energy pours forth, pushing back the shadows that had seeped into the cavern's stones and crystals. The colors return, richer and more vivid, as darkness is swept away by radiance. The chamber feels reborn, a sanctuary of light restored. Eldrick studies the now clear inscriptions carefully, fully deciphering the ritual meant to awaken the crystal's true power. His amulet pulses in rhythm with the newfound clarity, guiding their next steps precisely. The path forward is illuminated by knowledge and hope alike. Together, the trio performs the ritual, their hands joined over the glowing crystal. A radiant light envelops them, weaving threads of balance between light and darkness throughout the cavern. Harmony is restored, yet deeper truths linger just beyond the glow. The dark, brooding clouds that had long hung over the land began to dissolve, unveiling a vast expanse of clear, cerulean skies. The once withered fields breathed a new, vibrant greenery spreading like a gentle tide, reclaiming the earth. It was as if the world itself exhaled a sigh of relief, its wounds visibly healing under the cleansing light. In Isla's hand, the crystal she carried pulsed with a steady, brilliant glow, steady and warm as the dawn. The light it emitted was no longer flickering or weak. It symbolized a renewed hope that now radiated within every heart. This was the gleaming promise that darkness had been overcome. At the heart of the village, the ancient tree, their timeless guardian, began to pulse with gentle waves of life energy. Its leaves shimmered with renewed vitality, reflecting the balance restored between light and shadow. The symbol etched into its bark seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of harmony reborn. One by one, the villagers stepped from their homes, eyes wide in cautious wonder at the transformed landscape. The tense silence that had gripped them was replaced by a tranquil peace as smiles slowly returned. They felt, deep within, the promise of safety and renewal settling over their homeland. Eldrick gathered the villagers near the ancient tree and shared stories of their arduous journey. His voice, steady and enriched with wisdom, spoke of courage tested and the strength found only in unity. He reminded them that this harmony was won through the bravery of each soul who dared to stand against the darkness. Kalen stood solemnly at the edge of the gathering, his vigilant gaze sweeping the horizon. The scar across his left cheek caught the sun's rays, glowing faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. His presence was a steadfast sentinel, reflecting the warrior's unwavering resolve. By the ancient tree, Isla sat quietly, the gentle breeze tugging softly at her silver braid as she smiled with peaceful reflection. Her vivid green eyes shone with gratitude and quiet strength, knowing the cost of their victory. In this serene moment, she felt a deep connection to the land and to her companions. With great care, the trio placed the Lumina crystal at the very center of the village, where it radiated a protective light. Its steady glow served not only as a symbol, but as an enduring safeguard for generations to come. The crystal's brilliance became a beacon, promising light in any shadow that may arise. Together, Isla, Eldrick, and Kalen prepared for a new adventure, their spirits fortified by the trials they had faced. The bonds forged through hardship had deepened into unbreakable trust and shared purpose. With renewed hope and heartened resolve, they set their sights beyond the village's edge. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow upon the distant mountains, the trio moved forward with steady steps. Their silhouettes merged with the vibrant landscape, a testament to journeys past and those yet to come. The horizon shimmered with promise, and they were ready to embrace whatever fate awaited. The clock in the hotel lobby struck midnight, its chimes swallowed by the creeping fog outside. Detective Margot slipped inside room 7, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The door creaked open to reveal nothing but an empty bed, untouched since noon, the room unnervingly silent. She inspected the window. No sign of forced entry, just a cool breeze whispering secrets. Suddenly, a faint tapping echoed from the closet. "Who's there?" Margot called, her voice steady despite the chill rising in her spine. No answer, just the rhythmic tap-tap-tap, like a code in Morse. Drawing her gun, she cracked open the closet door to reveal a small, antique music box. Margot opened it cautiously. A haunting melody spilled into the air, matching the tapping perfectly. Behind the music box, she found a folded note taped to the wall. Unfolding it, she read, "Find the truth beneath the floorboards." Kneeling, she searched the rug for a trapdoor, fingers brushing against a loose plank. With effort, she pried it open, revealing a narrow space beneath the floor. Inside lay a weathered journal, its pages filled with frantic scrawls detailing secret meetings and betrayals. One entry caught her eye. "The visitor at midnight knows the real story." Margot glanced toward the clock. It was midnight now, the hour when the mystery came alive. Footsteps stirred above. She heard a door shut softly, then silence again. Clutching the journal, she smelled a faint trace of perfume, familiar yet elusive. Emerging from the floor, she whispered, "The key was hidden in the echoes all along." As dawn broke, the truth unraveled, and Room 7's secret finally found its voice. Lena leaned over the cluttered workstation, her sharp eyes following a shifting constellation on the holographic star map. Her finger traced the lines carefully, sensing an unsettling change in the familiar celestial patterns. Cale focused intently as he tightened bolts on his mechanical arm adjustment. Sparks briefly flickered, illuminating the faint scar above his left eyebrow, his stoic expression unwavering despite the growing urgency. Dr. Myerk stepped into the dimly lit lab, his gaze fixed on a machine pulsating with ethereal energy. The glow bathed his high-collared lab coat, his round spectacles reflecting the mysterious light. Suddenly, the ancient compass device strapped to Lena's wrist began to pulse erratically. Its shifting shadows cast an eerie glow on her weathered leather jacket as the light intensified and dimmed unpredictably. Outside the observatory, the sky distorted as a temporal anomaly twisted the stars into shimmering, unnatural patterns. The familiar nightscape warped, sending a chill through the crew within. Lena and Cale exchanged uneasy glances as a bright star blinked out on the star map in real time. Their synchronized watches ticked irregularly, echoing the growing instability. Myerk nervously examined fluctuating data on a holographic screen, illustrating rapid shifts in time and space stability. Lines of code and star charts flickered, mirroring their rising concern. Clutching the glowing compass, Lena watched as it projected fragmented images of unfamiliar locations. The device's erratic glow hinted at mysteries beyond their understanding. In the cramped quarters, the team debated heatedly, tension mounting as the anomalies corrupted their instruments. Voices overlapped, each aware that the stakes were climbing dangerously higher. Cale interfaced his mechanical arm with the compass, attempting to stabilize the chaotic signals. His brow furrowed with determination as sparks danced from the connection. Outside, the landscape vibrated subtly, a low hum permeating the air and unsettling the crew's nerves. Even the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unseen disturbance. Without warning, a power surge caused the lab's lights to flicker wildly. Fleeting shadows moved unnaturally within the bursts of light, leaving an eerie impression on all present. Lena received a cryptic message on her wrist device, coordinates that shifted unpredictably, defying logic. The revelation deepened the mystery as she stared at the elusive numbers. Myerk's voice was grave as he warned of the impending meridian shift, a rare cosmic event with the power to alter reality itself. The weight of his words hung heavy in the sterile air. The crew prepared hastily to embark on a mission to the anomaly's epicenter, acutely aware that failure might disrupt time permanently. The atmosphere was thick with determination and unspoken fears. They boarded their sleek ship and launched toward the elusive coordinates, the compass glowing steadily to guide their path through the void. The ship's engines hummed with restrained power as stars blurred past. Approaching the anomaly, star maps warped visibly in the cockpit, and the ship's controls responded sluggishly. Lena's fingers danced over worn instruments as Cale kept steady despite the strain. Erratic spatial readings flickered on Lena's monitor, while Cale recalibrated the propulsion system under intense stress. The pressure of their task was evident in every precise movement. Suddenly, a blast wave from the anomaly rocked the ship violently, throwing the crew off balance. Equipment clattered and warning lights flashed, demanding immediate control adjustments. Myerk consulted the ancient compass, now glowing intensely and projecting complex star patterns swirling midair. The cryptic display hinted at turbulence far beyond their expectations. Through the ship's viewfinder appeared a visual loop of a distant celestial event, endlessly repeating with unsettling clarity. The scene blurred the line between present and past, deepening the crew's unease. Communication systems began failing intermittently, isolating the crew within the ship. Static and dead air replaced meaningful signals, raising tensions across the confined space. Lena spotted a flicker on the star map resembling a past event, possibly a memory or a warning. The team debated its cryptic meaning, uncertainty knitting furrowed brows. Ignoring warnings of space-time distortion, Cale attempted a risky maneuver to stabilize the ship's trajectory. His mechanical arm moved with precise urgency as the ship groaned under stress. The ship passed through a shimmering veil, and for a brief moment, the crew glimpsed alternate versions of themselves. The fleeting visions left them questioning reality as their synchronized watches ticked wildly out of sync. Dr. Meyerk's voice cut through the ship's low hum with a dire warning. Crossing the meridian threshold risked trapping them in a temporal feedback loop from which there was no escape. He emphasized that the ancient compass they relied upon might be their only safeguard. Lena exchanged a determined glance with Kale, knowing the stakes had just risen immensely. Suddenly, the holographic compass emitted a sharp, high-pitched tone that resonated through the ship's decks. The shifting star maps aligned perfectly for a brief moment, revealing a concealed path hidden within the cosmic tapestry. The corridor through time and space shimmered like an invitation and a perilous gamble. Lena gripped the controls tightly, steering the vessel through the unveiled course. Each moment brought surges of gravitational distortion, the ship straining against invisible pressures that threatened to tear them apart. Her eyes never left the glowing compass, its light flickering as the anomalies intensified. Without warning, alarms blared, systems began to fail one after another. Kale sprang into action, his mechanical arm whirring as he improvised repairs on the erratic conduits amid the fluctuating time streams. Shifts in gravity and time warped his perception, but he worked with relentless precision. The environment around them began to flicker wildly, alternating between the ship's current state and fleeting glimpses of past moments aboard the vessel. Lena caught ghostly images of their distant origin world, fragmented and ephemeral, like echoes trapped in a loop. This temporal dissonance unsettled them all, reminding them of the fragile boundary they now crossed. Meyerk studied the ancient compass intently, uncovering new data hidden within its quantum readings. He theorized it was resonating with quantum echoes left by explorers who had ventured here before, their temporal footprints embedded in the device's core. This revelation changed their understanding of the anomaly's depths. The crew gathered to debate their next move, torn between risking a temporal jump out of the anomaly's heart and the terrifying possibility of being erased entirely. Fear mingled with resolve. Any misstep could mean losing not just their lives, but their existence. The dilemma weighed heavily on every mind and soul aboard. As tension thickened, Lena's compass suddenly displayed an unfamiliar symbol, radiating a cool blue luminescence. This new glyph seemed to unlock additional data on the star map, revealing alternate routes and subtle shifts previously obscured. It was a clue, and perhaps a key, to navigating the chaotic currents ahead. Without warning, Kale vanished from view, leaving only an empty echo in the corridor. Moments later, he reappeared dazed, his memories fragmented and tinged with images from an alternate timeline of their journey. His brief absence cast a shadow of dread across the crew, signaling the anomaly's unpredictable reach. Meyerk assembled the fragmented clues and proposed a disturbing theory. The anomaly fractured time itself into parallel streams, each threatening to overwrite their singular reality. The fabric of their existence might be unraveling, replaced by alternate versions slipping into their world. This revelation heightened the urgency of their mission. The ship's interiors convulsed in impossible ways. Corridors bent and merged, walls twisted in fractal patterns that defied logic and physics. Stepping through doorways felt like traversing shifting gateways between moments, each more disorienting than the last. Lena clung tightly to the ancient compass as it projected a star map that began to stabilize amid the chaos. The shifting lines slowly formed a coherent path, signaling a tenuous safe route through the temporal labyrinth. With cautious hope, they prepared to follow the compass's new guidance. Kale's voice grew urgent as he warned them all. They needed to act fast before their identities started blending with alternate versions of themselves. The risk of losing one's sense of self became more than theory, it was a looming reality. Time was slipping away faster than they dared imagine. Synchronizing their irregularly ticking watches, the crew set a coordinated countdown to time their leap through the heart of the anomaly. Each second carried immense weight as they prepared for a maneuver that could either save them or condemn their existence. The tension was palpable, the silence before the storm absolute. An intense surge erupted, flinging the ship forward through a kaleidoscopic storm of temporal fragments. Past, present, and future flickered wildly in the vessel's hull, a dizzying swirl of moments collapsing and rebounding against the hull. Every fiber of the crew's being was tested, as reality itself seemed to fracture around them. Through the chaos, Myrick managed to stabilize a core device, harnessing the anomaly's restless energy into a controlled rift. The ship sagged under the power as the device pulled a steady stream of quantum force into the breach they sought to create. This fragile control was their best hope for escape. Gazing through the rift, the crew caught a glimpse of a future warped nearly beyond recognition, the world they knew altered and broken. Silent cities, strange skies, and unfamiliar stars haunted the vision, a warning of what might come if their mission failed. The weight of their task was written in those fleeting images. Resolute, Lena vowed to preserve their reality by recalibrating the compass, using it to reverse the anomaly's relentless corruption. She studied the device closely, deciphering subtle fluctuations and guiding the adjustment with careful precision. The path to salvation depended on her success. Kale readied the ship for the upcoming temporal burst, a critical surge of energy needed to close the rift safely. Every system was checked and reinforced, his mechanical arm humming as it prepared to deliver the final pulse. The crew steeled themselves for what was to come, trusting each other implicitly. As the crew initiated their plan, the anomaly reacted violently, thrashing unpredictably against their intervention. The ship trembled and groaned beneath the strain, the very fabric of space-time shuddering in resistance. They braced for impact, hearts pounding with both fear and determination. The ancient compass blazed white-hot, pouring radiant waves through the vessel's structure that rippled like sonic pulses. Its light illuminated every corner, combating the darkness of temporal distortion with fierce brilliance. This surge of power was both a beacon and a shield against the unfolding chaos. Time itself began to mend around them. The star maps ceased their erratic shifts, freezing into stable and familiar patterns once more. The pervasive sense of fracture lifted slowly, the corridor of uncertainty gradually solidifying into clarity. Relief began to replace the dread that had gripped the crew. Lena expertly maneuvered the ship through the anomaly's now calm heart, racing against the imminent collapse of overlapping timelines. Every star and coordinate aligned as they sailed through the fragile corridor, the compass guiding like a steadfast ancient guardian. Each second was a victory in preserving their reality. Myrick tracked the crew's vital signs against the backdrop of fading distortions, confirming the singular reality strand remained intact. His relief was tempered by cautious vigilance, knowing the anomaly's effects could still surprise them. The crew's unity and endurance had preserved more than just their lives, they had preserved existence itself. Kale activated the final pulse from his mechanical arm, a surge of energy designed to seal the rift once and for all. The ship vibrated as the breach closed, the infinite fracturing of time snapping back into a singular flow. Their ordeal was ending, though shadowed by mysteries yet unrevealed. The anomaly finally collapsed in on itself, disappearing like a fading shadow. Outside the observatory's viewport, the stars shimmered steadily, undisturbed for the first time in weeks. Lena's gaze fixed on the holographic compass resting on the table as its glow softened to a gentle pulse. The device's dim light signified that the chaotic flux of time had balanced once more. Kale and Dr. Myrick exchanged relieved glances, their synchronized watches clicking with steady, even ticks after the previous irregularities. The certainty of normal time flow reassured them both. Back inside the observatory, the star map displayed a stable cosmic skyline, familiar constellations locked in their usual positions. The shifting patterns had ceased, confirming the universe's calm return. The crew methodically logged their experiences in the ship's records, emphasizing the compass's crucial role as a temporal anchor throughout the ordeal. Its importance was undeniable for navigating time's fragile currents. Quietly and with care, Lena slid the compass into her jacket pocket, mindful of its power and the responsibility to protect it. The weight of guarding such a device settled on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Myrick studied a subtle residual temporal anomaly detected in his lab. Though minor and far less threatening, it served as a sober reminder of their vulnerability to time's unpredictable forces. Kale set to work upgrading the ship's systems, applying insights gained about temporal mechanics and anomaly stabilization. His mechanical arm adjusted tools with practiced precision as innovation took shape. Under a calm and steady night sky, the team shared a quiet moment of camaraderie, their bond fortified by the challenges they'd endured together. The stars above seemed to witness their renewed unity. Lena gazed thoughtfully at the constellations, aware that the universe still held countless mysteries beyond their reach. Yet, for now, time itself was theirs to guard, a precious frontier guarded by steadfast vigilance. Jamie raced down Maple Street, clutching the crumpled letter in trembling hands. The old mansion at the end of the block loomed, its windows dark and silent. Just hours ago, Mrs. Whittaker had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a chilling message. The letter was brief: "Find the note before the clock strikes midnight." Jamie pushed open the wrought iron gate, its creak echoing in the quiet night. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, the house frozen in time. A grand clock tower dominated the foyer, its hands frozen at 11:50. Jamie's eyes darted around, spotting a piano, its keys yellowed and forgotten. "The note," Jamie whispered, kneeling beside the instrument. Pressing a key, a faint melody filled the room, stirring something deep within the silence. Guided by the tune, Jamie traced the music sheets left on the stand. Among them, a single sheet stood out, a composition marked with mysterious symbols. This must be it, Jamie thought, piecing together the note's secret message. Each symbol corresponded to a letter, forming a hidden phrase. Under the floor, heart pounding, Jamie searched beneath the wooden planks of the foyer. Fingers dug into a loose board, revealing a small, locked box. Inside lay Mrs. Whittaker's diary and a key, along with another note. "Thank you for finding the truth," it read. "Now the story can finally be told." Relief washed over Jamie as the mystery unfolded. The disappearance was a staged escape from an old, painful past. "Justice is in the light," Jamie said softly, stepping out as dawn broke over Maple Street. As dawn breaks over the city, the silhouette of the old clock tower casts long shadows. Mara walks the quiet streets, her mind clouded with memories as the tower's chimes echo in the stillness. Stepping into a cramped workshop crowded with ticking clocks, Mara's fingers brush over a familiar broken pocket watch resting on a cluttered table. The weight of countless hours seems to press on her as she contemplates the fragile object. A close-up reveals the pocket watch's cracked glass and frozen hands, symbolizing a moment frozen in time. Mara sighs, her troubled gaze reflecting the unresolved past the watch represents. Memories flood back. A young Mara receives the pocket watch from her grandfather, the watchmaker. His steady gaze and careful hands imprint a bittersweet legacy in her heart. Returning to the present, Mara sits across from Elias in a dimly lit cafe, the air thick with unspoken tension. Their shared history complicates the fragile conversation unfolding between them. Elias produces a letter sealed with an embossed wax emblem, sliding it towards Mara with a sense of urgency. The weight of its contents hangs heavily between them. Opening the letter, Mara reads about a hidden family secret, threatening to unravel everything she thought she knew. The stakes rise, deepening her internal conflict. After a moment's hesitation, Mara clenches the broken watch tightly, steeling herself to face the shadows of her past head-on. Determination replaces doubt within her eyes. Nearby, Nina watches Mara intently from the shadows, fingers nervously twisting a small mechanical part. Her curiosity wrestles with hesitation, uncertain whether to step forward. Mara enters an aged family home, dust particles dancing in the muted light as she crosses the threshold. Faded memories cling to the walls, whispering stories of days long gone. Her fingers glide over a faded photograph depicting her grandfather wearing a peculiar, knowing smile. The image stirs questions she hadn't dared to ask before. A sudden thunderstorm crashes outside, rain pelting the windows as Mara's turbulent emotions mirror the tempest. The past feels as restless and unyielding as the storm. Elias appears unexpectedly at the doorway, his rugged presence filling the room. He warns Mara of the dangers tied to unearthing buried family truths. Despite Elias's caution, Mara insists on moving forward, fueled by a desperate need for closure. Reluctantly, Elias agrees to accompany her through this uncertain journey. Unexpectedly, the broken pocket watch begins to tick faintly, its eerie rhythm signaling that time itself seems to be shifting. Secrets long dormant stir awake around them. Together, Mara and Elias sift through the attic shadows, uncovering concealed journals and letters hidden beneath loose floorboards. Each discovery deepens the mystery. Nina steps closer, offering assistance and revealing her surprising connection to Mara's family. Her presence introduces new dimensions to the unfolding story. Tensions flare as Mara and Elias clash over trust, fracturing their uneasy alliance. Old wounds open amid accusations and doubt. In a haunting dream, the watchmaker appears, his cryptic gaze inviting Mara to look beyond the obvious. His steady hands gesture toward truths yet uncovered. Awakening with newfound resolve, Mara discovers a secret compartment within the pocket watch containing a small, enigmatic key. Hope and fear intertwine in her grasp. The key fits an ancient chest hidden beneath the house, which they open to reveal letters and artifacts long concealed. Each piece reshapes Mara's understanding of her family's past. Among the findings is a letter referencing a lost sibling, challenging everything Mara believed about her lineage. This revelation forces her to reconsider her identity. Elias confesses his own ties to the family's history, adding layers of complexity and raising the stakes. His rugged exterior cracks, exposing vulnerabilities tied to shared secrets. Mara's mind flashes back to forgotten or misunderstood childhood moments, fragments of memory swirling like puzzle pieces. Clarity and confusion intertwine as the past resurfaces. Suddenly, the pocket watch stops ticking once more, announcing a crucial turning point. Time's fragile thread seems to hold its breath, awaiting what comes next. Nina sat cross-legged on the floor, delicately examining the intricate pieces of the broken pocket watch. As she adjusted a tiny gear, her fingers brushed against a faint engraving hidden deep inside the casing. Leaning closer, she realized it was a message, carefully etched in an elegant script that had gone unnoticed until now. The message spoke of a meeting place tied to Mara's grandfather, hinting at old alliances and betrayals long buried. The words suggested that answers lay buried within forgotten walls, places where time seemed to stand still, yet memories whispered endlessly. Mara's mind raced as the past began to entwine more tightly with their present quest. Under the cloak of night, Mara, Elias clad in his worn leather jacket, and curious Nina ventured toward an abandoned train station. The cold air was thick with anticipation, and the shadows cast by the flickering lantern grew longer with each step. Guided by the secret message, their footsteps echoed into the darkness of a place forgotten by time. Unseen eyes seemed to watch their every movement as vague silhouettes moved beyond the station's broken windows. The atmosphere thickened with unease, signaling that danger was closer than they realized. Each glance shared was met with silence, warning them that they were not alone in this pursuit of truth. Tension surfaced between Elias and Mara, their voices low but edged with frustration over past decisions and recent risks. Bitter words hinted at cracks forming in their once solid partnership, revealing fears and doubts beneath their steely exteriors. Sensing the growing divide, Nina quickly intervened, her youthful voice urging calm and unity among them. Their search uncovered a hidden trapdoor beneath loose wooden planks, leading down into a secret room. Inside, the walls were adorned with cryptic symbols, and countless clocks of various designs ticked in unison, creating a haunting symphony of time. The air was thick with mystery, each element hinting at layers of concealed history awaiting discovery. Mara's fingers traced the carvings on the wall, triggering a subtle mechanism embedded within the ancient wood. A panel slid open silently, revealing a secret document covered in faded ink that detailed the true loyalties of her family. The revelation was profound, challenging everything she believed about her lineage and legacy. Elias eyed the fragile parchment warily, his rugged features tightening with concern. He questioned whether unveiling such truths was worth the chaos that might follow, fearing the fractures it could cause in their fragile community. His hesitation cast a shadow over the group's resolve as the gravity of their discovery sank in. Mara met his doubts with steely determination, her silver-streaked hair catching the dim light as she vowed to see the truth brought into the open. She believed that only by confronting the past could they hope to heal their fractured bonds. Her resolve ignited a flicker of hope amidst the tension, solidifying her role as their leader. Suddenly, the fragile trust that had held them together shattered when an unexpected betrayal surfaced from within their own group. A subtle, almost imperceptible act revealed hidden motives, throwing suspicion in every direction. The betrayal threatened to unravel all they had worked towards, demanding reckoning and clarity. In a surprising moment, Nina confessed her true motives, linking her actions to a solemn promise made to the watchmaker years before. Her fidgeting hands betrayed the weight of her secret, yet her eyes remained resolute. This revelation added a new layer of complexity, binding their fates even tighter with threads woven long ago. The watchmaker's voice seemed to echo through the shadows, guiding them with a riddle that wove together themes of time and memory. His meticulous hands, though unseen, felt present in the silence as they pondered the cryptic words. This counsel offered a path forward, shaping the next chapter of their intertwined journey. With renewed purpose, Mara reached out to Elias, bridging the gulf that had formed between them. Their reconciliation was quiet but firm, a mutual acknowledgement of the dangers they faced and the strength needed to overcome them. Together with Nina, they formed a united front against the threats closing in. They raced through rain-slicked streets, desperate to retrieve a final piece of evidence before it could be snatched away by darker forces. Every moment felt borrowed, the clocks ticking a stark reminder of time slipping through their fingers. Their combined skills and determination fueled the pursuit, driven by nerves and hope alike. A fierce storm raged outside, rain beating against the windows as the antique clocks within the safe room began to chime in perfect unison. The symphony of ticking hands grew louder, signaling the climax of their quest was near. Inside, tension and anticipation mingled, as moments stretched beyond themselves in the storm's heart. Hidden within an old ledger, they uncovered a detailed account of familial tragedies, betrayals concealed, and truths covered up for generations. The pages revealed the causes and consequences of past actions, painting a sorrowful picture of sacrifice and deceit. This knowledge brought clarity, but at a heavy emotional cost for all involved. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced into figures intent on silencing their discoveries forever. The trio found themselves cornered, the sinister presence closing in swiftly and without mercy. Adrenaline surged as instincts took over, turning their hunt for truth into a battle for survival. Drawing on the watchmaker's riddles, Mara deftly outmaneuvered their pursuers, using her knowledge of time and memory as a weapon. Each step and decision was calculated, turning the labyrinthine station into a maze their enemies could not navigate. Her sharp mind and steady resolve kept them one step ahead in the deadly game. In a moment of selfless courage, Nina created a diversion, drawing the adversaries away with quick thinking and fearless resolve. Her actions bought Mara and Elias precious seconds to escape, though at great personal risk. This sacrifice underscored the deep bonds forged in trust and shared purpose. Safely ensconced in a secluded room, the trio pored over the ledger's contents, preparing to expose the painful truths to the world. Each detail was matched with mounting urgency, their words poised to unite or divide their community. The weight of their responsibility settled heavy as they planned the inevitable reveal. Mara hesitated, her silver hair catching the flickering candlelight, as she wrestled with the cost of unveiling the truth. She knew that once revealed, the community's fragile peace could shatter, igniting conflict and old wounds anew. Her inner turmoil reflected the difficult balance between transparency and protection. Flashbacks unfolded, revealing the watchmaker's past efforts to shield the family from ruin through careful silence and guarded secrets. His meticulous hands had crafted more than just clocks, they held time's fragile story within, preserving legacies through subtle measures. These memories cast a new light on his guidance and sacrifices. With renewed clarity, Mara reconciled her protective instinct with her commitment to honesty. Her resolve strengthened, embracing the painful necessity of revelation as a path to healing and reconciliation. This inner peace fortified her for the challenging road ahead. Together, Elias aided Mara in drafting a heartfelt letter intended to unite the fractured family and their community through truth and compassion. Their joint efforts symbolized a tentative truce, a bridge built with trust and understanding. Each word was chosen with care, carrying the weight of hope for a reconciled future. At last, the broken pocket watch was carefully repaired, its steady ticking resonating through the quiet room. The rhythm symbolized restored balance and mercy, a tangible sign that time could heal even the deepest wounds. The watch's heartbeat marked a new beginning, threading together past and present with cautious optimism. In the town square, Mara stands before a gathered crowd, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. She recounts the long-hidden family history, unveiling truths wrapped in pain and regret, and asks for understanding and forgiveness. The broken pocket watch in her hand glints in the fading light, symbolizing the fragments of time now pieced together. As Mara's words settle, the community's reactions ripple through the crowd. Some people nod slowly, their faces softening with empathy, while others tighten their jaws, recoiling in shock and denial. Whispers spread, mixing acceptance with doubt, reflecting the complexity of embracing a complicated past. Through the murmurs, Elias steps forward beside Mara, his weathered leather jacket catching the evening breeze. His quiet support is palpable, a protective presence that reveals both loyalty and the vulnerability of standing firm amid judgment. His gaze meets Mara's, silently conveying strength and shared burden. Nina fiddles nervously with a small gear, then reveals she has been quietly preserving the family's legacy in her own way. Her role as keeper of the overlooked truths earns her cautious respect from those previously doubtful. The community begins to see her curiosity not as trouble, but as a bridge toward healing. Later, Mara visits the shaded grave of the watchmaker, the man who once taught her to value time's intricate layers. She places the broken pocket watch gently on the weathered stone, a tribute to the past and those who guide from beyond. The watchmaker's grave seems to hold the silent wisdom of countless hours and secrets shared. As twilight turns into night, the old clock tower in the heart of the town chimes, its sound clear and true. Miraculously, all the clocks in town align with its rhythm, their hands moving in synchronized harmony. This resonance breathes new life into the community, symbolizing unity restored after long discord. Walking through familiar streets, Mara senses a subtle transformation around her. The air carries a quiet promise, as neighbors exchange tentative smiles and old rifts begin fading like shadows at dawn. Her heart swells with hope, recognizing the first threads of rebuilding woven through everyday moments. In a moment of shared silence, Mara and Elias stand side by side beneath the glow of the clock tower. They acknowledge the scars etched by the past, but also the new beginning forged from honest surrender. Their connection deepens, a testament to enduring resilience amid change. Back in the dusty workshop, Nina carefully begins mending aged clocks, her nimble fingers coaxing life back into broken mechanisms. Her curiosity has shifted from restless questions to a healing craft, bridging the community's fractured timeline. Each ticking clock she restores is a quiet melody of renewal and hope. The story closes on the restored pocket watch, its delicate hands moving steadily and softly marking time. Its gentle ticking echoes the endless cycles of life, memories, and truths that layer one upon another. In this sound lies the subtle promise of forgiveness, continuity, and new stories yet to unfold. Maya stood in the buzzing station, clutching a crumpled train ticket in her palm. The arrival board flickered. Only one train remained before the station would close for the night. Her phone buzzed, a message from her brother, stranded miles away after a long day. "I'm waiting at the old station," it read, desperation veiled in short words. Time was slipping through her fingers, like the fading daylight outside. Passengers hustled past, heads down, lost in their own stories, unaware of the urgency in Maya's eyes. She took a deep breath, whispering, "I can't leave him there alone." Rushing through the crowd, she clutched the ticket tightly, hoping it was enough for both of them. As she approached the platform, the train's whistle pierced the air. A final call, a last chance. Maya spotted him on the opposite platform, waving frantically, his face a mix of relief and fear. But the gate began to close, barriers descending like silent judges. Without thinking, she called out, "Hold on," and dashed forward, heart pounding. A station attendant called after her, but she paid no mind, focused only on the one who needed her. With a last leap, she squeezed through, just as the gates clanged shut behind her. Breathless, she reached him, clasped his hand, their eyes locking in shared relief. The train doors opened, welcoming them aboard, two souls reunited against the ticking clock. Settling into their seats, The rhythm of the tracks beneath was a quiet celebration of their escape. Maya leaned back, voice soft. Sometimes, the smallest ticket holds the biggest hope. Outside the window, the night stretched endlessly, but inside, a light glowed bright, a bond unbroken. And as the train carried them forward, Maya knew this was just the beginning of a new journey together. The map was ancient, edges frayed and ink faded, yet it promised a secret buried deep in the hollow wood forest. Lena adjusted her worn leather backpack, the morning mist curling around her as she stepped beneath the daunting canopy of towering oaks. "No turning back now," she whispered, tracing the cryptic symbols carved onto the map's surface. Each step was a soft crunch against the moss-covered ground, the air thick with silence save for a distant, haunting call. The compass in her hand spun wildly, as if caught in a playful magic, refusing to settle on a true north. She followed the compass's restless dance, deeper into the woods where sunlight barely touched the earth. Suddenly, a rustle, a flash of vibrant feathers, then a small, clever fox peered from behind a bush, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Seems you're not the only one seeking something," Lena murmured, as the fox darted ahead, beckoning her to follow. Through tangles of brambles and over root-strewn paths, the fox led her to a hidden glade shimmering with golden light. At the heart of the clearing stood the Whispering Stone, an ancient monolith covered in swirling runes that seemed to hum with life. Lena approached cautiously, placing her palm against the cool, smooth surface. The runes pulsed beneath her fingers. A voice echoed softly in her mind. "Only those who listen with their hearts may unlock the forest's secret." Closing her eyes, Lena breathed deeply, attuning herself to the subtle whispers of the wind brushing through the leaves. Images bloomed in her mind. A hidden doorway beside the stone, sealed for centuries, but waiting to be opened. With a gentle press, the ground beside the monolith shifted, revealing a narrow tunnel descending into the earth. Heart pounding with equal parts fear and excitement, Lena stepped inside, the glow from the runes lighting her way. The passage led to a cavern filled with crystals that shimmered like stars, reflecting the dreams of all who sought the forest's heart. Amid the crystals lay a small chest, bound with silver and marked with the same symbols as the map. Opening it, Lena found a simple locket containing a seed pulsating with life, a symbol of new beginnings and harmony with nature. Emerging from the forest, Lena smiled, knowing the true treasure was the journey itself and the bond she'd formed with the whispering winds. At midnight, under the flickering street lamp, Lana slipped the tiny black card into her jacket pocket. The vault was said to be impenetrable, but Lana had something no one else did, a whisper on the wind and nerves made of silk. She checked her watch. 5 minutes until the museum's security system looped the same footage again. Perfect timing. Inside, the silence was a different kind, heavy, expectant, like the air itself was holding its breath. She moved with precision, avoiding laser grids, as if dancing to music only she could hear. At the heart of the room, the ancient artifact glowed faintly behind bulletproof glass. It was beautiful, almost alive. Lana's fingers worked quickly, disabling the alarm with a hacked signal she'd crafted over weeks. A soft click and the glass slid open, the treasure now within her grasp. But then a shadow shifted. Someone else was there. Not security, but a rival, her own mirror image in ambition. Their eyes locked. Lana whispered, "I guess this is the part where they say may the best thief win." Words were needless as they darted and weaved, each trying to outsmart the other in a silent battle of wits. Lana's hand closed around the artifact just as footsteps neared. She bit her lip. Time was running out. Thinking fast, she triggered a smoke flare hidden in her sleeve, filling the room with blinding mist. Using the chaos, Lana slipped out through the emergency exit, heart pounding but victorious. Outside, rain began to fall, washing away the night's tension as if it had never happened. Another day, another dance, Lana mused, glancing back at the glowing artifact safely in her bag. She didn't look back to see the rival slip out too, nursing a grudging respect for Lana's skill. The city was quiet again, but Lana knew the game was far from over. She smiled, already planning the next move. The last lured just the beginning of a thrilling tale. In the shadows, the evening's heist already becoming legend. In the heart of Grayson Hollow stood a forgotten cottage, its windows dark and its garden overgrown. One stormy evening, Clara, a curious traveler, sought refuge there, unaware of the cottage's eerie reputation. As she lit a candle to ward off the darkness, the flame danced wildly, casting shadows that seemed alive. Whispers floated through the air, soft and beckoning, as if the house itself were telling secrets. Drawn to a dusty old book on a creaking shelf, Clara opened it to find pages filled with strange symbols. Suddenly, the candle flickered out, plunging the room into darkness more profound than the night outside. But then, a faint glow emerged from the book, illuminating a path that twisted beyond reality. Curiosity overcame fear, and Clara stepped into the light, finding herself in a realm woven from memories and dreams. Figures appeared, lost souls bound by sorrow, eyes pleading for release from ancient pain. Realizing the candle was her anchor, Clara relit it, its steady flame promising hope and courage. She recited an incantation from the book, each word unraveling the chains of the trapped spirits. One by one, the phantoms faded, their murmurs turning into grateful sighs as they passed into peace. The cottage brightened, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a gentle warmth. Outside, the storm ceased, stars glittering like tiny lanterns guiding her way. Clara stepped back through the shimmer, candle in hand, the boundary between worlds softly sealing behind her. Morning light poured through the now clean windows, revealing a garden revived and vibrant. She smiled, knowing the cottage's tale had changed, from a place of sorrow to one of healing. As she walked away, the candle's flame flickered once, then steadied, a silent guardian's promise. Every darkness holds a light, the narrator mused, and every lost soul a path home. Clara disappeared down the road, leaving behind a cottage that would no longer be forgotten or feared. On a crisp autumn morning, Leela zipped up her coat and set out to explore the woods near Maplewood Bridge. She had heard whispers of a hidden garden blooming just beyond the old wooden planks, and curiosity tugged at her heart. The bridge creaked underfoot as she crossed, leaves crunching softly in the quiet air. Suddenly, a hush fell. Leela noticed a glimmer of light flickering through the trees to her right. Drawn in, she stepped off the path and pushed aside a curtain of ivy to reveal a small plot of wildflowers dancing in the breeze. In the center stood a tiny wooden bench, carved with delicate patterns of leaves and vines. Leela settled down, breathing in the sweet scent of blossoms and the earthy warmth around her. As she sat, a gentle voice whispered through the leaves, "Welcome, friend. Your secret is safe here." Looking up, Leela saw an old man smiling kindly from a distance, his eyes twinkling with stories untold. He approached, offering a hand wrapped in an intricate patchwork quilt. "This garden has always been a haven for those who seek peace," he said softly, "and now it's yours too." Leela's heart swelled with happiness. She had found a place where time slowed and worries faded. The old man shared tales of the bridge, of forgotten holidays and quiet evenings spent beneath the maple trees. With every story, the garden seemed to grow brighter, more alive with memories woven through the air. Leela promised to keep the secret, visiting often to tend the flowers and listen to the breeze. When she left, the garden gently faded behind the ivy, waiting patiently for her next arrival. Back home, she arranged wildflowers in a vase, their colors vivid as the morning sun. And every evening, she smiled, knowing that beyond the bridge lay a world of comfort and quiet joy. "Sometimes," she whispered, "the smallest secret makes the biggest difference." And with a heart full of wonder, Leela drifted into peaceful dreams of maple leaves and gentle whispers. In the heart of the ancient forest stood the whispering oak, its vast branches swaying even when the air was still. Elara, a young mapmaker from the nearby village, ventured to the tree, drawn by tales of its mysterious murmurs. She reached the tree just as twilight painted the sky in purple hues, the whispers growing louder in the fading light. Leaning close, she could make out words woven with stories of lost lands and forgotten magic. Intrigued, Elara pressed her ear to the bark, and a sudden warmth spread through her fingertips. The tree revealed a secret map etched within its rings, visible only to those who listened with an open heart. Elara traced the delicate lines, and suddenly the map shimmered, unfolding a path to a hidden glade. Determined, she set off along the trail, leaves crunching underfoot, guided by the oak's gentle whispers. The forest seemed alive, shadows dancing and stars peeking through the canopy above. After crossing a silver stream and climbing mossy stones, Elara arrived at the glade bathed in moonlight. At its center stood a stone pedestal bearing an ancient key, glowing softly under the night sky. She reached out, fingers trembling, and took the key, feeling a pulse of magic coursing through her veins. The whispering oak's voice echoed gently. With this, you unlock more than doors, you unlock destinies. Elara smiled, understanding the journey was just beginning, but the mapmaker's curiosity was her true compass. Returning home at dawn, the forest alive with morning light, she held the key close, ready for the next adventure. Villagers noticed a new spark in her eyes, tales spreading about the girl who spoke to trees and followed whispers. Elara knew the oak's secret was safe with her, a bridge between worlds waiting to be crossed again. And every so often, when the breeze stirred just right, the whispering oak called to her once more. Remember, it would say softly, the greatest maps are drawn with courage and heart. With a newfound purpose, Elara set her quill to parchment, ready to chart the wonders hidden beyond the known world. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. Another sleepless night, he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Elena's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Elena through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight. Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Elena seeks. Returning to the present, Elena slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Elena unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Elena sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Elena descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Elena steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Elena finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Elena's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Elena reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Elena and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Elena swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Elena sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Elena's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Elena and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Elena and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban knight cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Alina watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Alina quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving, It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Elena carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Elena reads, her eyes well with emotion. The letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Elena steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Elena sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Elena steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, a torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation, and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, the trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scanned the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures, but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. "Behind the counter, mister," Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." At midnight, beneath a heavy, shrouded fog, Emma crept into the old mansion at the edge of town. With only her flashlight piercing the darkness, she moved cautiously through the creaking halls. Soft murmurs seemed to drift from the cracked walls, barely audible yet unmistakably human. Emma froze, heart pounding as a voice whispered, "Help me." From the shadows, determined not to flee, she followed the voice, each step echoing ominously. The hallway twisted unnaturally, doors appearing where none were before, leading deeper inside. She reached a room bathed in an eerie, pulsating glow, the source unseen. Inside, the voice grew clearer, pleading, "Find the locket, set me free." Emma's eyes caught a glint beneath the shattered floorboards, a delicate silver locket. As she lifted it, the temperature dropped. A cold presence filled the air around her. Shadows coalesced into a pale figure trapped behind the walls, eyes begging for release. Emma whispered, "I have it," sliding the locket onto the ghostly form's neck. Light burst forth, the walls trembling as the spirit smiled and began to fade. "Thank you," came the last faint whisper, before silence reclaimed the room. The mansion's oppressive weight lifted. The air grew warm, the whispers ceased. Emma stepped outside as dawn's first light touched the horizon, the curse broken. Behind her, the mansion seemed less menacing, almost at peace for the first time in decades. She promised herself to remember the trapped soul and the power of courage in darkness. As she walked away, a final gust of wind carried a soft murmur. "Never forget." Emma smiled, turning back once more to the now quiet house, fading into the morning mist. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded. It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. In the village of Elders Hollow, no one dared to light the old lantern after dusk, except Mara. One foggy evening, Mara found the lantern hanging from a crooked branch deep in the woods. A soft glow flickered inside, and a whisper brushed against her ear, "Follow the light." Curiosity overcame fear as she lit the lantern, its flame burning with an eerie blue hue. The whisper grew louder, leading her along a winding path she'd never seen before. Branches seemed to bend away, shadows dancing just beyond the light's reach. At the path's end, a forgotten well lay shrouded in mist, its stones ancient and crumbled. The whisper urged, "Look within," and Mara peered down into the darkness below. Suddenly, a face emerged, a child trapped in twilight, eyes wide with hope. "Help me," the voice pleaded softly, the lantern's light pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Mara grasped the rope tied to the well's edge and began to pull gently. With effort, the child was lifted into the cool night air, the mist parting as if in gratitude. The boy reached out, and as their hands touched, the lantern's flame turned warm and golden. "Thank you," he whispered, before fading into the glow and disappearing into the night. The village suddenly felt alive, the air lighter, as if a long-held sadness had lifted. Mara returned to the hollow, the lantern now dim but peaceful in her hands. The next morning, villagers found the old well sealed and the forest calm. The lantern brought back the lost, Mara told them quietly, her eyes shining with wonder. From that day on, the village no longer feared the woods at night, knowing light could chase even the deepest shadows. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, a soft whisper reminded them that hope lingers where the light shines. At the first light of dawn, Leora wakes clutching her silver leaf pendant tightly, the symbol a small comfort amidst the unease settling over the village. Outside, the ancient forest stretches silently, its shadows long and mysterious under the pale morning sky. As Leora walks through the village, she notices worried faces exchanging nervous glances. The fading light and wilting crops weigh heavily on everyone's spirits, hinting at a deeper, unseen affliction creeping through the land. Near the village's edge, Theron hunches over his forge, the heat and smoke mixing with the morning air. His soot-streaked hands carefully sharpen tools, eyes steady and calm despite the unsettling changes they all face. Leora approaches Theron, holding out a broken shard of a prism glowing faintly green, its fractured edges catching the light erratically. She hopes he can decipher its origin, sensing it may hold the key to their village's plight. Theron examines the shard, his brow furrowing as he recognizes the ancient symbols etched into its surface. They are the same carvings he's seen in the worn stones of the forest temple ruins, linking the mysterious object to a place steeped in forgotten power. In the village square, the community gathers with growing anxiety as the flowers around them lose their vibrant hues and the sunlight dims unevenly each passing day. Whispered fears spread like wildfire, the natural world turning against them in subtle but ominous ways. Leora recalls the old tales of the Prism of Verdant Grove, a mystical artifact believed to sustain the life and color of their land. Now fractured, it seems the very heart of their forest and village is faltering. Determined, she resolves to venture into the ancient forest, seeking the temple to reunite the prism's scattered shards. The weight of hope rests heavily on her shoulders as she prepares to face unknown dangers. Before she departs, Theron presents her with a finely forged knife, the metal gleaming and sharp. He warns her of the forest's lurking perils and pledges his support should she need it. Stepping beneath towering trees, Leora watches the dappled sunlight flicker with an eerie inconsistency, as though the forest itself breathes and shifts with secret magic. She grips her silver leaf pendant for reassurance as she moves deeper into the woods. Strange insects emitting glowing hues flutter around her, their movements guiding her toward an ancient moss-covered path inscribed with runes. The path seems alive, whispering of forgotten enchantments and hidden dangers. As she nears the temple ruins, shadows twist and shift unnaturally, hinting at unseen watchers lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. A chill runs down her spine, the forest's magic growing more intense and unpredictable. Suddenly, Elendra emerges from the shadows, her gray eyes piercing and her blue tattoos glowing faintly in the dim light. She warns Leora that sinister forces seek to block the prism's restoration, their intentions dark and relentless. Elendra reveals herself as a guardian marked by ancient power, her glowing tattoos a symbol of her sacred duty. She offers cryptic guidance, urging caution and resolve in the trials to come. Leora steels herself, her grip tightening on her pendant as she vows to collect all the prism fragments before the encroaching darkness extinguishes the land's magic completely. Her determination shines through despite the overwhelming odds. At the temple's altar, Leora discovers the first major shard embedded within, pulsating with a gentle, soft light that hints at its lingering vitality. Its fractured surface gleams, promising both hope and challenge. When Leora touches the shard, a sudden burst of vibrant color spreads across the clearing, briefly reviving the wilted flowers around her. The momentary revival fills her with cautious optimism that restoration is possible. Without warning, dark roots surge violently from the earth, twisting and lashing like serpents as they attempt to ensnare her in magical vines. The forest itself seems to resist her quest, its ancient magic turning hostile. Leora narrowly escapes the grasp of the tendrils by slicing through them with her knife, but in the struggle, the shard slips from her grasp and its light dims once more. The fleeting hope flickers, reminding her of the delicate balance she must maintain. Deeper within the temple, Leora uncovers ancient murals depicting the prism's power and a shadowy figure breaking it apart. The imagery warns of a malevolent force determined to shatter the land's lifeblood. Unexpectedly, Theron appears, having tracked her trail through the treacherous forest. His presence offers much-needed strength and companionship in a place so laden with peril. Together, they navigate traps forged from shifting light and shadow, their hands clasped tightly, the silver leaf pendant between them glowing softly with a reassuring light. Their unity becomes their greatest defense against the temple's enchantments. They arrive at a chamber where a large shard hovers, partitioned and imprisoned within a glowing cage of shimmering energy. The air vibrates with powerful magic that resists their approach. Elendra returns to warn them that to claim this shard, they must face their deepest fears, illusions conjured by the prism's protective magic. The challenge is as much of the mind as it is of the body, testing their inner strength. Leora confronts a vivid vision of her village withering away and her silver leaf pendant crumbling into dust, a haunting test of her resolve and hope. The fear threatens to overwhelm her, but her determination to save her home pushes her forward despite the torment. With Theron's calm encouragement, Leora summons her resolve, pushing through the harrowing vision. The spectral cage shimmers and cracks, finally shattering to release the glowing shard. The silver leaf pendant on her chest pulses softly, a reassuring beacon of hope. She carefully positions the new shard beside the first, their edges fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. Light bursts forth, the forest responding instantly. Roots curl back gently while blossoms burst open in radiant colors. The prism's fractured light seems to pulse with new energy, weaving through the ancient trees. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the temple's structure, dust falling from stone carvings etched with ancient forest symbols. Unseen forces awaken, reacting unpredictably to the partial restoration of the prism. The air around them thickens with shimmering light and shadow intertwining. Outside, the sky darkens as a swirling storm of Inkai black energy coils above the land. The sun is swallowed by roiling clouds, halting the forest's revival in an instant. A chill freezes the air, leaves shriveling even as flowers remain poised to bloom. Realizing time slips through their fingers, Leora and Theron steel themselves to retrieve the remaining shards before darkness claims the entire grove. Each moment the storm grows stronger, blotting out natural light that once guided them. Their determination burns as brightly as the silver pendant at Leora's throat. Following cryptic clues left by Elendra, the trio ventures deeper into the forest. At last, they find a hidden glade, a serene clearing where ancient trees rise tall and proud. There, beneath one venerable tree, the third shard lies buried beneath a carpet of moss and roots. The glowing symbols etched into the tree's bark mirror those found on temple stones, faint blue light swirling around them. Leora's silver leaf pendant flares warmly in response, as if connecting to the ancient magic. The shard's refracted light dances across the bark's intricate patterns. As Leora reaches out, spectral wolves materialize between her and the shard, their eyes blazing with ethereal fire. Low growls ripple through the clearing, their presence a chilling warning. The silver pendant remains visible, a steady pulse amidst growing tension. Theron steps forward swiftly, hefting his crafted weapons with practiced ease. The clash is swift but intense, his strength and precision keeping the wolves at bay without harm. Colored light flickers around their struggle, the magical energy tangible in the air. With the final strike, the spectral wolves dissolve into wisps of blue light, their menace ebbing away. In their place, faint luminescent paw prints glow briefly on the earth before fading. The shard is now safely in their grasp, radiating a renewed shimmer beneath Leora's pendant. The trio hastens back toward the temple, urgency propelling their steps as the storm outside intensifies. Lightning crackles unpredictably, painting jagged shadows against twisted branches. The forest's renewed life struggles against the encroaching darkness closing in rapidly. Elendra begins chanting ancient words, her glowing blue tattoos blazing fiercely along her arms and face. A shimmering barrier of light and color spins around them, rippling against the storm's assaults. Despite her effort, the tempest's wrath grows relentless. Suddenly, the protective spell falters. A jagged surge of black lightning strikes the earth nearby. The ground splits open with a roaring crack, jagged edges glowing with erratic colors like fractured glass. The trio is thrown off balance by the violent upheaval underfoot. In an agonizing instant, Leora tumbles into the glowing chasm, her silver leaf pendant the last visible trace as it flickers faintly. Prism shards scatter deeper into the twisting, luminescent tunnels below. The forest's fate now hangs precariously with her survival. Theron and Elendra gaze down in horror, their voices lost in the storm's howling wind. The pendant's faint gleam fades slowly into the shadows, a fragile thread tethering her to the surface world. Fear and determination etch their faces as they prepare to follow her plunge. Within the glowing chasm, Leora moves cautiously through erratic passages alive with fractured light. The colors shift unpredictably, disorienting yet mesmerizing as they refract through countless crystal surfaces. Her pendant remains a steady source of calm in the surreal depths. She finds scattered shards embedded in the crystalline walls, each fragment radiating a shard of the forest's lost warmth. As she collects them, patches of vibrant color pulse through the tunnels, slowly pushing back the surrounding darkness. Hope glimmers in the depths below the shattered earth. Suddenly, a wraith of shifting shadows blocks her path, formed from the chasm's darkest fears. Its form writhes with malice, bent on capturing the prism's power for itself. The silver leaf pendant flares with defiant light, casting away creeping darkness momentarily. Summoning all her courage, Leora channels the pendant's radiant glow to repel the wraith. The dark entity wavers, then dissipates into flickering shadows spiraling away. The fragments gathered in her hands shimmer brighter, empowering her resolve to escape. Breaking through to the surface, Leora reunites with Theron and Elendra, her hands clutching all the recovered shards. The storm above still looms, its dark tendrils writhing around the trembling forest. Yet their combined presence offers a fragile beacon of resistance. They race toward the temple altar, urgency sharpening every step, knowing full restoration is their last hope. The shards begin to levitate and spin, slow and deliberate, aligning in a precise pattern atop the stone platform. Colored light cascades from their joined edges, painting the walls in shimmering hues. As the shards circle each other, prismatic light fractures and cascades like a waterfall, filling the chamber with radiant glow. Ancient forest symbols etched into stone and wood catch the light, pulsing in time with the prism's rhythms. The silver leaf pendant glows steadily at Leora's throat, syncing with the spectacle. Suddenly, dark storm clouds coil tighter around the temple, tendrils of shadow pressing inward. The vibrant light from the prism flickers as if struggling for breath. The encroaching darkness threatens to snuff out this fragile beacon of life and magic. Elendra channels her dwindling strength into a surge of protective magic, her blue tattoos dimming from fierce glow to faint ember. With an anguished cry, she weakens the storm's grip momentarily, buying precious seconds. Her sacrifice leaves the aura around them shimmering with bittersweet intensity. In the heart of the swirl, Leora places her silver leaf pendant at the prism's center. Her unwavering faith ignites a brilliant pulse of life and color that floods the temple. The prisms blaze with radiant light, weaving hope through the forest's struggling veins. The fractured prism, held aloft by Leora, began to glow with intensifying light as the jagged edges shimmered with every hue. Suddenly, the shards flew together in a dazzling spectacle, weaving back into a flawless whole. As the last piece clicked into place, the storm above quelled, and warm sunlight flooded the verdant grove once more. Gradually, the once bare trees burst forth with lush greenery, their leaves whispering in newfound life. Flowers of every color bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with sweet scents, while the forest echoed again with the joyous calls of returning animals. Nature's healing was visible and undeniable, celebrating the suspension of chaos. Elendra stood nearby, a faint smile curving her lips as her glowing blue tattoos dimmed, her strength slowly ebbing. Though her power waned, peace radiated from her presence, a testament to the restored balance between magic and the natural world. The ancient symbols etched along her robe seemed to pulse softly, syncing with the harmonized forest. Theron embraced Leora firmly, soot-streaked hands steady and warm, pride and relief shining in his eyes. Around them, the village showed signs of vibrant renewal, the air full of hope as lives once again thrived. Their shared sigh marked a turning point, the darkest days giving way to flourishing vitality. The silver leaf pendant resting against Leora's heart glowed softly, emitting a gentle green luminescence that intertwined with the natural light. This subtle beacon symbolized the ongoing healing and the unbreakable connection forged through hope and perseverance. It reminded them all that, while trials had passed, the journey of restoration continued. Returning to her village, Leora was greeted by scenes of celebration beneath skies washed in vivid hues. Villagers danced amidst blossoming harvest fields, their faces alight with gratitude and renewed spirit. The air was thick with song and laughter, an ode to recovery and the promise of continued prosperity. In the quiet moments, Leora recounted her perilous journey to attentive ears, her pendant radiant in the soft glow of evening light. The prism shards were now carefully encased within the village hall, displayed as solemn reminders of what had been overcome. Each piece reflected the natural light subtly, symbolizing strength through unity and memory. As night fell, the silver leaf pendant around Leora's neck shimmered faintly, casting soft green patterns that mingled with the silver stars overhead. The calm forest around her seemed to breathe gently, alive with peaceful energy and quiet magic. Within this tranquility, hope glimmered, persistent as the stars above. New seedlings sprouted tenderly around the ancient temple, their vibrant leaves whispering promises of growth and resilience. These living symbols echoed the ancient forest markings, blending old magic with fresh life. Inspired by their shared ordeal, the village embraced this continuous cycle of renewal with reverence and care. The story closed with Leora standing on a gentle hill, her emerald eyes fixed toward the distant horizon. The silver leaf pendant pulsed faintly at her chest, a quiet promise of hope and connection as dawn painted the sky. She stood ready, heart steady, awaiting the new wonders and challenges the future might bring. Anna rushed down the street, clutching a crumpled sheet of music tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached the old concert hall, its doors cracked open as if waiting for her. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memories. The grand piano sat silent, keys hoping for a touch. Anna hesitated, then sat down and placed the sheet on the stand, her eyes scanning the notes she had spent years perfecting. The first chords spilled out, hesitant at first, then flowing with more confidence and emotion than ever before. As she played, memories of her late father, a legendary pianist, filled the hall, his voice echoing in her mind. "Make your music true." Tears blurred her eyes, but she kept playing, channeling all her grief, love, and hope into the melody. Midway through, a faint knock drew her attention. Her old mentor stood at the doorway, watching quietly. He smiled gently, mouthing, "You've found it." Those words fueled her resolve, the final note soaring. When the last note faded, the silence felt full, not empty, a bridge between past and future. Anna stood, inhaled deeply, and looked around, the hall no longer cold, but alive with possibility. Her mentor approached and handed her a worn envelope marked with her father's handwriting. Inside was a letter. "Your music is your story. Play it for the world." Anna nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. She finally understood her real journey was just beginning. Days later, the concert hall buzzed with anticipation as Anna prepared to perform on the restored stage. The audience was filled with faces from her past, friends, family, and strangers who believed in her. She lifted her hands, the first notes escaping anew, this time stronger, freer, alive. As the final chord rang out, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in honor of a new chapter. Backstage, Anna whispered, "Thank you," feeling her father's presence more clearly than ever before. She knew now that through her music, she would carry his legacy forever, and tell her own story, note by note. The clock struck midnight as Claire crept through the abandoned mansion, its shadowy corridors swallowing her footsteps. Her flashlight flickered, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken chandeliers swaying gently despite the still air. She paused before a heavy door, rumored to have been locked for decades. Tonight was the night she'd uncover its secret. With trembling hands, Claire searched for the rusted key she'd found in an old diary the day before. Click! The lock gave way, and the door creaked open to reveal a dust-laden chamber filled with old portraits and a single, ornate box. As she approached, whispers grazed her ears, soft, unintelligible murmurs that made her skin prickle. Ignoring the chill, She opened the box to find a faded photograph of a woman with eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Suddenly, the whispers grew louder, morphing into urgent voices. "Remember us! Free us!" clamored in the shadows. Heart pounding, Claire realized the portrait's eyes weren't painted, but real, trapped souls pleading for release. She glanced around and noticed a diary lying open on a cracked pedestal, the final page stained with tears and desperation. Piecing together the story, Claire learned the mansion's owner had cursed these souls after a bitter betrayal. Determined, she recited the incantations scrawled in the diary, her voice steady despite the mounting tension. The room trembled, the portrait's eyes shining brighter, the air thick with restless energy. Then, silence. The whispers ceased. The oppressive weight lifted as a gentle breeze brushed Claire's face. Suddenly, the box glowed faintly. Inside, a small, ancient key appeared, as if offered in gratitude. Claire took the key, knowing it was the mansion's true secret, a promise of peace for the forgotten souls. As she stepped out, the dawn's light pierced through the broken windows, illuminating a mansion no longer haunted but free. With a soft smile, Claire whispered, "Rest now. Your story is told." The mansion, once a prison, stood serene, its dark past finally dissolved in the light of day. And Claire walked away, carrying the weight of the past, knowing some whispers must be heard to set others free. Late at night, Mia heard faint coughing coming from the attic above her bedroom. She told herself it was just the house settling, but the sound didn't stop. It grew heavier, almost like breathing. Curiosity pulling at her, Mia grabbed a flashlight and climbed the narrow stairs, each creak feeding her growing dread. At the top, the door was slightly ajar. A shadow flickered inside as if waiting. She pushed it open and shone her light into the small, dusty space, filled with forgotten antiques and old trunks. There was no one there, just silence and a chill that crawled up her spine. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered and went dark, leaving her in almost complete darkness. A cold whisper brushed past her ear. "Why did you come?" Mia's heart pounded as the door slammed shut behind her, plunging her into absolute blackness. She fumbled for her phone, its screen casting a dim glow, revealing a small, ancient doll sitting on a box. The doll's glass eyes gleamed, reflecting a strange, knowing smile. "I've been waiting." The whisper came again, now right beside her. Fear paralyzed her, but then a memory surfaced, her grandmother warning about a family curse bound to the attic's past. Recalling the old words, Mia whispered, "I release you from this place." The room shuddered, the air lightened, and the door creaked open slowly, as if an unseen weight lifted. She dashed down the stairs, feeling the cold breath fade behind her. Outside, under the moonlight, she stopped and swore never to return. The next morning, the attic door was sealed firmly with fresh nails and a faded note. "Rest now." Mia smiled faintly, the burden finally lifted, and the house felt peaceful for the first time in years. As she walked away, a faint coughing echoed from deep within, but this time it was just the wind. In the lively mountain village, Lyra pores over ancient maps by candlelight, the faint glow of her star tattoo casting a gentle light on the parchment. Her emerald eyes trace symbols, searching for clues hidden in the worn pages. Brahm arrives quietly, placing a small glowing crystal shard into Lyra's hand, urging her with a grave tone to seek the lost celestial compass before it falls into the wrong hands. The shard's blue glow pulses softly, mirroring the ancient star on her wrist. Tico, the silver-furred fox-like creature, playfully paws at the shard, the blue light reflecting vividly in his bright eyes. The wooden dagger at his side gleams faintly as he circles around excitedly. Lyra methodically packs essentials into a leather satchel embossed with the celestial compass symbol, fastening it securely. Her tattoo pulses subtly, as though anticipating the journey ahead. Whispers ripple through the village. The Shadow Order, hidden behind their unyielding silver masks and dark cloaks, are rumored to be searching for the same artifact. The urgency grows, tangled with fear in the villagers' hushed voices. Under a canopy of rustling leaves, Lyra, Brahm, and Tico step into the dense forest, the earth crunching beneath their boots. The warm earth tones of the village fade as cool blues begin to tint the surrounding shadows. They stumble upon a carved stone marker, ancient and weathered, etched with the celestial compass emblem. The symbol seems to pulse faintly in resonance with the shard's glow. Night descends, and an eerie silence envelops the forest. Lyra's tattoo pulses brighter, sending a subtle guiding light that steadies the group's wavering steps. Suddenly, cloaked figures, the Shadow Order, emerge silently between the trees, their silver masks reflecting the shard's blue light. Their presence chills the air and tightens the group's resolve. Lyra narrowly avoids a sudden ambush. Her satchel is torn in the scuffle, but the crystal shard remains clutched tightly in her grasp. Heart pounding, she retreats into the shadows. Brahm quickly tends to a minor wound on Lyra's arm, his voice low and grave as he warns that the Order's desperation is growing dangerously close. The tension weighs heavily on them all. Tico's sharp nose twitches, detecting faint magical traces lingering in the thick forest air. He follows the scent confidently, sensing a trail that leads deeper into the unknown. They cross a rickety bridge spanning a misty ravine, shadows lurking just beneath the damp planks. Each step echoes ominously, the cold blue hues deepening the foreboding atmosphere. The group discovers ancient ruins covered in star motifs, with the compass symbol boldly carved into a stone altar at the center. The shard's glow intensifies, resonating with the ancient stone. Lyra carefully places the crystal shard on the altar. The ground trembles beneath them, and a hidden passageway yawns open, revealing a downward path shrouded in darkness. Descending cautiously, they find themselves inside a cavern alive with glowing crystals pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. The cool blue light bathes the chamber in an ethereal glow. Lyra feels a strange connection as her tattoo flares brightly. Drawn irresistibly, she reaches toward a central crystal sphere that seems to hum with ancient energy. Without warning, the Shadow Order blocks their exit, daggers drawn and gleaming menacingly in the flickering torchlight. Their masked faces reveal nothing but cold intent. Brahm steps forward to negotiate, offering his knowledge in exchange for the compass's power. The Order's silence and refusal make clear they will accept nothing less than total control. Taking advantage of the moment, Tico slips agilely between the masked figure's legs, sowing confusion and allowing the trio to slip away amidst the chaos. They flee deeper into the twisting cave, chased by shadows and the echo of relentless footsteps. The air grows colder, and their breath hangs in the silvery light. The path forks and Lyra hesitates, her tattoo's subtle glow pulling her toward the left tunnel. Trusting the ancient star's guidance, she leads the way with cautious hope. The group uncovers an ancient library carved into solid rock walls, filled with star charts and celestial texts that shimmer faintly under Lyra's touch. The compass symbol recurs on many scrolls and carvings. Lyra deciphers a prophecy foretelling the compass's power to align entire worlds, heightening the stakes of their quest. The ancient star on her wrist pulses urgently as she absorbs the weight of destiny. Suddenly, a cave-in blocks the path behind them, forcing the group forward into the unknown depths of the cavern. The cool blue shadows deepen, and the adventure grows more perilous with every step. Brahm traces his fingers over ancient inscriptions carved into the cavern walls, reading warnings about a guardian bound to protect the resting place of the celestial compass. The glyphs shimmer faintly under the torchlight, hinting at formidable trials ahead. Lyra's confident strides falter as she glances down at the ancient star tattoo on her wrist, which dims softly. The fleeting uncertainty unsettles her, a rare crack in her otherwise fierce determination. Before them looms a massive stone door, its surface alive with moving celestial patterns that shift and reconfigure like constellations. The colors transition from warm earth tones to cool blues, reflecting the deepening mystery. Tico scampers around the door's base, sniffing and pawing at scattered gravel. His keen eyes catch a nearly invisible pressure plate concealed beneath the stones, a subtle but crucial mechanism. With a deliberate press of the plate, the colossal door rumbles open, revealing a chamber bathed in ethereal blue light that pulses like a heartbeat. At the chamber's center floats the celestial compass, a radiant star-shaped artifact encased within a translucent crystal shell that pulses softly with an inner glow. As Lyra reaches out, a surge of energy courses through her veins, and visions of converging worlds flash before her eyes, leaving her breathless and awed. Suddenly, the silence shatters as the Shadow Order bursts into the chamber, their silver masks catching the light, and shimmering blades raised in tense standoff. Brahm raises his voice, calling for parley, proposing they share the compass's power to avert the looming disaster threatened by their conflict. An Order leader steps forward, briefly removing their mask to reveal a youthful face marked by fervent zeal, eyes burning with dangerous conviction. Lyra pleads with them, invoking their shared sense of duty and warning that greed will only lead to ruin for all involved. Without warning, the chamber trembles violently. From the stardust above, a colossal celestial lion materializes, its body shimmering with cosmic energy as the guardian awakens. The lion's mighty roar reverberates through the astrological ceiling, forcing the Shadow Order to scatter defensively amidst falling star fragments. Quickly, Lyra leads Brahm and Tycho in dodging the Guardian's astral claws and swirling beams of starlight, their movements synchronized and desperate. Recognizing the compass's power harmonizes with the Guardian's essence, Lyra extends her hand, the ancient star on her wrist now glowing fiercely in response. The celestial lion pauses, then slowly lowers its majestic head, accepting Lyra's genuine intent and calming the chamber's chaos. The Shadow Order retreats, their respect for the Guardian's judgment clear though their vow to continue their pursuit remains unshaken. With reverence, Lyra claims the compass. Its crystal core pulses rhythmically, now perfectly in sync with the steady glow of her tattoo. Suddenly, the chamber groans and the walls begin to collapse, forcing the trio to make a swift escape through a corridor illuminated by cascading stars. Outside, dawn breaks over the forest canopy, the celestial compass's radiant light blending seamlessly with the soft glow of the rising sun. Back in the village, Lyra studies the compass carefully, Brahm by her side, guiding her through its enigmatic secrets and ancient inscriptions. Meanwhile, Tycho scouts the surrounding woods, his sharp eyes spotting fresh tracks and signs of the Shadow Order's renewed pursuit. Lyra feels a powerful throb beneath her skin as the ancient star tattoo pulses with newfound strength, hinting at deeper, untapped abilities awaiting discovery. A mysterious scholar visits the village, sharing hushed tales of past wielders of the compass and the hidden dangers intertwined with its immense power. Resolved and determined, Lyra vows to protect the celestial compass, knowing full well that her journey and the challenges it holds have only just begun. Suddenly, the celestial compass pulses with radiant energy, casting a bright blue light that unveils a hidden map floating midair. The glowing symbols and lines shimmer as the map details points scattered across the heavens, previously invisible to Lyra's eyes. The mysterious map reveals locations of powerful celestial convergence points, each demanding urgent attention and intervention. Lyra senses that these sites are critical to balancing the cosmic forces and preventing looming chaos. Determined, Lyra seeks out allies who bear marks resembling her ancient star tattoo, discovering others chosen by fate. Their shared insignias hint at a larger destiny intertwined with the celestial compass and the mysteries they are about to face. With camaraderie forged, the group readies themselves for a voyage beyond their known world, guided steadfastly by the compass's radiant glow. Their preparations balance anticipation and solemn resolve as they brace for the unknown. Brahm offers his final counsel, urging Lyra to place trust not only in the celestial compass, but also in her own instincts and heart. His seasoned wisdom imbues her with confidence to face the challenges ahead. As the sun sets, Lyra and her newfound companions embark under a night sky adorned with shimmering star patterns. The cool blues of twilight mix with the compass's glow, marking the beginning of their epic journey. Navigating through surreal celestial storms and vast cosmic vistas, the compass guides their path unerringly. Each trial deepens their bond and understanding of the forces governing the stars. Lyra's ancient star tattoo pulses and blazes even brighter, a vivid sign of unity between her spirit and the celestial powers surrounding them. This luminous connection emboldens the group as they approach their quest's most critical juncture. Emerging on the horizon lies a new realm, its mysterious beauty promising adventure, revelations, and daunting challenges. The blue tones of the landscape echo the compass's light, inviting exploration and discovery. Resolute and unwavering, Lyra stands clutching the celestial compass, ready to shape a fate intricately woven among the stars. Her journey culminates here, poised to influence the cosmic balance forever. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt-blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moonphase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt-blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding, unfolded as truths long masked by darkness, surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt-blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the future. Ella's days were a rhythm, a quiet melody flowing through the small cafe she ran by the corner. Every morning, she unlocked the doors with the same gentle smile, ready to welcome familiar faces and new stories alike. On this particular day, a shy boy named Liam stepped inside, clutching a worn-out notebook. "I heard this place feels like home," he said softly, glancing around as if searching for something. Ella nodded, pouring him a warm cup of coffee. "Every note counts here," she replied, gesturing to the vintage jazz records lining the walls. Liam revealed he was working on a poem about the little things people usually miss. Inspired, Ella shared tales of customers. The baker who hummed while kneading dough, the old man who tapped his cane like a drummer, the young artist who sketched the laughter in the air. Together, they found stories in ordinary moments, like the steam rising from a cup or the clink of teaspoons mixing sugar. As the afternoon light shifted, so did Liam's confidence. His words began to flow smoother, capturing the subtle melodies Ella had described. When it was time to leave, he handed Ella the notebook. "Thank you for helping me hear the music in silence," he said. Ella smiled, watching him step back into the world, now carrying a brighter tune in his heart. Later, she flipped through the pages, each poem a note in the song of everyday life around her cafe. She realized their small moments were like a jazz ensemble, improvised, imperfect but beautifully intertwined. The sun set, casting a golden glow over the storefront, warming its familiar embrace. Ella whispered to the quiet room, "Every day has its own rhythm, if only we listen." As night fell, soft music played, and the cafe waited patiently for the dawn and its new stories. Ella locked up with a contented sigh, the book tucked safely beside the register. In those pages, she found a reflection of her own life, simple, rich, and unfolding note by note. Tomorrow would bring new faces and untold melodies, a fresh verse in the ongoing song of her days. And with that thought, she stepped into the gentle night, humming a tune that promised more to come. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly intone, "Some silences are better left unbroken." Anna sat by the flickering candlelight, clutching the worn envelope that had arrived that morning. Her hands trembled as she unfolded the letter, the handwriting instantly recognizable. "Dear Anna," it began, "I hope this reaches you before I'm gone." Her breath caught. It was from her father, whom she hadn't seen in years, lost to his travels and secrets. He wrote of regrets, of missed birthdays and silent apologies hidden beneath years of silence. Tears welled as she read how he longed to make things right, even if just through this letter. Outside, rain tapped gently on the window, echoing the ache inside her heart. She remembered the last fight, harsh words, slammed doors, and the walls that grew between them. But here was a chance for healing, fragile as the paper in her hands. She reached for her own pen, her thoughts swirling like the storm outside. "Father," she wrote, "I am still here, and I forgive you." She sealed the letter, feeling the weight of years lift slightly off her shoulders. Days later, a phone call shattered the quiet. Her father's voice, cracked but earnest. "Anna, thank you," he said simply. "Your forgiveness is the light I've needed." They spoke late into the night, stories mingling with apologies, knitting together the broken threads. The distance that once seemed insurmountable began to fade with every word exchanged. Anna smiled softly, realizing that sometimes words could rebuild what silence tried to destroy. As dawn painted the sky, she felt a tentative hope blossoming within her chest. Their journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but it was theirs to take, hand in hand. And sometimes, the smallest letter holds the greatest power, to heal, to connect, to begin anew. Friday afternoons at .com Corp were usually slow, but today was different. Jenna spun around in her swivel chair, eyes gleaming with mischief. "Who dares challenge me to the office chair race?" she shouted, gripping the armrests. Her co-workers exchanged amused glances. Then one by one, they lined up their chairs at the start. Martin, the tech guy, declared, "Last one to the break room owes coffee." The office manager blew an imaginary whistle. The race was on. Chairs zoomed, spun, and occasionally collided, as the hallway became a wild racetrack. Jenna's chair wobbled dangerously as she took the corner too fast, yelling, "I got this." But Martin edged ahead, powered by sheer elbow thrusts and caffeine dreams. Near the finish line, Linda, the quiet accountant, made a surprising boost with a sneaky push-off. The crowd cheered, some clapping, some videotaping on their phones. In the end, Linda's steady pace won the race by a hair. She stood up triumphant, sipping her prize coffee done by Martin. Who knew spreadsheets could fuel speed like that? She joked with a grin. Jenna nudged her. "Next time I'm bringing my helmet." The office buzzed with laughter as everyone returned to their desks, energized by the silly competition. Even the grumpiest manager cracked a smile, shaking his head in disbelief. "Maybe next Friday," he said, "we'll try a stapler toss." As the sun set, the chairs sat still, but the team's spirit soared high. And somewhere in the back, a quiet challenge was already brewing for next week's shenanigans. In the village of Aloria, where magic had long faded, a single ember glowed faintly beneath the old oak tree. Lena, a curious girl with bright eyes, discovered the ember one chilly evening while gathering firewood. The ember pulsed with a warmth that defied the autumn chill, whispering secrets of a forgotten world. She cupped it carefully, feeling a sudden surge of energy course through her veins. The trees around her shimmered, their outlines blurring into shapes of ancient power. Suddenly, a voice spoke softly, "You are the chosen, bearer of the last flame." Startled, Lena looked around, but saw no one, only the ember glowing brighter in her hands. Determined to understand, she sought the village elder, hoping for answers about the ember's origin. The elder's eyes widened as he saw the ember. "This flame is the heart of Aloria's magic, lost for centuries. With it, we can restore life to our land. But the path is perilous and not without sacrifice," he warned. Lena nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. At dawn, she embarked on a journey beyond the village, following the ember's faint, glowing pulse. Through dense forests and misty valleys, the light led her to a hidden cavern, veiled in shimmering waves of energy. Inside, the air crackled with ancient power, the cavern walls inscribed with glowing runes. The ember's glow intensified as Lena approached an altar at the center, carved from crystalline stone. She placed the ember carefully on its surface, and a radiant light burst forth, flooding the cavern. Magic surged back into the world, revitalizing trees, streams, and creatures long thought lost. Lena felt a profound connection to the earth, her heart beating with newfound strength and hope. "The flame lives on through you," the gentle voice echoed once more, fading into the breeze. Returning to Aloria, Lena smiled as vibrant magic bloomed anew, her village alive with wonder once again. Marvin stands before the mirror, his fingers gently stroking the proud, thick curls of his mustache. He adjusts his round spectacles and contemplates the day ahead, feeling ready for any challenge. Leela bursts into the apartment with a grin, holding up a brightly colored invitation to a mustache competition. "Uncle Marvin, you have to enter," she exclaims, her pink hair bouncing with excitement. Marvin smiles confidently, tightening his yellow and green striped tie, a sure sign of his determined mood. "I'll win it again this year," he declares with pride. He carefully arranges his grooming tools on the cluttered desk, while Mr. Whiskers slinks silently behind, eyeing the gleaming mustache comb with suspicious intent. With one final glance at the mirror, Marvin waves goodbye to Leela, who promises to guard the apartment and keep everything just right. Marvin steps onto the bustling city street, his stride confident and purposeful as he heads toward the competition venue, buzzing with excitement. Midway through his walk, Marvin suddenly freezes, feeling an uncanny lightness on his face where his mustache should be. Confused, he stops in his tracks. He peers into a shop window reflection and gasps. His cherished, curly mustache has completely vanished without a trace. In a surge of panic, Marvin sprints back home, overturning piles of vintage knickknacks and hunting all corners for any clue to his missing mustache. Leela arrives with a determined gleam in her eye, just as Marvin inspects his grooming kit through his magnifying glass, vowing to uncover the mystery at all costs. Mr. Whiskers flicks his tail leisurely, knocking Marvin's mustache comb off the table with a deliberate swish, watching their reactions carefully. Leela crouches near the windowsill and points to tiny strands of hair left behind, suggesting that the aloof tabby may be involved in the disappearance. Determined, Marvin sets up a variety of comical traps around the apartment, from sticky mustache-shaped nets to jars of swirling potions, hoping to catch the elusive thief. Despite the efforts, Mr. Whiskers nimbly evades every trap, slipping through false walls and darting beneath furniture, while Marvin and Leela grow increasingly frustrated and weary. The hours tick down toward the competition, tension mounting as Marvin feels the pressure of reclaiming his identity and pride before it's too late. Seeking alternative help, Marvin and Leela visit an eccentric local barber who offers a strange, temporary fake mustache potion with wild promises. Marvin tries the potion nervously, but it causes his mustache to wiggle uncontrollably like a living creature, drawing amused stares and creating a public spectacle they hadn't anticipated. Embarrassed and frustrated, Marvin ditches the potion and decides to pursue leads outside, scanning the streets for anything resembling his lost mustache. Along a crowded street, Marvin spots a stranger sporting a suspiciously familiar curly mustache that seems oddly out of place, stirring Marvin's suspicion. Confronting the man, Marvin receives evasive answers, but the man inadvertently reveals a hidden stash of mustache wax, intensifying the mystery. Leela connects the dots, proposing that this man could be part of a mustache smuggling ring, explaining the strange disappearance. Following a trail of wax droplets that glisten along the pavement, they arrive at a shadowy underground hideout filled with peculiar mustache-related artifacts. Hidden inside, they overhear hushed voices discussing an exclusive mustache auction scheduled for that very evening, offering a crucial lead. Realizing their slim chance to recover the mustache, Marvin and Leela swiftly plan to infiltrate the auction, crafting disguises to pass as eccentric collectors. Donning flamboyant costumes adorned with exaggerated fake mustaches, they step into the shadowy auction room, blending into a crowd of curious enthusiasts. At the auction, Marvin's eyes fixate on a small, intriguing box labeled "The Finest Curly Mustache." His heart races, seeing a chance to reclaim what he lost. The box seems almost enchanted, promising a secret to his missing mustache. Marvin nervously raises his bid among a crowd of dubious bidders, cloaked in shadows and whispers. Each increase tightens the knot of tension in his stomach. Suddenly, a mysterious figure outbids him at the last moment, their identity hidden by a wide-brimmed hat and darkness. Refusing to give up, Marvin signals Leela with a glance. In response, she theatrically sways and collapses dramatically at the auction floor, drawing all eyes towards her. Instant uproar erupts as bidders rush to Leela's side, concerned for her sudden faint. The distraction creates a perfect moment for Marvin to stealthily slip the coveted box into his coat pocket. Back in a quiet corner, Marvin eagerly opens the box, only to find a cryptic note inside. It reads, "Look close in your own reflection," leaving Marvin puzzled and intrigued. Perplexed, Marvin pulls out his trusty pocket mirror and lifts it toward his face. Behind him, Mr. Whiskers sits calmly, licking his fur in a peculiar, deliberate manner that catches Marvin's eye. Suddenly, Marvin notices a tuft of his curly mustache clinging stubbornly to Mr. Whiskers' striped collar. The revelation dawns like a bolt of lightning. The cat is involved. The trio quickly pieces it together. Mr. Whiskers must have playfully swiped the mustache earlier, unknowingly causing the great disappearance. Marvin can't help but chuckle at the feline's mischievous role. Back in his cluttered vintage apartment, Marvin tenderly massages conditioner into his chin. He's hopeful, if a bit skeptical, wishing for even the slightest sign of regrowth before the next competition. Leela, ever inventive, whips up a quirky mustache growth potion using random kitchen ingredients. She presents it to Marvin with a mischievous grin, dubbing it their last, humorous hope. Marvin applies the homemade concoction cautiously, his fingers crossed beneath his perfectly striped yellow and green tie. Despite his skepticism, there's a glimmer of hope in his eyes. To their amazement, tiny hairs begin sprouting unevenly across Marvin's upper lip. The patchy new look is amusing if nothing else, but it breathes new life into his confidence. Emboldened by his unique growth, Marvin straightens his tie and adjusts his spectacles. He sets off determined to embrace this quirky new mustache at the competition venue. Upon arrival, the crowd bursts into laughter and cheers at Marvin's half-grown, unconventional mustache. The warm welcome deflates his nerves and fills him with unexpected pride. During the contest, Marvin captivates the audience with a witty speech about humor and acceptance. His charm and honesty resonate deeply, transforming the event's atmosphere. The judges, thoroughly entertained and impressed, award Marvin a special, most original mustache prize. It's a surprising twist that celebrates creativity over perfection. Beside him, Leela beams with pride while Mr. Whiskers purrs contentedly. Marvin's grin stretches wider than ever, his spirit lifted by their shared victory. The enigmatic auction figure reappears, stepping out of the shadows with a kind smile. They reveal themselves as a retired mustache champion, commending Marvin's admirable spirit. They hand Marvin an old photo album filled with bold, eccentric mustache styles from decades past. The images spark a newfound inspiration to explore diverse, playful looks in the days ahead. Marvin expresses heartfelt thanks to Leela and Mr. Whiskers. He realizes that sometimes unexpected mishaps blossom into remarkable adventures filled with laughter and growth. Back home, the trio settles into familiar comfort as Marvin carefully tends to his regrowing mustache. The cluttered apartment feels warmer, echoing their shared bond and triumph. Inspired, Leela begins a scrapbook titled Marvin's Mustache Mysteries, capturing every quirky moment of their journey. It's a testament to their camaraderie and Marvin's unmatched mustache saga. Mr. Whiskers curls up cozily on Marvin's lap, sporting a tiny, comically fake mustache crafted by Leela. The sight elicits chuckles and a sense of playfulness that fills the room. Marvin practices various mustache styles in the mirror, each more whimsical than the last. His striped yellow and green tie remains impeccably in place, matching his light-hearted mood. The apartment soon buzzes with laughter and cheer as they prepare a small celebration party. Quirky mustache-themed decorations dangle from the ceiling, marking an unforgettable chapter in Marvin's life. Suddenly, a letter slid gracefully under Marvin's cluttered apartment door, its envelope sealed with an elaborate mustache emblem that immediately caught his meticulous eye. He picked it up, intrigued by this unexpected delivery amidst his familiar vintage surroundings. Inside the envelope, Marvin discovered an elegant invitation to the International Mustache Festival, beckoning him to showcase his signature bushy, curly mustache among the world's finest. This was the next grand challenge he had been unknowingly awaiting. Leela bounced with excitement, her bright pink hair shaking as she suggested they travel together to the festival, igniting dreams of mustache adventures spanning the globe. Marvin's heart warmed at the idea of sharing this whimsical journey with his lively niece. With focused energy, Marvin packed his cherished grooming kit, carefully placing his magnifying glass, assorted potion bottles, and the ever-important mustache comb inside. Ready for mystery and maintenance alike, he prepared to face whatever surprises the festival might hold. Mr. Whiskers, ever the aloof companion, lazily inspected a new batch of mustache wax on the windowsill, his patch-over-one-eye gaze hinting that he too would join in on their next escapade. The tabby's subtle chaos was always part of their story. Marvin took a reflective moment before the mirror to admire his fully regrown mustache, now showing a distinguished hint of silver at the tips of its curls. This sign of time added character to his ever-prized facial feature, a symbol of his enduring spirit. A gentle smile spread across Marvin's face as he thought back. Losing his mustache had taught him to find joy beyond appearances and embrace life's unexpected turns with grace. The tie around his neck, striped yellow and green, seemed to brighten in approval. The trio stepped out from the cozy, cluttered apartment onto the bustling city street, ready to embark on their upcoming journey together. The air was filled with promise, and their spirits danced in unison with the crowd's lively rhythm. Behind them, a stray curl of hair floated lazily in the gentle breeze, a playful reminder that every grand adventure begins with a single, seemingly insignificant strand. It twirled like the start of a new story, yet to be told. The scene faded out with Marvin adjusting his striped tie confidently, Leela grinning mischievously, and Mr. Whiskers trailing silently behind. United and spirited, they were all set for